Chapter 1. The opening held difficulty standing in front of a suspected Avengers headquarters building in New York, Country M. Yibai remained silent for a long time. Before coming here, he traveled to this world inexplicably. Because of his understanding of English, he obtained a Daily Horn newspaper and looked at the content on it to determine the situation. As a result, the content recorded on it made him a little confused. The demolition team of the evil organization in custody recently escaped from Lake Island collectively, setting off another round of crime frenzy. Spider-Man, is it a failed hero or a disaster in disguise? The Fantastic Four created a space traversal device. Sentry, the most powerful hero on Earth, protected the eastern coast. These pieces of news, plus the Avengers Alliance headquarters in front of them, all prove Yibai's journey to the Marvel Universe. In view of the existence of Fantastic Four and Sentry, it proves that this is not the Marvel movie universe, but the comic version, and definitely may also be the animated version. He hopes the latter, at least the animated version, is safer than the comic version. In Yibai's mind, if Marvel's platform story is to be classified as a dangerous level, it is derivative American TV series. This building is very interesting, isn't it? Yeah, you don't know how hell I feel when I see it. Yibai sighed with emotion. Some people always feel this way. After all, it is the largest concentration camp for freaks in the world. The voice was a little self-deprecating. I really think that superhero is the root of the turmoil in the world. You see how peaceful the world was when there were no heroes. Look at it now. Aliens have invaded the Earth more than once. Yibai said suddenly. Frozen. Wait, who is talking to yourself? He looked damnly to his side and saw a big beauty with red wavy hair, a beige coat, and black boots. Ding, found a wild Black Widow. Black Widow didn't look at him either. Instead, he looked at the Avengers Alliance headquarters ahead, just like him. I looked like you were watching the party. When did you stand by my side? Yibai said in surprise. Just arrived. She turned her head. Those charming peachy eyes looked at Yibai, raised her eyebrows, and warned. Boy, no matter what dangerous thoughts you have, you'd better put them away. Yibai, he just wanted to argue for himself, but Yu Guang saw not far away, a young man with a shotgun walked over here, as if I was about to commit a crime. Natasha Romanoff also noticed the suspicious guy, and she looked at him without a trace, guessing the other party's possible criminal activities. I saw that man walk to the gate of the Avengers Alliance courtyard, held up his shotgun, and pulled the trigger at the intercom by the gate. Boom. Yibai stared at this scene blankly for a long time. It felt like Marvel here. Seeing the frequency of this incident, the enemy dared to hit Avengers Alliance headquarters alone. He thinks this single-handed man must be very strong, otherwise it is impossible to do such a thing. Facts prove that he was wrong. At some point, Natasha Romanoff had quietly approached behind the single-handed man and pressed his pistol against the opponent's head. This little brother, talk to me. Why did you smash the intercom door? The man threw away the shotgun very conspicuously and raised his hands. At this time, a big wave of superhero in the Avengers Alliance came out of it. They looked different from the movie universe, but the magic is that Yibai can call them by name. It is true that the shapes of these people are too recognizable. Iron Man, Vision, Captain America, Thor, Hawkeye, Ms. Marvel, Scarlet Witch, Luke Cage. The three women, including Black Widow, have their own picturesque looks. The enchantment of the Widow's sister, the sassiness of Ms. Marvel, the purity of Scarlet Witch. Unknowingly, Yibai also walked over, not attracted by the three ladies, but with a mentality to join in the fun. Well, he was standing next to Black Widow, who was automatically regarded as a widow acquaintance by the Avengers Alliance members. Luke Cage is a strong man. As soon as he came out, he mentioned the single-handed man and said to him with the gaze of a street fighter, Boy, you are very courageous. Do you want us to give you a slap on your asterisk? You can't sit on the bench for a week. The violent Thor is also gearing up. In the eyes of these two, the enemy had hit the door and naturally would not give him a good face. If the other party can't give a proper explanation, he will tell him why the flower is so red. I'm doing this just to attract you out. Let's talk about business first. The single-handed man seemed to be anxious. He only heard him say to the people in a very anxious tone, I got a terrible prophecy about the end of the world. Yes, our world is about to die, and a death legion is about to rise. I think this guy has mania. You say so, Ms. Marvel. When the Playboy Iron Man watched the single-handed man, he didn't forget to T. Carol Danvers on the side. I don't know, but listening to him is like a madman. Let's listen again and see what else he has to say. Ms. Marvel said, "What kind of threat does it belong to? Where did you get the intelligence?" Captain America asked the single-handed man. "Well, it was told by an old woman scavenger. Is this important?" he said. A few people still communicated afterwards, but Yi-Bai beside the widow's sister was already in a cold sweat. He had already seen that this section was Marvel's long independent story, Zombie Hero. In this story, whether it is a superhero or a supervillain, one of them is counted as one, either becomes a zombie, or even eaten by the zombie is not left. Even better than Dark Phoenix, Thanos, Doctor Doom, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch are not spared. Traveling to such a universe. And now that the countdown to the zombie crisis is not more than a few hours away, Yi-Bai, who does not have the slightest self-protection, feels that he is cold. What to do? What to do? What should I do to survive? Hug your thigh? The problem is that this group of thighs are hard to protect themselves. How can they protect him? Just as he racked his brains, the turning point came. Go Dao Finale System is online. Chapter 2. Go to the Finale System. Go Dao Finale System is online. The purpose of this system is to assist the host to be a super Xiaoqiang who will not die if all the people around him die, and stay on until the finale. Novice's 2 Go skill package has been issued. Please check the host in the skill column. When the mechanical synthesis sound in his mind stopped, a skill bar appeared in front of Yi-Bai's eyes. There are 2 grids in the skill bar, distributed below the line of sight. When he focuses his attention on the top, a skill introduction will appear. Meticulous skills, at position, also known as the wall of the heart, absolute domain. The meaning is deepened as a wall that separates the self from the self and the objective world. The position can be manipulated, and the maximum extension area must not exceed 20 meters. The defense range can be controlled, and the defense mechanism can be set. 2 Go skills, reading and teleporting. As long as you stand still for 10 seconds, you can activate your skills and instantly reach any impressive place in the universe. Although these 2 abilities had little attack power, with them, Yi-Bai's flustered heart instantly calmed down. Listen, I know these words sound incredible, but I am definitely not a fool with a short-circuited head. I have fought against the Death Legion, and I even traveled through time and space to fight against them. That time, even when they put me in a lunatic asylum, I am still fighting with them. Now, I am in this world, so they are coming soon. You must believe what I said. The single-handed man seems to be more and more anxious, and even speaks a little incoherently. At this time, everyone regarded this guy as having run out of a mental hospital, and everyone looked at him with an expression of caring for the mentally retarded. To be honest, if Yi-Bai had not known that this was the Ashley J. William Moss, codename Ash, who appeared in the Zombie Heroes, I am afraid he would be regarded as a lunatic. Yi-Bai was just about to express his sense of existence, and when he wanted to say something, Scarlet Witch waved his hand to cast a spell. While the crimson energy flashed, the single-handed man was teleported to an unknown corner. Black Widow noticed what Yi-Bai seemed to say and asked, "What do you want to say?" Yi-Bai sighed. "I have a hunch that what the guy said about the end of the world may be true. So you have a mental problem." Scarlet Witch raised his hand at him and asked Black Widow, "Is this your friend?" The widow's sister shook her head. "No." The red light on Scarlet Witch's hand began to flicker again, and Yi-Bai will be flied in the next second. Seeing this, Yi-Bai hurriedly launched the tortoise shell. The transparent hexagons of the file size of dense bowls covered his body, forming an absolute field. When its position has not been attacked, you can't find it if you don't look carefully. But at the moment when Scarlet Witch's magic was released, the hexagon in front of Yi-Bai lights up at the same time, blocking this transmission that did not contain maliciousness. This scene made everyone in Avengers Alliance a little interested, and they all looked at him. Being stared at by everyone, Yi-Bai didn't have stage fright. He spread his hands and said, "Although the guy before seemed unreliable, but his instinct told me that it was true, the end of the world may come soon." At this time, at the gate of the Avengers Alliance headquarters building, Iron Man's butler JRVS walked out of it, and said to everyone, "I just got news that a strange fall occurred in the city center. Let's go over and take a look." Captain America nodded, and he asked Roar to join Hawkeye, Luke Cage, and Black Widow to take a look. Ms. Marvel volunteered to follow along. A few people walked to a flight machine, not Quinjet, parked in the courtyard. Yibai joined in the excitement and followed it. "Wait for me. I will go together." Several people glanced at him and thought he might know something, so they didn't stop him. On the flight, Ms. Marvel was in charge of driving. Hawkeye was in the passenger seat, and Yibai, Black Widow, and the captain were in the back. On the way to the city center, everyone looked through the front windshield of the flight machine and saw that the distant sky was filled with pink lightning. Black Widow asked Yibai suspiciously, "Do you know something? The area in the city center feels dangerous to me." Yibai said, spreading his hands, and the whole flight was wrapped in a net stand to avoid any accidents. Several people noticed that there are many hexagonal energy shields on the surface of the flight machine that can't be found without a closer look. They recognized that this is Yibai's ability. Before they could ask, Yibai said, "If you want to go there, it's best to hide in your position. My position is guarded against the outside, but not the inside. If you want to leave, you can penetrate out, but I won't open it to let you in." Yibai for himself based on the safety considerations, the decision was made to stay the course to the end. "What's your name?" Natasha Romanoff asked. Yibai said. The flight was very fast, and it was already close to the city center. The sharp-eyed lady driver, Ms. Surprise, also saw the single-handed man Ash on a block in the city center and landed directly on that side. Everyone didn't stay in Yibai's position and went out one after another. From Yibai's point of view, they might be the daring of Yi Gao, so they didn't listen to his warning. He did not dare to turn off the position, but reduced it so that it was centered on himself and maintained a spherical area with a radius of 3 meters, and then walked down with everyone. Chapter 3. Disaster is coming at this moment. A red figure in the distance flew down from the high-rise buildings and fell beside the Avengers. This was little Spider-Man Peter Parker. He broke his mouth and said, "Hey, Captain, do the brave Avengers need help from your friendly neighbor Spider-Man?" Captain America asked him, "Do you know about the pink lightning in the sky just now?" "I don't know, but I can give some lovely suggestions to the surrounding environmental pollution." Yibai didn't participate in the exchange of several people. If you guessed it correctly, this is the place where several members of the Avengers turned into zombies. Thinking of this, he changed the characteristics of the position for a moment and took a handful of Black Widow beside him and pulled it into his position. He also wanted to pull Ms. Marvel, but considering that the opponent's strength might not be able to pull him, he didn't reach out. Seeing Black Widow's doubts, Yibai shrugged and said nothing. At this moment, a strong figure that ordinary people can't see with the naked eye nerve reflex landed in the crowd from the sky like a teleport, swiped a punch, and severely injured all the Avengers in the scene. In an instant, the Captain, Cage, and Hawkeye were 3 people, seriously injured and unconscious. Only the body of the woman surprised was strong enough, but she was beaten into the air. Little Spider-Man stands far away from Ash, so fortunately he was not injured. Definitely, Yibai and Black Widow from the standpoint are fine. This abrupt appearance of the macho has golden hair and a yellow cloak. There are no lips on his mouth, and a brutal tooth is revealed. The characteristics of a zombie are very obvious. This shape is Sentry, known as the most powerful hero on Earth, and claims to have the explosive energy of 1 million suns. Carol, the surprised lady who was knocked into the air, flew back from the distant ruins in the next instant and fought with Sentry, but was killed in an instant and was picked up by Sentry pinching her neck. All this only happened between the lightning and the fire. When Yibai and Natasha Romanoff in the position reacted, the Avengers had already rushed. My God, Natasha Romanoff was stunned. She didn't understand why Sentry Robert Reynolds suddenly lost control, but one thing was certain, he was almost invincible when he lost control. Knowing this, she didn't want to run outside the position, but immediately reminded little Spider-Man not far away. "Spider-Man, run away." Little Spider-Man reacted and knew that he was not Sentry's opponent. It shot a cobweb to entangle Ash and pulled him to cobweb to quickly escape. And Sentry didn't seem to notice the 2 people in its position, nor did he pursue the escaped little Spider-Man. Instead, he started to eat the Captain 3. He seemed to be somewhat sensible, knowing that catching a person would surely die. So he only bit a piece of meat from each person and chewed. "Robert, what are you doing? Stop it." Natasha Romanoff called to Sentry. Sentry looked at the two men in the position with their bloody and brutal faces because they were human flesh. He watched and ate. This scene made Yibai get goosebumps all over his body. Natasha Romanoff was also scared and took a step back. She realized that she might have done a stupid thing. At this time, what she had to do was not to attract the others' attention, but to find a way to get out of here. "Yi, is your protective cover strong?" she asked hopelessly. Sentry claims to have the explosive power of millions of fixed stars. She doesn't think there is anything in this world that can defend against that kind of attack. "I don't know. The maximum limit of protection has not been tested." Sentry stood up and walked towards the two of them. "It's hard to imagine that I will die today, or in this way." Natasha Romanoff calmed down when he thought he had no hope of escape, and felt quite calm to die. Accompanied by her words, Sentry slammed a punch before deceiving its position with a teleporting speed. The hexagon of the position flickered, steadily defending against the punch of hundreds of thousands of tons of kinetic energy. Unexpectedly, it seemed that his attack would not be able to break this layer of tortoiseshell. Sentry began to increase his strength. Punch after punch, one punch is more powerful than one punch. The kinetic energy of the attack went from the initial hundreds of thousands of tons to millions of tons, tens of millions of tons, hundreds of millions of tons, and even trillions of tons. Instead, all of its kinetic energy was resolved and absorbed by the opposition, which in turn strengthened the defense of the opposition. Natasha Romanoff was stunned by the unscientific defense power of this protective cover. On the contrary, Yibai is very calm. He believes in his gold finger. If you don't believe it, you can't do it. After all, this is his only life-saving ability. Not far away, the previously unconscious Avengers Alliance members woke up one by one, in the form of zombies. It feels like the blood all over the body is burning. Captain America knelt up in pain, then vomited. "I want to know what happened," Ms. Marvel asked in pain. "I don't know, but I feel very hungry now," Hawkeye said a few seconds later. Several people lost their minds and began to attack the audacious onlookers around New Yorkers, biting them as soon as they caught them. "We should leave." Yibai took Natasha Romanoff's hand, controlled the position, dragged himself, and Black Widow, who was sluggish seeing them as zombies, lifted into the air and quickly flew away from this place. Sentry felt that he couldn't break the eggshells of the two in a short time, and there was a lot of food around, so he didn't chase the two people who were difficult to talk about. Looking at the chaotic city below from the position, Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it. What happened? "The end of the world," Yibai said concisely. "Are they still saved?" "I don't know. You have to ask a smarter person. Let's go find Stark." Yibai didn't pick up because at this time, his success to the finale system released a task for him. Task: everyone who can go has a nest to live in. Type: system function task. Complete a function that can turn on the system. Requirements: find 2 tenants who are willing to live with you in the end of the world. Reward: turn on the magic hut function of the system. Yibai controlled his position and dragged the two to fly fast. While thinking of a clever way to complete the task, he turned his head and asked Natasha Romanoff, "If mankind becomes extinct, only 2 of us are left. Would you like to live with me?" When asked about this strange question, Natasha Romanoff gave the guy a blank glance. If it's really that kind of situation, it can only be that way. Task completion progress 1/2. It's really good. P.S. In order to facilitate the fluency of the story, the sequence of events in the Zombie Hero vs. Dark Legion plus Zombie Hero prequel will be adjusted a little later. Asterisk. Chapter 4. The cause of the disaster. So who should be invited next? Thinking this way, he saw Ash on the ground in the distance. Spider-Man was not with him. He was the only one there. The hero rescued the United States. He had just rescued a blonde girl in a white tights from the zombie Winter Soldier. This girl looks a bit like White Queen at first glance, but it is not. Her name is Allison Breyer, codenamed Glare. Ability that can absorb sound wave energy and convert it into light energy, is a member of X-Men. Yibai and Natasha Romanoff descended from the sky and landed beside them. Natasha Romanoff asked Ash, "Where is the Spider-Man?" Ash was very happy to see the two of them. He hurriedly said, "Spider-Man was worried about his family and went to Queens, but he was bitten by that kind of monster before he left. I think it's more fortunate." After hearing this, Natasha Romanoff's expression dimmed for a moment, and then asked the two of them, "Did you get bitten on your body?" The two hurried to make sure that there was absolutely nothing, and then turned around for Natasha Romanoff to check. At this time, a large group of zombies rushed into the distance, and Natasha Romanoff looked at Yi Bai and urged, "Let them in quickly." After Yi Bai confirmed that the two people were really not infected, he reached out and pulled them into his position one by one. Then he controlled the position and dragged everyone into the air, avoiding the dense group of zombies on the ground. Natasha Romanoff began to inquire about the origin of Ash's doom. "An old man told me that this world is going to perish, and a death legion will rise. We have dealt with it a long time ago. It is it that makes me travel through time and space, sends me back to the past, travels to the future, and sends me to different places. In the world, every experience is like a trip to hell. All these chaos, all the killing and madness, originate from a very evil book, which is called the Book of Death." Ash explained, "It sounds very far-fetched, but it is somewhat credible when it comes to the various things that are happening right now. So our goal is to find that book, right?" Natasha Romanoff's eyes sharpened. Dazzling said, "It's not far from Greenwich Village. It sounds easy. Dr. Strange's holy place in New York is at 177A, Brick Street, Greenwich Village, New York. If there are the most magic books in the world, it is definitely right there." Natasha Romanoff thought so too. Yi Bai knew that this zombie crisis was not caused by the consciously speaking Book of Death. It was a virus that Magneto invented to exterminate humans. It's just that Magneto miscalculated. This virus is not only for humans. It works, and it works for mutant too. In fact, it works the same for gods and even robots. Even Scarlet Witch's ability to rewrite reality cannot conceal the threat of this virus. The crowd quickly reached their destination and landed on the sidewalk outside Holy Place. This is a British-style building that looks very old. Xian Guang pointed to the round window above swordsmanship and said, "Look there, the figure on the window. He seems to be at home." Aisu was puzzled. He didn't know why a few people came here. It looked very ordinary here, not like a place where the Book of Death could be hidden. "Yes, Stephen Strange, the famous magic doctor. This guy probably knows more magic secrets than anyone on Earth," Hyun Guang explained. Suddenly, a zombie duck ran up in the distance, ready to attack a few people. The widow's sister with excellent ears noticed it, turned around and looked around, reminding everyone, "Be careful." Yi Bai turned and saw the duck. It was a 2 feet 7 inch tall, about 0.79 meters, duck wearing a blue long-sleeved shirt and black pants. Howard's weird duck? Speaking of which, this duck is also the superhero of the Marvel series. Its full name is Howard T. Duck. He was born in Duck World, and is an advanced intelligent life form. He knows Kung Fu and was taught some simple magic by Dr. Strange. "Yi, adjust your thing to guard against the outside but not the inside." Natasha Romanoff raised his gun and aimed it at the Howard duck outside the position. Yi Bai shrugged and said, "Okay." Boom, boom, boom. Gunshots rang out one after another, and the Howard Strange duck that swayed and ran was shot with 3 blood holes, but it did not fall down, but the beaten back took a few steps. After it stood firm, it attacked several people again. "Rush. Beat the head," Yi Bai reminded. But Natasha Romanoff had some hesitation. Although she was not familiar with Howard Strange duck, she also knew that the other party was a hero. She subconsciously thought that these zombie people could be saved and couldn't get rid of it. Ash beside the glare was not so inked. He raised his shotgun and shot it at the head of the opponent who was less than 5 meters away from the crowd, breaking it to pieces, like a watermelon falling on the ground. He also said to several people, "No thanks." Natasha Romanoff twitched the corners of his mouth, but said nothing. There were no people or zombies near at the moment. Hyun Kwang and Aisu walked out of Yi Bai's position and walked towards the gate of Holy Place. Natasha Romanoff was more cautious. She saw that Yi Bai hadn't closed her position, and she didn't go out, standing still with Yi Bai. "Aren't we going in?" she asked. Yi Bai shrugged and said, Intuition tells me that this terrible disaster has nothing to do with the so-called Book of Death in AI Su's mouth. I also know that the Book of Death is a self-aware book. It may be pulling off at the moment. In the hands of Dom and Viria, Ash has traces of curse and a breath of death on his body. I think he is cursed by that book. This makes him likely to fall into a certain cycle of death. Every time he dies, he will be resurrected a few hours ago. Yi Bai introduced Ash and the Book of Death with his instinct. Then you still follow them here. In view of Yi Bai's previous performance, Natasha Romanoff believed Yi Bai's intuition or the other party's intelligence. She faced Yi Bai and stared straight at the other party's face. Asked him seriously, Yi, who caused this doomsday? Do we have a way to stop it? It's Magneto. The virus he made was originally used to exterminate humans, but it will also work against mutant. Yi Bai did not hide this. As for how to stop it, I don't know. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Natasha Romanoff to comment again. Once again, he changed the position into defense at the same time as defense at the same time. He controlled him to lift the two people into the air and fly towards the Avengers Alliance headquarters. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Is it going to start doomsday farming? At the moment, more and more people in New York City were infected with the zombie virus, which made the city no longer safe. A little bit forward in time, Spider-Man and Ash returned home after separating. He originally went home to protect his wife Mary Jane and Aunt May. However, the zombieization was unable to suppress his hunger, resulting in loss of sanity and his family. Eat it bit by bit. In the city center, Captain America, Hawkeye, Ms. Marvel, Luke Cage, and others ate more than ordinary people. The hunger was not so strong. They temporarily recovered their senses. While rushing to the Avengers Alliance headquarters, they tried to solve themselves. The problem? Yi Bai took the Black Widow to fly faster in the sky. At the moment, Black Widow's mental condition was not right. It was not a preliminary symptom of the virus infection. She just looked at the human tragedy below and fell into confusion. Yi Bai didn't comfort her. He still had to control flight. The speed at which he drags and flies with the position is actually not fast. Even if he uses the strength of feeding to fly, he will reach the sky at a speed of 20 meters per second, 72 kilometers per hour. When I flew to Avengers Alliance headquarters, it was already half an hour later. This place has been captured by the zombie Captain America, zombie Marvel, and the zombie Hawkeye, who are reoccupied by hunger. The Wasp, Vision Zombie, Ant-Man and Scarlet Witch and others escape separately. Yes, you are right. Even Vision, a robot, is zombie. This shows how crazy the virus created by Magneto is. Yi Bai saw the conspicuous Scarlet Witch from a distance in the sky, and she was escaping towards the two of them. The other party had already seen Yi Bai and Natasha Romanoff, and shouted anxiously to them, "Don't go there, run away." Her voice stunned Natasha Romanoff, seeing that it was Wanda, and hurriedly asked her, "Have you been bitten?" "No, I swear." Yi Bai knew that Scarlet Witch was telling the truth, because in the original time and space, Scarlet Witch, who had escaped from here, met Ash who had just resurrected after his death. In addition to Glare, the three followed the clues of the Book of Death, all the way to Eastern Europe. Latville, Dr. Destroyslayer. Therefore, after seeing Scarlet Witch, Yi Bai opened the position and asked Roar to come in. Scarlet Witch didn't hesitation and flew in directly. "Run, it's not safe here," she reminded them. Yi Bai nodded and flew in another direction. Scarlet, which is a very fragile woman. After Vision turned into a zombie, her spirit stayed well and did not collapse. At this moment, when she relaxed, she threw herself into the arms of the widow's sister and howled. The widow's sister patted Wanda on the back to comfort her, but she was also at a loss. Yi Bai asked Wanda at this time, "If there are only 3 of us left in the world, Wanda, would you like to live with us?" His familiar problem was not unexpectedly met by the widow's sister's eyes. Wanda did not answer Yi Bai's question, but Yi Bai's task was prompted to complete. Obviously, when he asked a question, Wanda thought about it and finally came up with a positive answer. "You have completed the task. Everyone who can go has a nest to live in." The magic house function is turned on. At the same time, Yi Bai felt that a circular space appeared in his body. He can clearly feel everything in this space. About 10 acres of land. The edges are shrouded in mist, and there is a light source. There is an exquisite small villa in the center. The villa has all kinds of furniture and appliances. On the second-floor balcony of the villa, there is also a sci-fi chair. It is a shared chair and can share ability. The villa is surrounded by Lin Feng, and there is a wooden bridge leading to the open space outside Lin Feng. Yibai feels that if he wants to, he can take Natasha Romanoff and Wanda into it at any time, and he can only take them two. Other people can't, because the two have been defaulted by the system as residents there. Relative to 3 people, the place is very rich. 10 mu of land can be used to grow various crops, so it can be self-produced and sold. Yibai said to the two of them, "I will send you to a safe place first." He didn't wait for the two to ask anything, and directly teleported them to the villa of the magic hut. After doing this, without the oil bottle, Yibai started looking for a seed store under the city, planning to collect as many seeds of crops as possible. When he was busy outside, he was teleported to Natasha Romanoff and Wanda in the magic hut, and was attracted by this strange place. Natasha Romanoff ran to the window and looked out. Outside the window, there was a bare and unobstructed view, and she could see the thick fog that directly led to the sky from the far border. She didn't know where it was. Wanda also sobbed and walked to the window and looked outside with Natasha Romanoff. "Do you know where this place is?" Natasha Romanoff felt that this kind of thing, Wanda, a mysterious person, might know, and asked her. It may be other dimensions, or it may be pocket space. Wanda is not sure. The two walked out of the villa, looked around, and confirmed that the place was not big. When the two visited, beside them, packs of crop seeds emerged out of thin air and fell to the ground. Around the two of them, Yibai's voice sounded out of thin air. "This is the seed I found. It may be used in the future. You should familiarize yourself with the environment here. If you want to understand the situation outside, you can open the villa TV. The TV will show the situation outside from my eyes." Natasha Romanoff and Wanda quickly returned to the villa and turned on the large 150-inch LCD TV in the living room. The resolution of this screen is 128K, and the clarity is incredible. In the screen, a screen with Yibai as the first-person perspective is played. It can be seen from it that Yibai is hitting the autumn breeze in a seed shop, taking away the seeds of various crops there one by one. Chapter 6. Mutant School. In this chaotic New York City, Yibai searched all the way, but everything he thought was useful was searched into the magic hut space. Everyone in the chaotic city is fleeing or fighting, and no one pays attention to what he is doing. His behavior made the two people watching the live broadcast in the magic house speechless for a while. Natasha Romanoff shouted to the live TV in front of him, "Do this kind of thing later. You should save more people." Yibai, who was very cool with the various autumn winds outside, could hear the voice in the magic hut. He said, "There are at most 3 people in my place. Who believes your nonsense? This place is so spacious, you can't be too selfish." Natasha Romanoff, what he said is true. The rules of this space are not perfect. Once more than 3 people enter, the space may collapse. Scarlet Witch explained to Yibai that her ability can not only change reality, can observe reality. Natasha Romanoff knew he had misunderstood and was a little embarrassed. Yibai from outside was surprised when he heard Wanda's explanation. Is the other party's origin magic power so magical? Can actually feel this kind of thing. This is also good. Save the trouble of wasting tongue. Miss Maximoff, can you do me a favor? Yibai asked Wanda. What's busy? On the balcony on the second floor of the villa, there is a mechanical seat. People who sit on it can share their ability with others. I hope you sit on it, and let me borrow your ability temporarily. As long as you help us solve the trouble outside. I can only say my best. Yibai doesn't think he can solve it, so this is just to say it. Good. Scarlet Witch got up, walked to the second floor, and sat on the sci-fi chair. The chair is amazing. After she sat on it, she naturally understood how to use it and shared her ability with Yibai outside. Natasha Romanoff followed upstairs. She asked Wanda, who was sitting in the chair, "How do you feel?" "I feel like a ghost, possessed by him." Wanda said how he felt. Natasha Romanoff. She thinks she should go downstairs to watch TV, at least to see what is happening outside. Outside, Yibai temporarily stopped playing the Autumn Breeze and flew to the Xavier Youth Ability School in Westchester, which belongs to the suburbs, close to a town, and is relatively quiet. Well, it's really relative, but the situation is not optimistic. Yibai, who flew here, saw that all the people in that town became zombies. The dense zombies flocked to the mutant school like a tide. The X-Men fought hard to protect the students in the school. Professor X is transformed into a humanoid radar, and the heart connection is present. X-Men will coordinate the overall situation. X-Men members such as Cyclops, Beast, Shadowcat, Wolverine, Colossus, Storm, Iceman, etc. are struggling to support. At this moment, groups of crimson chaos energy spilled down in the sky, gradually filling the audience. The X-Men members bathed in red energy didn't feel much, but those who were infected with the zombie virus were not so beautiful. White smoke appeared on their bodies as if they had been splashed with sulfuric acid, and abscesses and blood blisters formed on the surface of the skin. Looking at this ability, X-Men thought that Scarlet which came to support, but when they looked up, they found that it was an unfamiliar Asian man. Cyclops shouted to Gaokong, "Friend, who are you?" "My name is Yi, and I am a partner of justice." Yi Bai has the attitude that we are one's own. Everyone in X-Men doesn't doubt that he has him. It's always good to have a powerful DPS to join at this time. Yi Bai landed on the ground and kept swaying origin magic power. But to be honest, his attack is not efficient at all, and it doesn't have the effect of almost rewriting reality when Wanda is used. Mainly because of his lack of experience in using origin magic power plus to modify the probability of ability. However, Wanda, who was sitting in the shared chair on the second floor of the magic house, kept teaching his own ability skills in Yi Bai's heart, allowing Yi Bai to quickly become familiar in the battle, and his combat power became more and more over time. Powerful. This mutant school defense battle lasted for more than half an hour, but the zombies outside tended to increase, and they no longer entered from the main entrance, but surrounded the school and invaded from all directions, which made the defense more and more. The harder it is. Yi Bai just learned Wanda's alter reality ability at this time, ready to launch. First determine the inner desire. I hope. Then determine the ability area. Xavier Youth Ability School Scope. Finally stated the purpose. Don't have zombies. A burst of intense white light spread around Yi Bai, covering the entire campus in the blink of an eye. There is no doubt that at this moment, the school-wide reality has been modified. However, due to the metamorphosis of the zombie virus, alter reality's ability does not allow the zombies to disappear directly. Therefore, the way to achieve ability is not to kill the zombies, nor to turn the zombies into humans again, but to directly exclude the zombies in the area. Within the school, after alter reality, this new reality will last for a long time. In other words, within the scope of the school, no zombies can enter it in a short time, and this has become an area where zombies can't set foot. It's as if there is an invisible to the zombie enchantment guarding this place. When the light disappeared, the school became quiet. The X-Men looked at each other. They were familiar with this white light. It was the ability of Scarlet Witch Wanda, but the people who used ability were very strange. They gathered around Yi Bai, who was the initiator. Professor X Charles Xavier thanked him as a representative, and then he asked, "I wonder what is the relationship between Mr. Yi and Miss Wanda Maximoff?" Yi Bai at the moment's mental state is very bad. Even if the ability of alter reality is borrowed, he and Wanda share the consequences of the spell, and the area of ability is only mutant school, which is not easy to bear. Now his mind is full of babbles from the underworld god Sithorn, making him feel uncomfortable to death. After all, the source of the magic power of Wanda origin magic power is the great demon. There is a price to use the power of others. When the price reaches a certain point, you no longer be yourself, but become the incarnation of Sithorn in the world. Completely lose oneself. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Assembly. I wonder what is the relationship between Mr. Yi and Miss Wanda Maximoff. Professor X asked Yi Bai with a kind smile on his face. Yi Bai stood there in a daze for a long time before finally passing the sequelae of rewriting reality. He rubbed his groggy head and said, "She is my daughter-in-law." XN. The public X-Men was confused by his answer for a while. Isn't Wanda's boyfriend the robot Vision? How did this change? In the mystery cabin, Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting in the living room watching live TV, rolled his eyes. Sitting on the shared chair on the second floor, Wanda showed a few black lines on her forehead, but when she thought of the zombie Vision, She became desperate and sad again, and she didn't bother to care about Yi by talking nonsense outside. She didn't continue to work on this chair. Yi Bai borrowed her ability to rewrite reality, which also put a lot of pressure on her mind. She needs to relax, or she will collapse completely. Wanda went downstairs, sat down on the sofa in the living room, and watched this 150-inch giant LCD TV with Natasha Romanoff to understand the real-time dynamics outside. Outside, Yi Bai noticed that Wanda and the magic hut had left the chair. He naturally lost the origin magic power and the ability to modify the probability. After all, the ability was not his. It was easy to come and disappear. At the moment, outside the campus wall, there are more than 3,000 zombies surrounded by sight. If the reality in this area is not rewritten, the disaster that affects Mutant School will continue for a long time, and I don't know if it can be maintained in the end. Live. In the New York City area, many people with amazing combat power turned into zombies. In order to obtain more food, they began to leave the city and ran like the world. Quicksilver, the fastest zombie, has already reached the Asian side. Some of them went to Mutant School, and the zombies that came here from the city are much more powerful. Ordinary zombies can't run here in such a short time, and everyone who can run here has super ability. Suddenly, from above the sky, a large number of metal steel bars enveloped the school's surroundings like rain, piercing all the zombies nearby. Magneto fell from the sky. It seems that your trash is not worthless. As soon as the culprit came here, he began to ridicule. Magneto, you be asterisk 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 D came here to yell, just to mock us. Wolverine, who was once bullied by Magneto, saw Magneto, the villain boss, and didn't give him a good face. Definitely not. I am here to save your lives, and hope that we can join forces to save more people. In Yi Bai's magical cabin, Natasha Romanoff saw the culprit in the live broadcast and was immediately angry. This is the culprit responsible for all of this. Do you have the courage to do it, but you don't have the courage to admit it? Yi, expose him to me in public. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff looked a little hysterical, and yes, the good and harmonious world suddenly turned into the end of the world, and his teammates and various friends all became zombies. Natasha Romanoff's emotional out of control is simply normal. Wanda next to her heard that it was the end of the disaster caused by her father, which made her even more sad and desperate. Yi Bai said to the two in his heart, "It's all this time. It's better not to engage in civil war." Although Magneto is unforgivable, I can see that he still wants to redeem it. At this time, Magneto looked at Yi Bai with dangerous eyes. "Boy, who are you? How can I have my daughter's ability?" He can ask this. It means that Yi Bai was seen from afar by Magneto when he was fighting here. "My name is Yi Bai, mutant, and Wanda is my girlfriend." Yi Bai said nonsense. He is currently in the app position, and he is not afraid of Magneto, nor is he afraid of being discovered by Professor X that he is not mutant. Magneto was taken aback. Once, his daughter fell in love with a robot, and he was very worried. Although this is not very satisfactory now, it is undoubtedly much better than that of the robot. Not to mention the other's daughter's similar and powerful ability, at least it can be passed on from generation to generation. Ever since, Magneto acquiesced that Yi Bai was his son-in-law. An hour later, X-Men received a notice from Nick Fury from the Sky Shield. This notice was not only sent to X-Men, but also to all the superhero alive in the world. He told all the survivors to come to the Sky Shield of the Sky Fortress to gather. The Sky and Sky Fortress of the Sky Shield can be described as a condensed black technology. It is not small at all. Adding up each layer of space, the area is large enough to be comparable to New York City, and it can fly into outer space. That thing can be used as an immigration ship, and it must have been very laborious when it was built. However, compared to the Sky and Sky Fortress, the Mutant School, which has been modified from reality, is undoubtedly safer, but in order to save more people, X-Men still plans to send representatives to the Sky and Sky Fortress of the Sky Shield. Magneto, who was preparing to redeem his sins, would naturally go, and Yi Bai said that he would also go. On the X-Men's side, Wolverine, Storm, and Shadowcat, who had worked in the Sky Shield, went there. It's definitely, as a member of the Illuminati, Professor X just received the Iron Man Church, and the location is also in the Sky Fortress. so Professor X also followed. On the school side, only Cyclops, Beast, Shadowcat, Iceman, etc. are left to guard this place. Everyone boarded the X-Men's signature Blackbird fighter, with Storm Orolo Monroe acting as the driver, and drove it to the Sky Shield headquarters. 2 hours later, Conteon Fortress Conference Hall. At the moment, densely packed superhero gathered here. Yibai and others walked in and looked around. They were all strangely dressed people, most of whom could not be named. Only the people in the front row made him familiar: Iron Man Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, Fantastic Four Reed Richards, Susan Stone, Johnny Stone, Ben Graham, Thor, Odinson, Maria Hill, Bruce Banner, Mockingbird Barbara Morse, Agent Number 13 Sharon Card, and so on. Counting Professor X, Magneto, Storm, Wolverine, Shadowcat who came with Yibai, this lineup is really not that big. In the past, some people said that Marvel's New York was very capable. A large group of heroes would lift the plane when a plane fell. Yibai didn't believe it very much at the time, but he believed it when he saw the lineup in front of him. You know, the lineup here is not complete, and there are more superheroes who have become zombies outside. Chapter 8. Shadowcat and Aurora on the high platform at the top. Nick Fury, a tall one-eyed man wearing an agent uniform, stood there. Seeing that everyone was almost there, he signaled everyone present to be quiet. The center of the disaster, the beginning of the event, or these plagues, whatever it is called, we already know that it spread from the center of Manhattan, New York. We don't know how the event was. It happened, but it seemed that something had passed through from another world and entered our world. The Avengers were the first to rush to the location of the incident, as usual when dealing with similar incidents, and unfortunately became the first batch of infected people. Captain America, Hawkeye, Luke Cage, and Ms. Marvel became the way they are after being infected with the virus. Within a few hours, the virus spread to every corner of the world. At this time, someone saw Magneto, pointed at him and frowned, and said, "Who let him in?" Wolverine is a violent temper, and said unhappily, "We brought Magneto in." UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Okay, well, if he comes up and doesn't bite, that's our ally. What's more, the current form is urgent, and Magneto is a helper with ability. We can't ignore his existence. Nick Fury rounded off. In Yi Bai's magical cabin, Natasha Romanoff was a little crazy. Damn it, Fury, look carefully, Magneto is the culprit. Outside, just listen to Nick Fury continue. Now, it's too late to control the situation, but it's not too late to stop it. Maybe we can fight a turnaround. You are the last hope on this planet. If you can't succeed, we'll all be finished. That's why I have gathered you all here. Tell me about your plan, Fury. Iron Man said. Iron Man, you are working with MR, Fantastic, and Dr. Bruce Banner. First, think of a way to develop medicines to treat that virus. When you work, the rest of us will form several rescue teams to rescue and protect us. People here, until we save the world. Do you hear clearly? Nick Fury looked around the audience. At this time, a pessimist with a fragile psychological endurance jumped out. He is a young man with a strange golden helmet. This helmet is the new star helmet from Sandal, and this young hero is Sam, who inherited this helmet from his father and is now codenamed Rising Star. Don't you really think we can stop it? If someone you know is not here, then he is a monster outside. Do you know what this means? We have no way to start, and we have made this place according to our plan. How do we rescue the Noah's Ark flying in the air? Sorry, I know that all the troubles that can bring us together to deal with our global crises. I agree with this point. This is our duty. But the long talk that the guy just made is like saying that this is another version of the Kree and Skrull invasion, or the Thanos attack. It's not the same thing at all. Let's see how many people we have died. And now we have made a plan like a house. We all have to die. We are doomed to die. At the moment, the people present have more or less lost their friends, relatives, and lovers. Nova is out of control. It's normal to say these words. In fact, don't be surprised if anyone present has a psychological breakdown in the next second. Normal. I know this is not a perfect plan, but we can only do this for now. Another option is to surrender to those monsters. If anyone has this idea, you can say it at any time. Nick Fury stared at the person below, said these words. Seeing that no one said anything this time, Nick Fury made a concluding statement. This is my plan. Heroes, let's start. As the most inexistent of this group of heroes, Yi Bai stands here just like Xiao Transparent. He was asked for his name by the staff here, registered his at position ability, and then was assigned to a small team. The team members count him as a total of 3, and the other 2 are Kathleen and Pride and Jean-Marie Beaubill. Both of his teammates are powerful roles in Mutant. Kathleen and Pride nickname, Katie code name, Shadowcat. Ability, quantum body traversal, superb hacking technology. Resume, worked as an agent of the Sky Shield, joined the Holy Sword organization, and is now a main member of X-Men. Jean-Marie Beaubill code name, Aurora, Goddess of Dawn. Ability, the special molecular structure in the body makes her skin tough. In the atmosphere, she can also fly at Mach 10. In theory, she can fly 99% of the speed of light in the vacuum of the universe. The 2 teammates have a pocket-sized body, a taller figure, and they wear tight-fitting uniforms. Yi Bai, who is in casual clothes, stands with the 2 of them and looks a little out of place. The ability of the 3 people can be perfectly matched in terms of rescue. Yi Bai drives the tortoise shell to create a safe zone. Miss Aurora moves out at high speed to clean up miscellaneous soldiers. Miss Shadowcat crosses various obstacles to rescue passers-by. There is nothing wrong with this configuration. At least there is nothing wrong with the analysis of the staff here in the Tiandang Bureau. They thought that Shadowcat's crossing ability could traverse Yi Bai's position, but in fact it couldn't. Yi Bai used the position to hold up the 2 young ladies next to him and flew towards the New York City area. On the way, the 3 introduced each other and talked about their respective abilities. Although Shadowcat and Aurora are not familiar with each other, they also know each other's existence. Yi Bai is a complete stranger to the 2 of them, so both of them are more curious about him. Yi Bai also happily let the 2 young ladies understand themselves better. After talking with them for 4 hours, they flew slowly to New York City. At the moment, the outside world has completely darkened, but the whole city is still very lively, with gunshots, roars, wailings, calls for help, and vehicles crashing in an endless stream. Miss Shadowcat's ability is outstanding. She is the captain of this squad. After learning that Yi Bai's position can withstand nuclear explosions at close range, she decided to say, "Let's go to the Avengers Alliance headquarters first. Maybe there are surviving superhero." Miss Aurora has no objection. The 2 looked at Yi Bai. Yi Bai was speechless. They were really Marvel heroic girls. Each of them couldn't do well. They were really not afraid of death. Yi Bai felt that he had to do something in order to prevent these 2 young ladies from dying. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Black Queen, White Queen. Before I went to mutant school, I passed by Avengers Alliance. That place has been occupied by zombies, and there are no survivors. Yi Bai said this to dispel the idea of the 2 young ladies going there. Then do you have any good suggestions? Jiguang asked him. Through the previous small talks, Shadowcat and Jiguang have established a certain amount of trust in Yi Bai, knowing that he is a very knowledgeable person, not only the ability of Scarlet Witch, but also seems to know a little about everything. At the moment, I asked him for his thoughts. Just think he might have any good suggestions. We can go to Hellfire Club. If I remember correctly, the Black Queen in that place is Katie's teacher. Yi Bai said, in this period of the universe, the Black Queen of Hellfire Club is not the ancient witch Selene, who lived for 17,000 years, but the former X-Men's Jean Grey, or the other person's dark personality. Phoenix. Today's Hellfire Club is the time when White Queen is in power. If this universe is not set by a zombie hero, then soon, Dark Phoenix, Jean Grey's astral body will be projected after his death, and the soul will go to the white-burned house of Sister Phoenix. Only the corpse came out to scare people. The ancient witch Selene came to the Hellfire Club. Emma worked hard to figure out this difficult 1.5 meter. Tired of her heart, she quit the club and went to mutant school as a teacher to fulfill her teenage dreams, and went to hook up, by the way. The handsome pot Cyclops. Cough, the topic is too far away. Hearing Yi Bai's suggestion, Shadowcat's expression is subtle. Although Jean Grey is her teacher, but how dangerous Dark Phoenix is, Shadowcat, as X-Men, knows nothing better. Are you really going to find him? It seems that it won't work if you don't go. It will be great fun to have the other party also become a zombie. Okay, let's go to Hellfire Club. Katie was persuaded. Under Katie's guidance, Yi Bai used the ability to carry the two young ladies and flew towards the Hellfire Club at a speed of 72 kilometers per hour. New York City is very big, and their flight speed is not very fast. From time to time, flying zombies intercept them on the road. At first, in the face of these flying zombies, the two young ladies were still worried about whether the position could be defensive, but they were relieved to find that no interceptor could defeat it. Having such a powerful human-shaped shield in the team is indeed a very secure thing. On the Hellfire Club side, the situation is not good. The black car, the white car, and even Tasha, the spy that Professor X sent here for a long time, have all been killed. There are only two people alive in the club today, that is, White Queen Emma, Frost, and Black Queen, Blacken, Jean Grey. Compared with the chaos of the neighborhood, the top floor of the club seems to be another world here. The first floor does not seem to burn down the building. The Phoenix flame wraps this floor. Dark Phoenix sits at the bar, sipping wine leisurely, as if everything happening outside has nothing to do with her. And White Queen Emma, Frost, she didn't let Dark Phoenix let her go, which didn't care about everything. Instead, she stood by the window, looking worriedly at the completely broken world outside. She is a hedonistic capitalist. After graduating from Imperial State University, she inherited the family business from her father Winston, relies on telepathy ability to run the company, and walks in the upper circle of the Hellfire Club to build relationships. It can be said that she is very comfortable. She is the person who least wants the world to change, because she is already doing well. Now that the world has become such a ghost, egoists like her are confused about the future. Compared with her, Dark Phoenix, a person who is on the verge of a variety of emotional explosions anytime and anywhere, is more comfortable with the present, not to mention Dark Phoenix still wants to become a zombie to release himself. At this moment, 3 people flew by the window on the top floor, to be precise, outside the window in front of Emma. It is Yi Bai, Shadowcat, and Aurora. Emma saw the 3 people outside the window and recognized 2 of them. She was shocked. She didn't understand what she could do without finding a place to hide in this dangerous time. She turned to Dark Phoenix behind her and said, "Let them in." Dark Phoenix waved his hand indifferently and continued to drink her wine, but the flames by the window disappeared. Emma opened the window, and the 3 of them flew in. The flames filled the place where they came in again, blocking out the danger. When Yi Bai saw these 2, he felt that it was indeed a beautiful man, and there were so many beauties. White Queen has blonde hair, dressed in white wrapped chest plus white hot pants plus white high heels plus white cloak. She has a hot body and a beautiful appearance. She is a queen fan with a superior aura. Not far from the indoor bar, the Dark Phoenix sitting there feels incredible. With red hair, wearing a red dress and long skirt, as long as you look at her, you can feel a kind of undisguised and enthusiastic life emotion that seems to burn everything. This is the characteristic of a phoenix. White Queen and Professor Grey, the world needs your help. When Shadowcat Katie spoke, she was about to pull others out to save the world. Yi Bai felt that with these 2 personalities, such an invitation would definitely be useless. Just as he thought, Emma said, "Forget it, my little arms and legs, I still don't go out to die." That's right, White Queen persuaded. In the case that telepathy ability is not effective against zombies, her ability to protect herself is only to diamondize her body. However, this defense is not absolute. Among the zombies that bite people everywhere, there are a lot of people who can break her. Dark Phoenix's answer is more direct, not interested. Katie was very disappointed, but she still wanted to try to persuade her, but Yi Bai interrupted her. "Then I will give you an interesting proposal. How about we leave this damn world together?" Sure enough, after hearing what he said, both Emma and Dark Phoenix were interested. They looked at the stranger and started telepathy in a tacit understanding, wanting to see the deep memory of this guy's heart. With superficial ideas. It's just that ability was cut off by ad, and the 2 didn't see much. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Cabin Upgrade Task. Who are you? Dark Phoenix, who didn't feel his heart, got up from the bar, holding a glass of red wine, walked elegantly and proudly to Emma's side, and stared at Yi Bai with Emma. "My name is Yi." Yi Bai introduced himself. "Tell me about your plan." This time it was Emma who was questioning. At the same time, she was still looking at the Asian man up and down, as if she wanted to see his secret. Traveling through parallel worlds, traveling through different dimensional spaces, traveling through time and space, and returning to the past. You should be familiar with these concepts. I think Miss Dark Phoenix can do at least one of these things. Yibai said his thoughts. I really don't want to stay in this zombie hero universe. Phoenix Force is omnipotent. It can not only destroy everything, but also create everything. Time, space, matter, and energy are meaningless in front of the Phoenix. The incandescent house where Phoenix is located can indeed be traversed. Sheen and Rachel Summers, daughter of Cyclops on another timeline, used Phoenix Force to do similar things. Eternity and Infinity joined forces to seal the upper limit of the cosmic energy not long ago. There are very few things I can do now. The implication of Dark Phoenix's words is that she can't do it. Yibai was a little disappointed after hearing this. He asked Scarlet Witch in the magic house in his heart, "Can your ability do it?" That is the power of alter reality, not the power that spans time and space. Scarlet Witch said, apparently Jin and Black Widow have been observing the situation outside the mysterious cabin, knowing what has happened in the outside world this half-day. Yibai simply changed his mind. He looked at the black and white pair and said, Scarlet Witch is with me. Her alter reality's ability can break through the barrier of multi-universe. In a timeline I know, she puts herself in multi-universe. Outside the universe, the Starlight Castle of Merlin's daughter Roma in the super-universe is destroyed. She has the ability to break the energy level suppression of this universe by eternity and infinity, and then Dark Phoenix will take us along. The incident, he said, happened at the end of the M Royal incident. Scarlet Witch said, don't have mutant anymore, because she did not limit the effective range of ability blessing at the time, and ability spread indefinitely. Ma's Starlight Castle was blown up, so Yibai was deeply impressed. Hearing Scarlet Witch, Dark Phoenix's eyes seemed to flicker with flames and brightened, and he said, you can try it, but to be on the safe side, I only take 5 people away. Emma shook her fingers next to her, jokingly. Me, Dark Phoenix, you, Scarlet Witch, and the 2 little girls next to you. There are 6 people. There are not enough parking spaces. Who do you want to abandon? After Yibai spoke, Shadowcat and Aurora remained in a daze. Hey, isn't our purpose to save people? Why is the style of painting suddenly crooked? Take refuge in another world? This seems feasible. There are only 5 parking spaces, which is obviously not enough. And Katie has people in this world who can't give up. If they can't go together, what's the point of leaving by herself? Shadowcat looked resentful and asked Yibai, so your purpose is to use their power to leave this world? Yibai nodded and lied. To tell you the truth, I am actually an Omega mutant. Ability not only creates and manipulates the position, but also predicts the future. In my prediction of the future, the world is over. God the Shield plan did not succeed. All superhero turned into zombies. They ate most of the humans in this world. Soon after the planet Devourers descended on the Earth, they were still eaten by them, and they also gained his cosmic energy. These zombie heroes began to wreak havoc across the universe. After listening to him, Katie and Aurora covered their mouths in shock. Unbelievable that the future will be so dark. They didn't doubt Yibai's words, because very few Omega mutants really have the ability to predict the future, which everyone present knows very well. Compared to the future, Emma is more curious about her own destiny. In the future, you see, what will happen to me? You were in a diamond state, and you were smashed by a zombie stone man in the Fantastic Four, and Dark Phoenix became a zombie. Yibai spoilers. Emma's mouth twitched. Dark Phoenix is not surprised by the fate of becoming a zombie. If there is no change in the future, maybe she will take the initiative to be bitten by the zombie to experience what it feels like to be a zombie. Yibai looked at Shadowcat and Aurora and asked them, do you want to leave together? Although there is one less ticket, I still have a way to make it up. After listening, the 2 young ladies fell silent, not knowing how to choose. Leaving means abandoning everything in this world, but you can go to a better world and start a new life. If you stay, there is a high probability that you will become a zombie in this world on the edge of the doomsday, or be eaten to death. At this moment, Yibai's go-to-the-finale system reminder sounded in his mind. Magical House Upgrade Task Trigger. Quest. Fantastic Four in the Ultimate Universe. Number 1610. Introduction. A month later, the Tian Shield camp collapsed across the board, and almost all heroes were turned into zombies. It took them 3 years to eat up almost all humans on the Earth. Zombie MR. Fantastic couldn't bear the hunger, using a communication device to trick the Ultimate Universe peers into the zombie universe. The purpose is to get away to the Ultimate Universe. MR. Fantastic, who traveled here, found that the world was devastated. P.S. The second setting is made here, and the time is stretched. Requirement: save MR. Fantastic of the Ultimate Universe and send him back to his hometown. Reward: the magic hut is upgraded to level 2, which can accommodate residents from 3 to 7 people, and the area is expanded 10 times on the original basis. Seeing this task, Yi-Bai's mouth twitched. You can see from the introduction that you need to wait 3 years and 1 month to complete this task. Shadowcat said, although the temptation of the new world is great, I am sorry, I will not leave my parents and professors like my father, my friends, comrades in arms, and my students. I cannot give up on them. If this world really cannot be saved, I would rather become a zombie like them. When she said this, Yi-Bai and White Queen Emma immediately looked at this young lady with admiration. Should I say, is it worthy of being X-Men's highly popular character Shadowcat? Look at this consciousness. Compared with her, egoists like Yi-Bai and Emma are as dark as those who crawl out of a mud puddle. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Go's 3-year development plan. Seeing that Katie had made a decision, Yi-Bai looked at Aurora Jenny again. Aurora, or Jean-Marie Beaubill. She didn't have many fetters in this world, and her parents died in a car accident when she was a baby. Well, this is a very protagonist setting. After the death of her parents, Jenny was adopted and separated from his twin brother Jean. She was introverted and thought about suicide. That was when she was 13 years old. It was also because of her suicidal behavior that ability Awakening became mutant. Unfortunately, half a day ago, his unlucky brother became a zombie. Yi-Bai remembered that in a certain version of the story, Aurora's mother was Polaris Lorna. This memory is rather vague, and he is not sure if it is true. It is definitely not the case in the zombie hero universe anyway. Here, Lorna is estimated to be in her 20s. How could she have a daughter as big as Aurora? Although she has been talking about her little sister, she is not young at all. She looks like she is in her early 20s. Miss Aurora Roar took a deep breath. Her expression firmed from hesitation. Unlike Katie, there are not many things worthy of nostalgia in this world. That being the case, why stay in this world? Is it fun to be a zombie? She glanced at her little friend Shadowcat guiltily and apologetically, and then stood next to Yi-Bai, expressing her determination to follow. Seeing that the little friend had made a decision, Shadowcat looked a little disappointed. She just wanted to say something. Yi-Bai said at this moment, Katie, the right to choose whether you go with us or not is not in you, but in us. Yi-Bai snapped his fingers, and along with the snapping sound, the origin magic power shared from Scarlet, which was activated. I saw Shadowcat gradually turn gray and white stone into a lifeless statue, which was temporarily sealed. He took a step forward, put his hand on the Shadowcat statue, and put it in the magic hut. Before, when Katie and Aurora were still thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff had a big brain in the magic hut. On a whim, he said to Wanda and Yi-Bai outside, if you seal people, can you bring them into this place? Based on her insight, Yi-Bai felt that it was nothing to try, so he let Wanda sit on the sharing chair on the balcony on the 2nd floor. What did you do? Aurora reacted, and Shadowcat turned into a stone statue, which made her a little surprised. I saved her life. Yi-Bai said this with confidence. Aurora quickly calmed down. She said, Katie is different from me. She has many fetters here. If you do this, she will hate you to death. Yi-Bai shrugged. Hate it if you hate it. Dark Phoenix and Emma admire Yi-Bai's domineering style very much. This is Hellfire Club. Emma also invited Yi-Bai. In another world, I will set up Hellfire Club. Are you interested in joining? The positions of the White King and Black King are up to you. Regardless of whether the White King, Black King, or the White Queen and the Black Queen, they are named according to the names of the chess pieces. It does not mean that you become the White King. The White Queen is just your code name. Okay. Yi-Bai did not refuse. Emma took the opportunity to invite Jenny Aurora again. How about you? Do you want to join? Can you choose the position of the knight and the chariot? Aurora Jane said, I will consider it. Where is Scarlet Witch? When are we leaving? Dark Phoenix asked at this time. Scarlet Witch's origin magic power, along with its use, will put a great burden on her spirit. After all, it is the power of the underworld god Sithorn. To offset the burden, I need some sacrifices to pass on the magic cost. Zombies are a good sacrifice. I believe Sithorn will not refuse, but the number of sacrifices may be a lot. It will take about 3 years for this world to completely fall into the hands of zombies. We will take 3 years as the limit and set off after 3 years. Yi Bai is the completion of 3. The task after the year can only be used this way, and the spell can indeed be added to the sacrifice step. Sacrifice in advance before casting the spell. You can also sacrifice on the spot. Definite can also be owed first if the source of magic exists. It is easier to talk. Unleashing magic requires a price. It is common sense in this world. It is not only Scarlet Witch who rewrites reality and requires a price, even when Doctor Strange casts spells. However, compared to Scarlet Witch's use of Sithorn's power to cast spells, Doctor Strange's borrowed Veshan Emperor Trinity power cost less. In the past, Hellfire Club was not without magician joining, so Emma knew this very well. Dark Phoenix has also seen magician, such as Colossus's cruel black-hearted sister Iriana Rasputin, codenamed the Mystery. She is a black magician and the lord of the border of hell. It just took these 3 years to get up and develop slowly, collecting the good things in this world. Then wait 3 years. Dark Phoenix didn't care much about it. The 3 years of the Doomsday world, it must be quite long. Emma raised her forehead. Can't we advance? I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on to that time. Don't worry about this. My position is very defensive. Even Sentry, which claims to have 1 million fixed-star explosive power, can't break it, and I can keep driving it without consumption. Is that why I can't read your mind? You can't read your mind to me. It doesn't matter whether I open it or not. It's just that your mental capacity is not at home. Maybe you can read your mind to me by changing to Professor X. Yi Bai said nonsense. He would not admit that he was like the other person. Guess that. Besides, At's position can not only create one, he can also open another one in his head, specifically to defend against heart control. So even if Emma and Dark Phoenix are telepathy people into his position, he can ensure the safety of the secrets in his head. What he said made Emma very upset. Although her spiritual ability is not as good as Professor X, the world's #1 spiritual master, it is not much worse. Okay, Emma is second in the world. But when Emma thought that Professor X had a brainwave amplifier, he didn't bother to argue. Find a safe place first. Do you have any recommendations for a place to stay in the future? Yi Bai asked the opinions of these locals in the zombie universe. Dark Phoenix said domineeringly, "If you are not too far away, I can find a planet suitable for our survival as far as possible from the galaxy." Yi Bai shook his head and said, "Aliens are not a good sacrifice to Sithorn. We'd better stay on Earth and observe developments here at any time." Local tyrant Emma said, "In Hawaii, I have a private island close to the high seas, covering an area of 3 square kilometers. Is there a photo of that place? Let me take a look at the location, and I will take you to send it over." Yi Bai said, "You still have this ability? Well, you are Omega Mutant. But before I leave, I need to sort out the things I need to bring." Emma said, and went to pack things. Sister Dark Phoenix is alone. Generally speaking, everything she needs is burned out. If she wants to eat, the food will be created out of thin air between the flames in her hands, so she doesn't need to bring anything. Asterisk. Chapter 12. This is the essence Emma's private resort island. This is a small island, but the altitude is relatively high. The highest point is more than 20 meters from the sea. Even if the tide is high, it is unlikely that the villa built at the highest point of the island will be flooded. The villa is luxurious inside and outside. The 3-story European-style villa is surrounded by stone fences. There are gardens, lawns, swimming pools, swings, and several coconut trees in the courtyard. In the interior of the villa, the decoration layout reveals the connotation of low-key luxury everywhere, which is despised at first glance. But in the eyes of people who know the goods, it is not difficult to see that everything here is expensive luxury. Yi Bai belongs to the kind of people who don't know the goods. There is no way. Before crossing, he is not a local tyrant, so he doesn't know what the local tyrant's world is like. At the moment, it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Everyone teleported to this place, and Emma arranged a room for everyone. Yi Bai's room is on the second floor to the left. The bedroom is spacious, 40 square meters visually, and there is a bathroom. Looking at the layout of the room, Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction. As soon as he entered it, he went into the bathroom and started taking a shower. After washing, he lay directly on the bed. He was really tired. But before he fell asleep, he concentrated his consciousness into the magic hut and took a look. When Yi Bai took a bath before, the two people watching the live broadcast had different expressions. Natasha Romanoff watched with relish. Wanda was not ashamed, but under the condition of unscrupulous One-Sen pulling her, Wanda blushed and watched the whole process. Up, Natasha Romanoff kept commenting. He has a very fit body, especially. Seeing that Yi Bai was about to rest, the two were also very sleepy. They went to the bathroom together to take a shower. At this time, Yi Bai focused his attention on the magic hut space, and he was very excited when he saw the two enter the bathroom. Natasha Romanoff quickly got into the bath, but Wanda was very hesitation. She weakly said, "Can he see us?" Natasha Romanoff doesn't matter if he is generous and generous. Just look at it. Yi Bai, who was peeping, put his voice into the bathroom of the cabin and said with a smirk, "Your door just saw me. For the sake of fairness, I also watch you." Hearing this voice, Natasha Romanoff in the bath was quite a career line. "Our big prophet, when will you let us out?" "I'll talk about it tomorrow," Yi Bai said. Compared to Natasha Romanoff's calmness, Wanda was a little at a loss and was eventually run away in shame. She was not as unrestrained as Natasha Romanoff. Yi Bai feasted his eyes. There was no words for a night, and the next day, Yi Bai woke up just as the sky turned white. He got up, dressed and washed, and then went into the magic hut. Natasha Romanoff got up early. At the moment, he was doing yoga by the lake in the courtyard of the cottage. The famous name is Keep a Perfect Body. Seeing Yi Bai coming in, she raised her eyebrows and said, "When will you let us out?" "Anytime." As if he didn't expect Yi to answer this way, Natasha Romanoff said, "Then I will go out now. I can give you a privilege here so that you can enter and exit this place at any time." "Really?" Natasha Romanoff suspiciously. "Really?" Yi Bai said. "Someone is going to ask here, is Yi Bai not worried about revealing his secrets?" He definitely isn't worried. Because Yi Bai had just studied the fans go to finale system when he was washing outside. He discovered that the system had artificial intelligence, which could answer some of his questions. At that time, he asked the system a lot in his mind. For example, what privileges does the owner of the magic hut have? Don't ask, don't know. I really found a lot of settings that I didn't know before. Setting 1. Residents registered in the hut cannot be replaced unless they die. Setting 2. Residents cannot betray the owner of the cabin in any form, nor can they tell the secrets of the owner of the cabin to people outside the cabin. Setting 3. Unless the owner of the cottage agrees, the residents cannot fall in love with anyone. Setting 4. The lodge owner can transfer his own at position or reading the ability to other residents without using the shared chair. Only one person can be shared at the same time, or they can choose not to share. Based on these settings, Yi Bai was so relieved that Natasha Romanoff went out. Natasha Romanoff felt that she seemed to have something more, and when she felt it carefully, she found that she could see everything in this space. No matter what happened here, she could know it if she wanted to. She also realized that she could get in and out of here at any time, not limited to the distance. Even if she was on the other side of the universe, she could come back if she wanted to go back to the hut, and when she went out, she would appear where she entered. "I'll go out first and come back later." Natasha Romanoff's figure began to slowly become thin and transparent, gradually disappearing from this place. Outside, Natasha Romanoff, who just came out, suddenly felt a new feeling before he started observing the surroundings. It seems that Yi Bai shared his ability. She carefully felt that although her physical fitness has not improved, she has two super abilities. One is the at position, and the other is the transmission ability. These are all Yi Bai's abilities. Seeking Flowers, *. Chapter 13. 13. The evil taste of Black Widow. After Natasha Romanoff discovered that he had temporarily gained two super abilities, it was amazing, and he also knew their functions and the upper limit of their abilities. The position is absolute defense, which belongs to the 11-dimensional, beyond the almighty universe, force, which allows the user to defend against attacks in all situations. Teleportation can instantly reach any place with an impression in this universe. Natasha Romanoff summarized the other party's ability from what Yi-Bai showed. Create and control the position of at, transmit and create pocket dimensions, share each other's abilities, and predict the future. Natasha Romanoff did the same as Yi-Bai, with a layer of at on the surface of his body. With this thing, he feels full of security. It's better to put in that position in your head to avoid being read by telepathy ability people under special circumstances. Yi-Bai said, his voice resounding in Natasha Romanoff's mind. I only know now, why did you feel confident when facing the zombie sentry yesterday? Natasha Romanoff sighed. The sun gradually rose, and Emma, Frost, Dark Phoenix, and Aurora got up one after another. When the three of them had finished washing and dressing and came to the living room, they were surprised to see Natasha Romanoff sitting on the sofa in the living room. Black Widow, why are you here? Huh. Wait, are you Yi? Emma asked in surprise. I don't know if it is Natasha Romanoff's evil taste, she nodded. Yes, ability similar to Mystique. Do you think I am like Black Widow? Emma believed it. After all, Black Widow does not have super ability, so she joked. No matter the image, sound, or even temperament, it is the same as Black Widow. I just didn't expect that you still have a hobby of becoming a woman. Both Dark Phoenix Jean and Aurora Jane were surprised by the look. The corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth cocked, and she ignored Yi-Bai's dissatisfaction complaints in her mind and continued to add someone to him. Are you really sure that I was yesterday? Is it really me? Tell me, who are you? Now my name is Natasha Romanoff. Okay, I won't ask. Emma waved her hand, too lazy to worry about this kind of brain-burning question. The corner of Natasha Romanoff's mouth smiled thicker, and she began to use Yi-Bai ability to pretend to be forced, only to see that she waved her hand, and a lot of food was transformed from nothing on the coffee table in front of him. This food was taken out of Yi-Bai's pocket dimension. Natasha Romanoff asked Roar to eat breakfast together. What's this? Creating something out of thin air. Jenny was curious about this. How much ability does the other party have? Just take out what you already have. In essence, it's still space ability. Natasha Romanoff used Yi-Bai ability, pretending to be vigorous. Do you have a lot of supplies here? After all, you have to live here for 3 years. The food here is not enough. Emma asked her. Not much. I will go out and collect some later. Do you need help? Unnecessary. After having breakfast, Natasha Romanoff used the reading note to leave the Emma Holiday Island and arrived in New York. Come here on the one hand to collect supplies, on the other hand to find people who need to be rescued and to know. At the moment, New York has completely become a zombie paradise. Fantastic Hunt, Wanda and Yi-Bai had breakfast together and began to discuss how to farm in their pockets. Although the two have no experience in this area, they don't have much technical content in farming. They are nothing more than reclamation, planting, fertilization, irrigation, and harvesting. Wanda was very interested in this. Using the alter reality ability operation, the surrounding wasteland was automatically cultivated, and seeds were automatically planted in it, which quickly took root and sprouted. After a short time, the area around the hut was lush and lush. There are orchards, farmland, open-hanging farming method. You can't accept it. You are amazing. Yi-Bai did not hesitate to praise even if it was different from the portable farming he imagined. Wanda smiled embarrassedly, and she could see that she had a sense of accomplishment about what she had made. When farming, Yi-Bai tried to pursue Wanda. Perhaps it was a certain characteristic that the magic hut added to the residence, so that Wanda had no resistance to Yi-Bai's punctuality. Outside, Natasha Romanoff, who was collecting supplies, curled his lips. With the secondary authority of the mysterious hut shared by Yi-Bai, she watched what happened to the two people inside. She discovered that Wanda fell quickly, which is very unscientific. Could it be that the zombies of the Phantom changed her too much, and she began to abandon herself? She just watched, and after a while, she saw the two of them enter the bedroom of the villa together. The corners of Natasha Romanoff's eyes jumped. Did these two progress too fast? This unscientific. As she continued to observe, she found that Wanda was doing this kind of thing for the first time. She is very curious. Hasn't anything happened when Wanda was together with the fantasy world? Even if the fantasy world is a robot, there is still a function similar to some kind of vibration device, right? In the evening, Natasha Romanoff returned to Emma's holiday island. The island has been surrounded by dark phoenix flames, forming a powerful barrier to isolate it from the inside and outside. This enchantment not only isolates the inside and outside, it can also prevent outside detection and avoid being discovered by zombies with strong perception and then run here to harass everyone's lives. It makes this place extremely safe. At dinner, Yi Bai and Wanda came out from the magic hut, and all the staff officially met. Emma and others saw Yi Bai, Wanda, and Natasha Romanoff appear together, but I don't know where they were deceived by Natasha Romanoff this morning. The other party was not changed by Yi Bai at all. It was Black Widow himself. Emma squinted her eyes and said with an uncomfortable voice, "I said, you guys, don't you have anything to explain?" Asterisk. Chapter 14. A sacred activity. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and looked at Yi Bai, motioning for him to explain. Yi Bai looked around, swept across everyone, half-truth and half-false explanation. I created a pocket space. Because the ability is not at home, the rules of the pocket space are a bit strange. At present, only 3 people can enter the place, and the people who enter will be bound by the identity. Unless my ability is improved, no newcomers can be entered. Natasha Romanoff and Wanda were in it before. It's okay to be sealed and brought in like Shadowcat. Emma squinted at him, her eyes full of distrust. As the second strongest spiritual master on Earth, even without telepathy, her instinct told her that the other party did not fully tell the truth. I don't remember Natasha Romanoff's super ability. I also said before that the rule of that pocket space is very strange. People bound there can share ability with each other. Yi Bai said briefly. Anyway, there is in that position, as long as it is always on, no one can do anything about him. He only needs to make sure that the core secret of the system is not revealed. Yi Bai has a hunch that as he keeps completing the tasks released by the system, he will open more system functions and gain more abilities. Emma believed him to a limited extent, but she also realized how incredible Yi Bai's shared ability is. She also wants to be shared ability, especially the other party's ability, which is known as absolute defense. With this stuff, she can also go out and wander around. Instead of staying on this holiday island as a housemate. Really only 3 people can be admitted? So far, yes. Well, looking forward to your growth. Before I knew it, a month passed. The hero camp was defeated across the board, and all the super British groups became zombies, and more were eaten. The gang of zombies are like locusts in transit. They swarmed up when they encountered living people. They even formed a group to attack Black Panther's Wakanda, Namor's Atlantis, Dumb's Latville, and Black Bat King's Outland. The threat of zombies shrouded the world like a dark cloud, and the survivors were panicked, hiding in Tibet, and ugly human nature was staged everywhere. Compared with the chaos of the outside world, Emma's holiday island is breezy and sunny. As usual, how should a few people live their lives and only pay attention to the external situation in a limited way? By this time, everyone could see that the doomsday could no longer be stopped, and the extinction of mankind was only a matter of time. This month, Yi Bai had a pretty good life and occasionally went out with Natasha Romanoff to collect various materials and techniques. Today, Natasha Romanoff drove the position to wrap himself and teleported out as usual, wandering around the world, looking for everything that may be needed to bring back to the magic hut, and by the way, rescue the survivors encountered. According to her, this is for her own sake. The dark past atonement. Even if she knew that this would only delay the death of these people, but she did it anyway. She didn't come up with the idea of bringing the refugee seal into her pocket. There were too many people and she couldn't save it, and she was worried that Yi Bai's space would collapse due to this, and she would cut her own way. In the magic hut, Wanda sat sideways on Yi Bai's lap and watched the Doomsday live broadcast on TV from the perspective of Natasha Romanoff. She peeled a grape and stuffed it into Yi Bai's mouth. Yi Bai opened his mouth, ate it in one bite, and held her finger. Wanda withdrew his wet finger and used it to poke Yi Bai's face. When the two were tired, the system released a new task to Yi Bai. Obviously, the last task hadn't been completed yet. Task: anyone who is capable can live for a long time. Introduction: do you want to live forever? Want to live forever? Requirement: complete Wanda's wish. Reward: 3 mutated ginseng fruit trees. Introduction to the variant ginseng fruit tree. Flower in 1 day, fruit in 3 days, and mature in 5 days. Smell it to cure all diseases, detoxify, and eat one to increase longevity for 1 year. P.S. 3 fruit trees, so you can't finish eating until you vomit. Seeing the task reward, Yi Bai's eyes lit up and he asked Wanda, "What is your wish?" Wanda said, "I want children." Yi Bai, cheating. But for the sake of immortality, he gritted his teeth and fought. So, 2 months later, after being examined by Natasha Romanoff, who is said to have a doctor's license, Wanda became pregnant. I said you too, it's the end now. Under such circumstances, you still kill people and don't pay attention to the occasion. Natasha Romanoff held his forehead speechlessly. This is Wanda's wish. Yi Bai said, "Well, I'm very happy." Wanda nodded. Natasha Romanoff felt that the two of them were hopeless. Perhaps it would be nice to have a little angel here. She thought so. You have completed the task. Anyone who can live for a long time. 3 ginseng fruit trees are ready. Please confirm the planting location. Yi Bai did some operations in the system in his mind. So 3 trees in the orchard of the magic hut space took root and grew into a towering tree over 20 meters high in less than 10 seconds. Wanda and Natasha Romanoff both have the sub-privilege of the magic hut and are in a state of omniscience about this space. They noticed the 3 fast-growing trees in the orchard outside the house, and they also found that there were many pinks growing on them. Fruits that look like babies. That's it. Natasha Romanoff asked Yi Bai suspiciously. I just made a breakthrough in ability and tried to create 3 trees. If the fruits on it meet my expectations, it should be able to restore youth and delay aging. Yi Bai's explanation was that Wanda, who learned that she was pregnant in a state of surprise, was stunned. They thought Yi was joking. Try it. Yi Bai asked Roar to join them, and the 3 of them walked out of the villa together and walked to the 3 trees. How does this fruit grow like this? Is it really edible? Wanda stared at the shape of the fruit on the tree, always feeling a little bit unable to lower his mouth. Natasha Romanoff is much more straightforward. She picked a fruit and asked Yi Bai, "Isn't it poisonous?" "At least you can't eat dead man." Yi Bai shrugged. During this period of time, Natasha Romanoff built enough trust in Yi Bai. Since the other party said that he could not eat dead man, she started to eat. A magical thing happened. Under the gaze of Yi Bai and Wanda, Natasha Romanoff's appearance became a little younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you insist on describing it, it is roughly equivalent to changing from a 28-year-old appearance to a 25-6-year-old appearance, and the skin texture becomes better, more delicate and smooth. Although Natasha Romanoff's actual age is actually very old, he was born in 1928. Wanda was stunned by this scene. This fruit can really restore youth. Natasha Romanoff seemed to be aware of her own changes. Some of the hidden injuries accumulated in her body as a result of performing dangerous tasks over the years seemed to disappear, and her spirits became more vigorous. She exclaimed, "It's delicious." Unable to hold back, he picked another one and continued to eat. I ate until the 5th one and finally couldn't eat it anymore. And her appearance age has changed to 20 years old, the most beautiful double 10th in human beings. Wanda stared at her changes, and Yi Bai was excited about it. Natasha Romanoff found a mirror to take a photo, and found that she was really young, especially the texture of her skin, which became as delicate and smooth as a newborn baby, and she was surprised. When she looked at the 3 fruit trees again, her eyes were different. This is a treasure. She looked at Yi Bai again. To be able to create this kind of thing, the other party's ability may be more than she imagined, even more magical. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Ni's Lily Leaf. Seeing the changes in Natasha Romanoff, Yi Bai and Wanda were not idle either. They picked a few fruits and ate them. The original version of ginseng fruit. Eating one can increase your lifespan for 47,000 years. This copycat of Yi Bai is naturally not comparable, but it is not without advantages. Compared with the original version that blooms for 3,000 years, produces fruit for 3,000 years, matures for 3,000 years, and can only be eaten in 10,000 years, this cottage only needs 1 day to bloom, 3 days to bear fruit, and 5 days to mature. Roughly counting, there are at least about 300 fruits in each number, and 3 trees are 900. Counting the time it takes to bloom, bear fruit, and mature, It takes a total of 9 days. In other words, every 9 days thereafter, 900 fruits will be abundant, and it is really hard to eat until you vomit. Maybe you can use the extra fruit to squeeze juice and make fruit wine. He even thinks about the name, and it's called youth juice and youth wine. After eating the fruit, Yi Bai and Wanda are aged. They have recovered from their 25 and 60-year-olds. They seem to have a little better physical fitness, and they feel particularly refreshed. To eat and drink, Natasha Romanoff left to go to the outside world. She was recently collecting technical reserves for her side, so that she could use the technology here to make profits in another world. This is still Yi Bai's proposal, a proper cross-flow routine. For example, Iron Man's energy technology, Ant-Man's PIM particle technology, Osborne Industrial's biotechnology, etc., are all valuable assets. Natasha Romanoff doesn't mind making her material life better in another world. She knows that once she gets to the other side, she is a person with no past relative to that world. She will not be bound by her past identity and can do everything she wants. Things you want to do, such as doing charity, continue to atone for your dark past. These days, Natasha Romanoff has successively obtained many precious technical materials, including Stark's energy technology and steel battlesuit technology. Before, she might not be able to steal technology from Stark. She tried it when she didn't join SHIELD, but it failed. But now it's different. Let's not say that Iron Man becomes a zombie and no longer cares about her own technical leakage. Even if there is no zombie apocalypse, she who can borrow Yi Bai and Wanda ability can easily steal what she wants. Natasha Romanoff left. Yi Bai and Wanda went to the outside Emma Holiday Island together. At the moment, it was noon. In the bedroom of the island villa, Dark Phoenix was lying here to sleep. She had been sleeping for nearly a week, and she planned to sleep all the time. For her, the outside world is very boring, so it's better to lie down. Sleeping in bed is more fun in your dreams. It is best to sleep until the day of departure. For ordinary people, let alone it is impossible to sleep forever. Even if they can, they will starve to death in their sleep, so Dark Phoenix can sleep like this. Aurora Jenny is also sleeping, and unlike Dark Phoenix, she takes a nap. Emma was bored too. She wanted to sleep like Dark Phoenix until the day of departure, but ability didn't allow it. In order to pass the boring time, she can only sit on the sofa in the living room, holding a novel and watching. The book she asked Natasha Romanoff, who often went out, to bring back from outside. The subject matter is mostly fantasy and romance. For example, the book she is reading now is called Southern Vampire. Yi Bai and Wanda appeared in the living room. Emma looked up at them and was surprised to find that these two have become younger. If you tell me how to regain youth, I will promise you one request that is not excessive. How about it? Emma stared at the two with beaming eyes. Emma is about the same age as Jean Grey, Cyclops, and others. Now in her 30s and 40s, her ability has certain anti-aging properties, and with proper care, she looks like a 27-year-old young woman. For a beauty-loving woman like Emma, if there is a chance to regain her youth, she will seize it at any cost. If I tell you, I have a baby here that will keep you double 10 forever, will you still marry me? Yi Bai complained. If you only love me, my answer is yes. Yi Bai shrugged and said nothing to Emma. She took out a few fruits and put them in front of her and introduced the effects of the fruits. Emma picked up one and took a bite and found that it tasted great. As the flesh of the fruit fell and she felt the changes in her body, she got up and took a mirror, looking at herself in the mirror while eating fruit. Looking at her younger and younger face, she opened her appetite. She ate all the fruits Yi Bai took out in one go. Her appearance was restored to double tense, and her face value improved by a few % out of thin air. It was even more immediate than going to a plastic surgery clinic. Yi Bai admires the more beautiful appearance of Emma. In the afternoon, Aurora woke up and went downstairs. She found that everyone's appearance had become almost her age, and she thought she was dreaming. After asking, it turns out that Yi Bai has the fruit of prolonging lifespan and restoring youth. Youth and beauty are drugs to all women. Look at the sales of various cosmetics, and you will know that all women are craving it. For a long time to come, Dark Phoenix didn't mean to wake up. She seemed to have become a vegetable. 10 months later, Yi Bai and Wanda's child was born, a baby girl, mixed. The two named her Agnes Yi. Little is very cute, and he has become a baby that everyone loves since birth. Even people like Emma look very different when facing this baby. Natasha Romanoff consulted Yi Bai and Wanda to become the baby's godmother, and gave the baby a given name Lily, which means pure lily. Therefore, the baby's full name became Agnes Lily Yi. Yi Bai used the system to identify his daughter and found that he has a very perfect X gene, just like Mr. Fantastic and Franklin Richards, the son of the Invisible Girl. The X gene is innately activated, mutant at birth, not growing awakening ability in the process. Her variant ability is the apposition plus teleportation plus modification probability plus transformation into a magic hut space wizard. Obviously, ability was inherited from her parents, and the last ability was a gift from the system. Asterisk. Chapter 16. 3 years later. Time flies, and it has been 3 years since Yi Bai crossed this world. Due to the zombie crisis, the entire human world is completely finished, and the survivors on the entire planet can be counted with 2 slaps. Most of the survivors are no longer on the Earth, but have gone to the outer space of the Earth, taking refuge on the small planet M, where Magneto used ability to make it out. It was originally his private space base, but now he took it, come as the last habitat of mankind. During such a long time, Yi Bai completed 3 tasks one after another and received 3 new rewards. The first reward is to raise his position from the original LV1 to LV2. The maximum extensible area of the position has changed from the original 20 square meters to 100 square meters, and the position has more new usages, such as turning the position into sharp weapons, either handheld or thrown. The second reward is that the reading teleportation has been raised from LV1 to LV2, from being able to teleport in a single universe to being a 7-dimensional teleportation ability. If the 0 dimension is a point, the 1 dimension is a line, the 2 dimension is a surface, the 3 dimension is space, and the 4 dimension is time. Then the 5 dimensions are countless possibilities created under all the different possibilities within space and time. The 6th and 7th dimensions are even more incredible. These 2 dimensions will be explained in the next chapter. Yes, Yi Bai can now travel through the parallel world freely, but he hasn't crossed, and honestly waited until the 3-year period, he said, because he felt very comfortable during this seclusion. The third is a new skill reward called Doll Alchemy, LV1. The role is to collect materials and refine the puppet's ability through alchemy. At the level of LV1, you can refine a simulated doll that is indistinguishable from the human appearance, possesses a certain intelligence, and has a physical fitness similar to that of a human. Because it was just a reward, Yi Bai at the moment hasn't refined a doll yet. Alchemy means magic or science. Yi Bai, who has no magic at all, connects the power socket to the alchemy stand and uses electricity to activate alchemy. From this point of view, it is very scientific and not magical at all. You definitely have to use magic as an energy source to activate it. I have to say here that Natasha Romanoff is now also a supernatural professional. She often likes to run outside. Once on a whim, she ran to the holy place in Doctor Strange to store the magic book inside, and the method there. The tools were all empty, and the occult knowledge and artifacts they moved back were placed in the magic hut. For this reason, a few people also built a magic house here to store these things. Natasha Romanoff has been learning occult knowledge for the most recent period of time. Her magical ability can only be said to be average. After a few years, she has only learned a few magics, such as shape-shifting, Seraphim's Shield, and Wei Shan, the divine sword of the Emperor. Yi Bai's evaluation of her is a magical agent. For such a long time, Yi Bai is not just waiting for the task to be triggered. In normal times, he will also actively ask Natasha Romanoff to train himself, such as hacker knowledge, driving various large vehicles, etc. Anyway, he is idle. Learn more, some things are always right. Let's talk about Agnes. She is 2 years old this year. She has learned to talk and run everywhere. She is super cute, but she is still a happy fruit. She can always bring a smile to everyone in the family. The little girl has an unusual ability. She is very familiar with the 3 abilities of apposition and transmission and modification probability. She can use it instinctively, but her apposition defense is not as absolute as Yi Bai's. Yi Bai asked Dark Phoenix to test her. The protection strength is probably as good as to withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb, no matter how high it is. This is so, and it makes Natasha Romanoff, Emma, and others amazed. You must know that the little girl is only 2 years old. With this strength at the age of 2, the Omega mutant, who has grown up properly, may have a second mutation in the middle and gain a new super ability. Dark Phoenix woke up a year ago. When she woke up, it was not in hibernation, but integrated into this big family. Like everyone else, she also likes Agnes. Aurora Ginny has not changed much. She tried to learn magic, but she didn't have the ability, so she simply accepted Natasha Romanoff's training. Today, Yi Bai's mission reminder sounded, and the system told it that Mr. Fantastic of the Ultimate Universe would come to New York today. Yi Bai found Dark Phoenix, who was playing with Agnes Lowly for the first time, and pulled her aside and said, "Dark Phoenix, do me a favor. When we are done, we can leave the world." "What's the job?" Sister Dark Phoenix patted Yi Bai on the shoulder, as if we were helping you. Since the Dark Phoenix elder sister recognized Yi Bai, she has treated him very well. Except for very few occasions when Yi Bai is very possessive, she is a sweet little padded jacket. Went to New York with me. I saw a vague future. I don't know the exact time. But today, Mr. Fantastic from the parallel universe will appear in New York. I need you and me to monitor that city until he appears. Until. Okay. Sister Dark Phoenix nodded. She was covered with flames from the burner and spread the flames to Yi Bai's body. As mentioned earlier, Phoenix Force can not only destroy, but also create. When Dark Phoenix doesn't want to hurt Yi Bai, the flame has no temperature on Yi Bai. The burning too gradually disappeared into the flames, and when they reappeared, they had arrived in New York City from Hawaii. In just 3 years, the city has become very dilapidated, and the zombies can live very well if they swallow each other, so there are still many zombies here. They appeared on the top of a relatively intact skyscraper in Manhattan. Once here, Dark Phoenix spread its telepathy to cover the entire New York state. Yi Bai took out the benches, tables, chairs, and umbrellas out of thin air, and then took out the juice squeezed from the mutant ginseng fruit, and sat here with Dark Phoenix, drinking juice and chatting. "Dark Phoenix, is Jean Grey still there?" Yi Bai hasn't asked Dark Phoenix yet, because he knows that Dark Phoenix has a bad relationship with Jean. Although these two are just different personalities born from the same body, if they have to be true, they are actually the same person. Sure enough, when Yi Bai mentioned Jean Grey, Dark Phoenix was a little unhappy. That is, Yi Bai has a good relationship with her. This requires a stranger to ask her this kind of question. Maybe Dark Phoenix is unhappy and burns the other person with a fire. She has been there all the time and knows everything that happened during this time. Why are you asking her? Asterisk. Chapter 17. Almighty Universe. She has been there all the time and knows everything that happened during this time. Why are you asking her? Dark Phoenix was puzzled. I'm thinking, since Phoenix Force can create life, and Jean Grey rejects Phoenix Force, why don't you help Jean Grey create a body without Phoenix Force and separate her? Yi Bai has always been curious about this. The problem, in his opinion, there is nothing Phoenix Force can't do. What he said is indeed possible for Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix was stunned, and at the same time, the owner, Jean Grey, was stunned. Yes, with Phoenix Force, it is indeed possible to do this kind of thing, but how come they never thought about it? But soon, Dark Phoenix understood, because the Phoenix incarnation in the white burnt house, after they had this question, conveyed a thought to the two of them inseparable. It wasn't that they were unexpected, but Phoenix was consciously guiding the thoughts of the two of them, not allowing them to think about it here. Compared with Jean Grey, who rejects Phoenix Force, Dark Phoenix is not at all rejecting. She likes the feeling of infinitely amplified emotions, even if it means that the spirit may be out of control at any time. But isn't it good? With a style like Dark Phoenix, she is destined to be unable to master the true Phoenix Force, while Jean Grey is different. Although she is repelling Phoenix Force, she is absolutely kind, but she has the opportunity to become the perfect Phoenix Force host and enter the King of White Phoenix mode. In that mode is the situation that the Phoenix incarnation in the House of White Burnt hopes to see. In the eyes of the Phoenix boss, Dark Phoenix and Jean Grey are indispensable. Blackened can bear negative emotions, and the kind can carry more of her positive power. Dark Phoenix sighed. I and Jean are still one in the end. This is our destiny. We will finally abandon our bodies and live forever in the white burning house with a soul posture similar to the projection of a magician's star. Yi Bai frowned. He thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Is it possible for me to have a chat with the one behind you?" Dark Phoenix asked about the phoenix body in her heart. After the question, her expression changed and she became curious. She looked at Yi Bai and asked, "What on earth do you have that makes Phoenix so interested in you?" He said, "You want to. If you chat with her, let me send you to the white burnt house." Yi Bai's mouth twitched. He felt that the Phoenix guy was curious about himself, mostly because he came from outside the Marvel Almighty Universe, right? After hesitation, Yi Bai decided to go and take a look. "Okay, send me there. If Mr. Fantastic in the Ultimate Universe comes during this period, help me protect him." "Well, I wish you a pleasant chat with Phoenix." Dark Phoenix smiled and waved. In the next second, Yi Bai was burned to ashes out of thin air. The white burnt house. This place has no specific shape. What Yi Bai thinks it is, this place is in his eyes. Therefore, what he saw here was a place full of endless flames. There is no space, time, matter, or energy, but everything seems to be contained in this flame that seems to contain primitive life and emotions. It is said that he brought life to the universe, but the flame will end it in the end. This is the meaning of Phoenix in Marvel. Phoenix, this is an almighty universe, an abstract life. Its power is spread across 1 to 10 dimensions. Its existence is originally a rule. It will not be unable to exert its power due to a rule that does not exist in the universe. This is the life form of almighty universe level. Horrible. If 5 dimensions represent parallel universes, 7 dimensions represent multi-universes, and 8 dimensions represent the super-universe, then 10 dimensions are the almighty universe. 0 dimension is a point representing existence and non-existence. 1 dimension is a line, without width and depth. 2 more lines form a surface. The 3-dimensional lines prop up the height on the surface to form a space. 4-dimensional, where you can distinguish the past, present, and future. The line connecting them is the 4-dimensional line, which is the collection of any state and everything in the universe that passes over time. Because of this, the 3rd-dimensional space becomes alive. Humans are 3-dimensional creatures living in a 4-dimensional world. If they are 4-dimensional creatures, they can see the past, present, and future at the same time. From the perspective of a 4-dimensional human, humans may seem to be a worm on the timeline, whose tail is born, when the head is when it dies. 5-dimensional, if you imagine 3-dimensional space as a point, 4-dimensional space is a line, then on the basis of this timeline, add another timeline to cross the previous timeline, 5-dimensional space appears. In 5-dimensional space, you can see your different possible branches in the future, similar to the parallel universe, but it cannot change your past and future. 6-dimensional, we directly bend the 5-dimensional space to produce a 6-dimensional space. Then the 6-dimensional space can manipulate the situation and results of parallel spaces, just like the Flash goes back to the past to change the world. 7-dimensional, if the 6-dimensional space is regarded as a point with infinite possibilities, with a specific time point, connecting another point with infinite possibilities, and training these 2 points into a line, this is a 7-dimensional line. For example, the infinite possibilities of the X-Men movie universe, the infinite possibilities of the Avengers movie universe, and the infinite possibilities of the comic universe. The lines connecting them form a 7-dimensional space. Yi Bai's reading transmission is currently the 7-dimensional transmission ability, so it can travel from the zombie universe to the movie universe, the X-Men movie universe, the Comic Master universe, definitely, and it can also be transmitted to the past and the future. Therefore, the 7-dimensional representation is multi-universe. 8-dimensional, compare the 7-dimensional space to the timeline of a parallel universe. There are countless parallel universes in this line. 8-dimensional is the intersection of 2 7-dimensional parallel universe timelines, and we get an 8-dimensional space. Visually speaking, in 8 dimensions, we can travel in different universes at different distances, and different multi-universes are different from our original multi-universe physical rule. In some multi-universes, there is no magic. For example, if Doctor Strange crosses over there, magic cannot be used. Therefore, The 8-dimensional space can be simply understood as a dimensional space containing countless multi-universes. It represents the super-universe. 9-dimensional space. Assuming that the 8-dimensional space is a piece of paper, fold the paper and pierce a hole, and a wormhole will appear. The hole in this 8-dimensional space can be understood as a 9-dimensional line. 10-dimensional space. We can't find any space here. It has only a point. Because the 10-dimensional space is just a point. It contains all the universe, all the possibilities, all the timelines, all the things. This maybe it's a sand and a world. The universe that we imagine to be so large and boundless may be a grain of sand on the roadside in the eyes of people in 10-dimensional space. And 10-dimensional space is the almighty universe. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Honix. The concept of dimensionality has been popularized in the previous article. If the life in the 10-dimensional space is almighty universe level, at the moment you buy, you have met such a person. The image of the phoenix itself is indescribable. The phoenix is just a name given to him by others. It has no meaning to him. His image is not a phoenix. You don't know what it is until that level. The image of the phoenix revealed in front of Yi Bai can be understood by Yi Bai. His appearance has been re-engraved with Qin gray one by one. Yi Bai's eyes are particularly cordial. Yi Bai knows how terrible the almighty universe level is. This is the ceiling of the Marvel universe. One step forward, 11-dimensional, is to transcend the Marvel worldview, not the same as transcending the Protoss. At this stage, let alone the 10-dimensional life almighty universe level, Yi Bai belongs to the weak group in the 3-dimensional universe life level. Definitely, his weird position is not counted here. If you want to drive this thing, almighty universe level can't help him. Dimensions are used to determine the level of life. At least he understands it that way. Sister Phoenix, how are you? Yi Bai has the position ability gifted by the system. He knows that you will never die if you die, so he is not restrained at all. Even if he faces the Phoenix boss, it seems natural. Children, you are good. Your ability is very interesting. It seems to be the power of 11 dimensions. I hope to host my power in you, and let me analyze it. The Phoenix in the image of Dark Phoenix looks expectantly at Yi Bai. It wants to study the power of Yi Bai in order to step into a higher level of life, so as to detach from Marvel, rather than exist as a part of Marvel's power universe. Yi Bai refused without thinking. Unless I stand at the same height as you one day, it will be impossible. Just kidding. Phoenix force enters the body. It is impossible to guarantee that it will not be aware of the existence of the system. What if the system is stolen by then? So he firmly disagrees. Phoenix feels a little regretful, but he knows that Yi Bai, who has been driving the tortoise shell all the time, has nothing to do with him, and he did not force anymore. Well, I will let Jean Grey follow you. I only hope that when you really step into this level, share with me higher dimensional knowledge. Yi Bai nodded and agreed. No problem. Then he began to ask the question he wanted to know. Jean and Dark Phoenix, they won't die because of your power? Phoenix shook his head. I have never harmed any of my hosts, but they can't bear my power. Using my power will amplify emotions infinitely, and loss of control often means self-destruction. But my host has never really died. The soul will eventually live forever in the white burnt house. At this time, Yi Bai Yu Guang glanced at the endless flames around him, and there was a gem of indescribable color, indescribable shape, and indescribable file size. He looked over curiously and asked the Phoenix next to him. That's it? That's M Crystal. Phoenix introduced. Hearing the M Crystal, Yi Bai thought and recalled. It seems that before the birth of the universe, when Garland was not the devourer of the planet, the last cosmic epoch, the 6th firmament period, was ended by this gem, right? In the X-Men series of comics, Wolverine and others also traveled through this M Crystal to the universe of the 6th firmament period. Yi Bai knows that M Crystal is a treasure, and infinite gems is simply scum compared to it. He shook his head and didn't pay attention to this thing anymore, because he knew that the M Crystal was guarded by the Phoenix. The idea of playing with it would lose Sister Phoenix's favorability. Compared with the Phoenix favorability, this crystal's the value is not worth mentioning. My question is over. Yi Bai said. Then, kid, we will see you in the future. Zombie Hero Universe, New York, Manhattan, the building where Yi Bai was previously reduced to ashes. Time. 3 seconds after he was reduced to ashes. A group of flames rose out of the air, and the group of ashes reunited, and Yi Bai returned. Dark Phoenix saw him returning and said in surprise, "He is very optimistic about you, and he told me to let me stay by your side in the future. Where are you, Holy?" Yi Bai rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just a passerby who is interested. Let's not talk about this. How long have I been away?" 3 seconds. Well, Phoenix is omnipotent. Let's continue to monitor the city. Okay. In the afternoon, 2 o'clock. Dark Phoenix sensed something. She said, "There is a sign. It is the zombie MR. Fantastic." He used the equipment there to connect to otherworld communications in the Batsk building. She controlled a group of flames to unfold in front of her, forming a flame light curtain. It showed a decayed zombie MR. Fantastic. Reed Richards with no lips and teeth exposed. At the moment, the other party is talking with himself in another universe. The zombie Reed flickered Reed in the ultimate universe. If he didn't look at the picture and only listen to the sound, he would think it was a sympathetic exchange between two people with the same identity in different parallel universes. Once you look at the screen, you will find that the zombie Reed's expression reveals the endless greed for the world of the ultimate universe. He wants to go to another universe because there is food there. There are not many humans on this earth now, and all zombies are very, very, very hungry, and Zombie Reed is no exception. Unlike ordinary zombies, Zombie Reed has a super high IQ. He has been trying to connect parallel universes and go to the other side to eat special food. This incident tells us that even if it becomes a zombie, Shueba is still a Shueba. Save Otherworld MR. Fantastic. Are we going to his world? Dark Phoenix asked. It's a better place. If the universe also has a number, the place I'm talking about is Earth, 199999, Marvel Movie Universe. Recently, my ability has made a breakthrough. I can cross the dimension without you and Chin alone. There is already that place. The coordinates are now, and I can take you away at any time. Oh, I'm starting to look forward to it. Dark Phoenix smiled, but in Yi Bai's eyes, it was a bit like a sneer. Sister Dark Phoenix usually laughed like this. It's hard to tell whether she was happy or angry when she sneered. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Mission completed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a certain street in a certain area in Manhattan. Accompanied by the flashing of electric lights, a handsome man about 30 years old in a white coat appeared here across the space. This was the first time he had come to other universes, and he was very curious about everything here, and began to look around. He thought that the environment here would be similar to his own, but what he saw was ruined walls, a scene of ruins and devastation. Through a few damaged landmark buildings, let him recognize this as Manhattan, New York. He frowned. What happened here? Why did it become like this? Why is it different from what the pier describes? Did you accidentally cross time when you traveled through space and cross to a point in time when New York became a war zone? Suddenly, he heard a roar similar to Beast. Following the sound, he saw a man with a broken and haggard body swaying towards him. Half of the withered and broken man's head was rotten, and his brain was all flowing out. How can he still move? Is he really a human? You seem to need help, he said to the withered man with a broken body. The withered man didn't reply to him, and still approached him step by step. This made him a little horrified. So far, everything he has seen in this world has left him at a loss. At this moment, a voice rang beside him. Dr. Richards, my name is Yi. You shouldn't have come. This world is already hopeless, and the one who lied to you to come here is uneasy and kind. Reed Richards of the Ultimate Universe. He turned sideways when he heard the words, and saw two people walking beside him. He didn't know Yi Bai, but knew Dark Phoenix, and asked tentatively, Professor Jean Grey? Dark Phoenix heard the other party calling himself Jean Grey. Negative emotions grew, and decided to ignore the other party. Yi Bai waved his hand, and a flying darts formed by the position that was almost invisible to the naked eye was thrown out, shooting the withered zombie head through, and the zombie fell to the ground. He and Natasha Romanoff learned the trick of flying darts. Although not 100% hits, the probability of hitting a slow-moving zombie head within 10 meters is quite high. He described to Richards the end of the world. Reed Richards listened, looked at the zombie whose head was shot not far away, and didn't dare to say, My God. You come here, it's not easy to go back. Let me guess, The peer who tricked you to come here tells you that there is a device to send you back. So you took the initiative to run over, yes? Yes, Reed said in frustration, but while frustrated, he did not fully believe Yi Bai's words. He needed to witness it himself. Come with us. I know you don't trust us, but let you take a look at the world and you will know whether it is true or false. Okay. Dr. Reed Richards walked to the two of them. Yi Bai wrapped him in that position, and the three of them rose into the sky and started flying over New York City. Reed looked down on this rotten city from a high altitude, completely silent. He had already believed that he was deceived by his peers. At this moment, the Fantastic Four zombies took a levitating vehicle and flew to a few people from the direction of the Batsk mansion in the distance. Yi Bai and Dark Phoenix noticed it for the first time and looked over there. Reed saw the two of them looking at him, and he also looked at him, seeing the other himself, the zombie himself, and the zombies Susan, Johnny, and Ben. Those who are supposed to be family members. At the moment's face is very distorted, revealing endless greed. They were quickly overtaken. The lost Fantastic Four in the floating car stared at the three in the stand with greedy eyes, and Lost Reed said, unexpectedly, Dark Phoenix, you are still alive. Let's make our food. Losing Palihuo sneered, hey food, don't run away. Zombie Susan looked at Reed in the ultimate universe with her eyes shining, showing a lost-like, gentle smile. The other dear, can you stay with me? Zombie Stone said humanely. Aunt Petunia said, it's time for dinner. Their appearance made Reed shudder, but he still forced his composure and asked the zombie Reed, why? The zombie Reed said, there is no food in this world. I have to say that I am lucky to be able to contact you here. This means that a new world reserves the ingredients. Ha ha ha. Another me. Hand in the coordinates of your hometown's technology and your hometown. I will make your death easier. Reed glanced at Yi Bai and Dark Phoenix beside him, and saw that they were confident. He looked at the zombie and said, even if you die, I won't let you go to my world. He said awe-inspiringly, but when he finished speaking, he quietly said another to Yi Bai beside him. Yi, take me quickly. Yi Bai, you regard death so much, feeling that we can't die by ourselves. He looked at Dark Phoenix and said to her, kill them. Okay. Dark Phoenix sneered cruelly, and the endless sea of flames spread out from the apposition. In a flash, the sky gathered a dazzling little sun that couldn't be seen directly. The terrifying sun was scorching everywhere, and even the air was ignited. Below the downtown area of New York, any combustible matter ignited spontaneously out of thin air. The terrifying heat, even the defensive position created by the zombie Susan, could not stop it. When the light completely disappeared, and there was no one in the sky, the Fantastic Four zombies had completely turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. The two took the medium-level universe Dr. Richards and teleported to the private island of Emma in Hawaii. Seeing the normal style of painting here, Dr. Richards was finally relieved. To be honest, I have a psychological shadow. Your world is a real nightmare for me, Reed Richards said with lingering fears. Dr. Richards, I will send you back next. If you don't want your world to become like this, never come to this universe again. Yi Bai warned him severely. Reed was taken aback, then seriously nodded. Yi, thank you for your reminder. He hesitated, and then asked, since you can send me back, you must have mastered the method of traversing the universe. Why not leave this world? We are about to leave, but the place to go is not on your side. Okay, I see. Richards breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Yi Bai sent Dr. Richards back to the ultimate universe using the reading message transmission. You have completed the Magic Hut upgrade task. The LV1 of the Magic Hut is upgraded to LV2. The maximum bound population is increased to 7 people, and the area is increased tenfold to 100 acres. Additional rewards for the Magic House level. The number of shared chairs has been increased to 3. Sending away Dr. Richards, Yi Bai looked at Dark Phoenix's exquisite and beautiful face with a sunny and handsome smile and said, we can leave this world. Yeah. Dark Phoenix's eyes were bright, and she wanted to leave a long time ago. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Departure Dark Phoenix, White Queen, Aurora, Black Widow, Scarlet Witch. At the moment, everyone is in Yi Bai's Magic Hut dimension space. Since the number of residents in the Magic Cabin has increased to 7 people. Yi Bai is not stingy and invites all of them and binds them. Now the 3 of Dark Phoenix, White Queen, and Aurora are the real ones. This is also the first time the 3 of them have come to the magic house. They have heard Natasha Romanoff and Wanda describe the environment here more than once, but they haven't really seen it. Now I finally came in, very curious about everything here. Here, they saw the ginseng fruit tree and finally knew where Yi Bai's unlimited supply of Youth Fruit series products came from. Youth Fruit is what they call roar for mutant ginseng fruit. Once due to the problem of my strength, I couldn't accommodate more people in pocket dimension. Now, although it has not improved much, it is enough for all of us to come in. Everyone naturally counts the sealed Shadowcat. What? Plus Agnes has 8 people? To explain here, she is not counted in the quota, thanks to a certain super ability of Agnes, which can turn her into an elf in this space, a bit like the will of heaven here. You said that as long as you bind to this place, you can share ability. What should you do? Before Emma came here, she was looking forward to the shared ability in Yi Bai's space. In the past 3 years, she met more than once. Yi Bai, Black Widow, and Scarlet would share ability with each other. Natasha Romanoff answered her question instead of Yi Bai. As long as you are here, ability can be shared with each other. For example, you can share ability with Wanda, and Wanda can also share ability with you. The only condition is when sharing ability. You must sit on a chair on the 2nd floor of the villa, not far away. Emma is increasingly looking forward to the fact that there is no need to obtain the ability of others permanently. As long as the new ability can be obtained when needed to solve the problem, this is enough. Who are there? Dark Phoenix, Scarlet Witch, Aurora, Shadowcat. If you borrow their ability temporarily when you need it, what problem can't be solved? Coming to the Pocket Space Villa, Emma and Dark Phoenix can't wait to go to the shared chair on the 2nd floor to try the shared effect. Yi Bai didn't follow. He, Wanda, and Ginny came to the Shadowcat stone statue, which has been placed next to the TV in the living room of the cabin as a display. However, Yi Bai only sealed her body, but did not seal her consciousness. Therefore, everything that happened in the living room of the cabin over the past 3 years, Shadowcat has seen it in his eyes and heard it in his ears. It is not ignorant. At this time, there is no need to continue to seal her. Wanda cast a spell to remove Katie's seal. The gray and dark color of the statue faded, and the texture of human skin gradually became available, and Shadowcat was revived. She took a few breaths, then stared at Yi Bai fiercely. She didn't speak, just stared like that. Yi Bai calmly accepted the name Shadowcat's gaze. For a long time, Shadowcat Katie sighed and said frustratedly, "When I was sealed, my consciousness was always clear. Through your conversations here, let me know what happened. I am just a little confused." Jenny stepped forward and gave Shadowcat a caring hug from her friend. Shadowcat Katie also hugged Jenny. The fragile side of her heart could no longer be suppressed, and she couldn't help crying. After half an hour, everyone sat in a circle. Yi Bai said, "The world we are going to is a very safe place. There is no mutant, no Fantastic Four, no." He didn't have a chase before he started to say that there was something there. Definitely, there are also familiar ones there, and there are Avengers over there. Wanda was inexplicably excited. Is Pete and me in the world too? Yeah, but I want to say, their looks may be different. Yi Bai reminded. Natasha Romanoff also asked, "Is the appearance of my peer over there the same as mine?" She wanted to make sure that if her appearance was the same, then she would use shape-shifting to change her image. She wanted a new beginning, rather than being involved in past experiences. Yi Bai looks at Natasha Romanoff. This Natasha Romanoff is definitely different from the one played by Scarlett John in Marvel Movie Universe. She is more beautiful. You are more beautiful than her. Yi Bai commented objectively. Miss Ginny asked, "You said there is no mutant over there, so no one discriminates against us?" Mutant was hostile by almost all humans before the end, and racial discrimination brought official support. If you can go to a place that does not discriminate against mutant, it must be heaven. Yi Bai nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, even if ability is exposed over there, it will only be treated as a case, not as a group. They will be curious, envious, jealous, and a small number of people will want to study the origin of our ability, but there will be no discrimination and exclusion here. P.S. Marvel movie universe begins in the next chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 21. First arrived 199999 Universe Cinematic Universe, 1995, New York. It was the afternoon of the same day, the sky was gloomy, and the patter of rain was falling. In a park in the city, a figure slowly emerged from thin to solid. The person here is Yi Bai, who came here from the zombie hero universe. Ah, you are a ghost. A passerby beauty who passed by under an umbrella was stunned when she saw someone appearing like a ghost. Was someone seen? He turned and looked at each other. This is a beautiful girl of 18 or 19 years old, with a familiar face. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be a little Pepper. I remember her full name is Virginia Pepper Potts, born in New Haven, Connecticut. Pepper literally means pepper, so she is also called Little Pepper by familiar people. Such a name is very interesting. The quotation marks are more like nicknames, just like Captain America's old friend Peggy Cat. Peggy is not her real name. Her full name is Margaret Peggy Cat, Margaret Peggy Carter. Peggy's Christian name also means Margaret. In the comic setting, when Howard Stark was alive, Pepper was working for Stark Industries. The time Yi Bai chose to travel was 1 month before Captain Marvel returned to Earth in 1995, and now it is 1995. Howard Stark died in 1991. Compared with the age of the little Pepper in front of him, she was only 14 or 5 years old 4 years ago. It seems that Marvel movie universe is not a comic book setting about the origin of Pepper. After passing the little Pepper message in his mind, Yi Bai came up with nasty fun, ready to tease her, and then said, I am definitely a human being. Can you tell me what year it is now? Hearing that it was a person, Pepper Potts was skeptical. The way the other party appeared was too strange, and the content of the question was also strange. Now in 1995, you asked me this question. Can I assume that you are a time traveler? Little Pepper is very clever, and the other party's question reminded her of this. You say yes, but I won't tell you where I come from. Yi Bai finished speaking, pretending to leave, but Xiao Chili was obviously interested in him and didn't plan to let him leave so simply. I'm Virginia Potts. You just got here. Don't you have a place to live? If you don't hate it, you can come to my house. Yi Bai stopped and looked at her in surprise. You want to take me in? As a price for keeping you in, I want to hear your story. In the pocket space, the girls watched the live broadcast from the outside world. Natasha Romanoff said, although they look different, this name is Stark Industries' Little Pepper. Yi, you go to her house for one night and ask her for information about the world. Well, I'm Yi Bai. You can call me Yi. Yi Bai introduced himself to Little Pepper. It's not far from Xiao Jiao's home, and it didn't take long to get to the other side's apartment. Entering the house, Little Chili asked him, have you eaten it? Ate. Then I won't prepare food for you. She invited Roar Yi Bai to sit on the sofa. She poured him a cup of coffee and sat opposite him, expecting, tell your story. Yi Bai spent the next half an hour telling Little Pepper a science fiction story that had nothing to do with him, learning from the template Terminator. In this story, Yi Bai was sent to today by the leader of the rebel army to protect the savior in this era. You mean, in the future, an artificial intelligence called Skynet will control the human nuclear bomb and cause the end of the world? The survivors formed a rebel army to fight against it. Little Pepper looked incredulous. Yes. Yi Bai said nonsense seriously. In order to disintegrate the human resistance army, Skynet sent a robot across time and space to this era, trying to kill the savior who will form a resistance army in the future? Xiao Jiao asked again. Yes. Yi Bai continued to flicker. Who is the savior? She asked again. No comment. In what year did the disaster happen? No comment. Tell me, maybe I can help you. You better not get involved. You will die. Wanda and others who watched the live broadcast in Magic House were speechless when they saw Yi Bai composing stories to fool the girl. This story is very creative. Katie complained. Perhaps he can be a novelist, and he will definitely be able to write a great science fiction story. Jenny followed with complaints. Outside, the topic of Terminator and Savior was skipped. Yi Bai also asked a lot of each other, and Natasha Romanoff and others in his pocket asked him to ask. As for why Natasha Romanoff didn't come out, only Yi Bai was outside, it was because Yi Bai's transmission of ability across the multi-universe was not at home. Some accidents occurred during the use of ability, which caused the pocket space to become a bit unstable. To be on the safe side, Everyone delayed the time of coming out by one day. A lot of questions were asked, and Natasha Romanoff and others had a simple understanding of the world. They have one idea right now. The world is simply harmless to humans and animals. I feel that if a few people have bad intentions, they can easily rule the world. After asking, Yibai stayed at Xiaojiao's house that night and left the next day. Little Pepper wanted to keep him and ask him more about the future, but they were determined to go, and she was not good at staying. 3 days later, on Long Island, New York, a luxurious beach house had its new owners. Yibai, Wanda, Agnes, Natasha Romanoff, Emma, Dark Phoenix, Jenny, Katie, a group of 8 people stayed here. In view of the fact that there are 2 people in this group who know spiritual abilities, how they change from a black household to a legal citizen, and how to own this villa, I won't go into details here. This villa is just a place for everyone to come to for the first time. As for whether they will move in the future, that is the future. Everyone is very interested in this new world. In the past few days, except for coming back at night, almost no one can be seen during the day. For example, today, after having breakfast early in the morning, Emma and Dark Phoenix went out together and went solemnly swearing that they didn't do a good job. They are going to raise some original capital to start a company. In 1995, it was an era of ubiquitous business opportunities. With some advanced ideas that belong to the future era, starting a company with a little effort can make a lot of money. In addition to the above 2, Jenny and Katie also went out together. The 2 girls have not yet figured out what to do in this world. Is it a superhero? Or find a proper job and be an ordinary person? They are still considering, planning to walk more in this world first and see more. Watching the 4 people leave, Natasha Romanoff got up and went out as well, saying that he was going to find his peers. On the one hand, he was curious. On the other hand, he wanted to help her according to the situation. In the villa, there are only 3 members of Yibai, Wanda, and Agnes. Dad, Mom, can you go to the amusement park, okay? Agnes said with bright eyes. Okay, let's go to Disneyland in Los Angeles. Yibai touched her cute little head indulgingly. On the other side, Jenny and Katie who left, the former lifted into the air holding Katie in place. Katie used the quantized transit state to make Jenny's flight enter infinite acceleration mode without air resistance, and the flight speed easily soared to hundreds of Mach. And it has been accelerating. They flew from New York State to Deerfield, Illinois, which is Katie's hometown, at least in the other world. They only flew for less than 3 minutes before they completed the flight and arrived at their destination. To be honest, with their ability to cooperate, the Earth is really not for them. It takes less than 10 minutes to fly around the Earth. This is still the time wasted to accelerate and decelerate, to accelerate to the limit, infinitely close to the speed of light. It's no problem to fly around the Earth a few times in a second. The 2 landed on the Mississippi River. This famous river is the longest in North America and flows through several continents. Illinois is just one of the areas it passes through. The town of Deerfield sits on the banks of this river. This is different from my hometown. Katie looked at this strange place with disappointment. Maybe it's just 1995. Jenny was relieved, knowing that Katie proposed to come here to find out if there is a peer of her parents here. Maybe. The 2 came all the way to a villa that was familiar and unfamiliar to Katie. Katie pointed to it and said, "The house is different. Maybe there is no my parents in this world." Katie, you are too negative. Jenny pulled Katie forward and knocked on the door of the villa. The door was quickly opened. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman in Li Fa's home clothes. Jenny asked her, "Excuse me, is this the Pride house?" Pride is Katie's last name. Pride? You are looking for the wrong place. There is no one with the surname Pride around here, the middle-aged woman said. This answer dimmed Katie's eyes. The 2 left this place, and Jenny kept comforting her seeing Katie depressed. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Tried all alchemy. Katie gradually recovered from her loss. Jenny, don't you go to your parents? Katie asked Jenny. Jenny stroked the black hair on her forehead and shook her head. My parents died when I was a baby, and I don't even know their names. I think you may know that guy has always been mysterious. Katie said, Perhaps, but I don't think I can find them in this world. Forget it. Jenny was also confused now. Well, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's discuss what we should do in this world. Katie changed the subject. What do you think? Jenny asked her. I have been thinking a lot these days. There is no mutant in this world, and no one discriminates against mutant. I want to start a school like Professor Xavier, adopt and teach homeless children. Jenny, you come and help me. Bar, does it cost a lot of money to open an orphanage? Aren't Frost and Professor Gray going to start a company? When they make money, let's go there to make investment. I really lost to you. Well, I will accompany you. Los Angeles, Disneyland. A family of 3 is playing here and there. At this moment, they are sitting on the Ferris wheel. Agnes leaned on the window and looked out, her eyes wide open. Born in the Doomsday world, she had only heard this in the stories told to her by her family, and now she can finally play it, which makes her very happy. Wanda looked at her daughter with soft eyes and a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. She liked the ordinary life now. Yi-Bai was a little distracted, thinking about some other things. It's 95 years, and Iron Man was born in 2009. That's when the curtain opened, 14 years apart. He was thinking, what should be done in the past 14 years? Soon, the story of Captain Marvel will happen, but Yi-Bai has no love for the lady with the cake face, nor is he interested in Tesseract. But, as a story experience party, since there is a story, he wants to participate. Before that, he was going to collect materials and make a few alchemy dolls. Since acquiring this skill, it has never been used, and my hands have long been itchy. It's not hard to find the materials needed to make a doll. If an adult's weight is taken as a standard, 65% oxygen, 18% carbon, 10% hydrogen, 3% nitrogen, 1.5% calcium, 1% phosphorus, and 0.35% are needed. Potassium, 0.25% sulfur, 0.15% uranium, 0.15% chlorine, 0.05% magnesium, 0.004% iron, 0.004% iodine, and trace amounts of fluorine, silicon, manganese, zinc, copper, aluminum, and arsenic. Use these things to start a puppet refinement. You can refine a puppet that is almost indistinguishable from a human being. It feels more like a living person. The difference between it and a real person is that there is no soul and the intelligence is not too high. If you have to compare it, it's probably equivalent to the kind of IQ that seems to be worrying, but it's not far from an idiot. LV1 puppet training. This level is the limit. If you want to strengthen the doll, you need to raise the level to LV2 to be possible. You can also start with magic and enchant the doll to obtain supernatural power. Playing all morning, noon, 3 people returned to Long Island Villa. Eat lunch. Wanda took her daughter to the bedroom, to the girl story. Yi-Bai go out alone, slipped chemistry experiment material library near Empire State University. The university is very famous in Marvel. Many celebrities have come here to school, such as Fantastic Four, Little Spider-Man, Doctor Doom, White Queen, the British team, and so on. The school chemistry warehouse in the material is very wide, so that Yi-Bai easily gathered material doll refining needs. He took these materials back to the magic hut. Here, there is an alchemy station communicates with mains electricity. He put a small portion of the material above an expectant mood. Launch skills dolls excel. I saw the alchemical stage material gradually break down into mist-like colorful and began a slow convergence, gradually condensed into a human female profile. Yi-Bai minds want an image that is, Yakumo Purple East Project series of stories in order to endow it with the other side looks like doll image. Contours become increasingly clear, blonde, purple eye, delicate facial features, 169 centimeters tall, and lots of flesh, sexy enchanting, 17 years old. Yakumo Purple Monster is a band-to-band, fantasy village founders, when the story began more than 1,200 years old age. Given her age, although a 17-year-old girl's face, he was dubbed the Old Woman, Purple, Violet Mother. After the first day there Hongjun, Purple Mother still before heaven, born only 17 years old, considered a chaos year. Well, Limerick is a play language. Spend 10 minutes. The end of the alchemical process, fresh doll girl born a living. But also because it is fresh, so clean yo. Yi-Bai from the hut to find a set of Wanda clothes for her to wear, or to worry about a long time. He would not hold it. Dolls with a heartbeat, their roars smoking, body temperature, blood circulation, there is also need to eat. Drink plenty of water to sustain life. Her body's various organs and healthy humans. The only difference is the nucleus of a very strong figure, the upper limit of the number of divisions that do not exist. In other words, she will not grow old. She has a basic learning ability. As long as the patience to teach, she will gradually learn to speak, to acquire knowledge, becoming more and more like a real person. For now, just born, she looks like a not the slightest desire to wake vegetative state. Time, 1400 hours. Yibai doll with a little sister back to the outside of the villa. At the moment, Wanda accompanied her daughter to the living room watching TV. Yibai Gold with a purple-eyed girl came back. The girl was wearing her clothes, her doubts. Who is this? She is my use alchemy to make dolls. Yibai explained that this woman is actually being made out, which makes the mother and daughter to the great interest. They come around to her feel squeezed. It was exactly the same, and true humanity is looked blankly. Wanda evaluation. I would hold her Barbie as you. Agnes asked, lowly eyes sparkling. Stop it. She is not a Barbie doll. Yibai pushed aside her daughter. He asked Wanda, can you give dolls enchant you? You want to give it what ability? Wanda asked. He described a moment to Wanda interstitial that ability. Wanda ordered to make it easier to understand. Yibai got a pen and paper. Paper drew an interstitial pattern. Interstitial, saying that white is to open a hole in space. It can travel through space into the painting with a dream. Let me try. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Alternative usage of dolls after Wanda alter reality. Finally gave the interstitial ability to the doll. It's just that it's difficult to test how to test. Today's dolls are in a new state, and they don't understand people at all. Yibai thought about it, got an idea, and looked at Wanda. You can project magic from the astral body? Try it with soul possession. Wanda nodded. She walked back to the sofa and sat down, releasing the astral projection magic. The soul separated, floated towards the doll, and blended into it. The expression of the doll gradually became vivid, and Wanda controlled her to move her body, saying with interest, there is no rejection at all. Having her body on her body is just like manipulating her own body. Try the gap. I see. Wanda used the doll's body to activate ability. Above her head, a black line with two ends tied into a bow appeared. The line split from the middle, revealing a dark cave. If you look carefully, I vaguely saw many scarlet glowing eyes inside, giving people a feeling of the abyss of hell. After the gap appeared, it was like a big mouth, engulfing the body of the doll controlled by Wanda, and then the gap closed and disappeared. Where did she go? Agnes blinked and asked cutely. Maybe in your dream. Yibai touched her daughter's head and said to her, but I didn't dream. Daydreams are also dreams. Agnes seemed to understand, but not understand. Soon, another line with bow knots at both ends appeared in the other corner of the living room. With the line as the center, the gap opened to both sides, and the doll controlled by Wanda protruded halfway from it. From Yibai's perspective, she seems to have only the upper body floating in the air, but not the lower body. Yi, I found this ability idea very interesting. What Wanda said was naturally a gap. Where did you connect the gap? Yibai was still curious about this. It's a dream dimension, connecting the dreams of the surrounding creatures. Although the environment is similar to the outside, it is bizarre. Maybe I can give the doll an ability to manipulate dreams, which will make the gap more practical. Wanda drilled out of the gap, and the gap closed and disappeared. She lifted the astral projection, and the soul returned to the body. Standing up, she enchanted the doll a second time. Soon, the puppet gained the ability to control the dreamland after a gap. Yibai also wanted to manipulate this body to play a game. He thought of the shared chair in the magic hut. When the thing is used, it feels like a soul possessed. It should be okay. Wanda, you don't want to use the astral projection. I will use the shared chair to try if I can manipulate her. Okay. Yibai disappeared in place. After a few seconds, the face of the doll girl with a dull expression was vivid again. Obviously, Yibai's control was successful. He controlled her and felt the doll's body. In terms of physical fitness, it was a little weaker than Ye's own body, and it was at the level of ordinary people. Success? Wanda asked. Successful, Yibai said. The voice he uttered with the doll's body was a female voice, a very nice female voice. He used the ability of the doll's body to open the gap, penetrated into it, and arrived at the world that Wanda said was similar to the outside world, but more weird. At first glance, the environment here looks exactly the same as the outside. For example, where he is now, it also looks like his own villa, but there is no Wanda and Agnes here. Suddenly, he saw a rabbit appearing on the sofa out of thin air and looked at him with a very human expression. The rabbit also uttered human words, with a cute, lowly voice. It asked Yibai, "Who are you?" "I'm Z." Yibai decided to have a cosplay. She walked up to the rabbit, reached out to pick it up, and stared at it. After watching for a while, Yibai was sure that this rabbit should be the dream thing of Agnes or Wanda. Trying to chat with this rabbit for a few words, Yibai put it down and let it play by itself. He walked out of the villa and looked outside. I didn't know it. At first glance, it was really a flurry of demons. Human imagination is infinite, and dreams are places that humans imagine. There is the horror of nightmares and the harmony of beautiful dreams. Those things are all manifested in this dream dimension. No need to guess. This must be the result of the human dreams near Long Island, which created such an environment exactly like the outside world. But not all living here are the absurd social ecology of mankind. Yibai activated the ability to manipulate dreams and saw that the surrounding environment changed as he wanted and instantly became his hometown in his previous life. Everything seemed extremely real, and if he didn't know it beforehand, he wouldn't think he was wearing it again. He continued to control the dream, and this time he wanted to see the real outside world. The surrounding environment changed again and became exactly the same as the real outside world, except that he could see what was happening in the outside world, but people outside could not see him in the dream world. It's a bit like a mirrored dimension. This is really peeping magic skills. Yibai walked back to the villa again. In the living room, Wanda and Agnes were still waiting for him. He opened the gap, walked out of it, and returned to the material world. Compared with the self-discipline of the doll, I find it is better to use it as a vest. Yibai came out with emotion. This doll technique has once again improved his Go's power. Imagine that when you are going to do dangerous things in the future, the body can stay in the magic hut and only control the puppet to do it outside, so that even if the puppet is killed in an accident, only the puppet will die. Anyway, the cost of the doll is not high, and it is estimated to be around several $1,000s. It doesn't hurt at all for me. He can think of this, and Wanda can think of it too. Yi, help me and my daughter also be puppets. Good. The three of them teleported to the magic hut. Yibai, in front of the two of them, used the remaining materials to start alchemy on the alchemy stand and began to make new dolls. He asked the two of them, "Do you think what kind of image do you want?" Wanda said, "It's okay to look like myself." Agnes said excitedly, "I want to look like when I grow up." Sure enough, every bear child has a heart to grow up quickly. P.S. Generally speaking, the protagonist's duplication is a poisonous spot. In order not to create poison, the doll is simply made into a female. The transfiguration seems to be a poisonous spot, so the purple doll will be hidden in a few chapters. The doll's function, mainly for the women in the magic hut. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Upgrade and transformation. 2 dolls were born in 20 minutes. Wanda's doll has the same appearance and body as Wanda, and Agnes Lowly's is her future girly version, very beautiful, full of youth and vitality, and a goddess-like appearance. The two can't wait to sit on the shared chair, connect their puppets, and control them to play. In the evening, Emma and others went home. After learning about the dolls, they asked Yibai to make them the same dolls. "There are only 3 chairs here. Yi, can't you build more?" Natasha Romanoff asked. "They are not technological creations, but the concretization of my ability. At my current level, maintaining 3 is the limit. Have you found your peers when you went out today?" "It's so easy. I only inquire about her haunting in the country. You can ask Dark Phoenix and Emma to help. Their ability is suitable for finding people." "I plan to do that," Natasha Romanoff said here, turning the conversation, and jokingly said, "You made yourself a girl doll. Don't you see that you still have a daughter's heart?" Yibai rolled his eyes. The real function of the doll is not used as a stand-in. I just didn't expect it to be so effective when used as a stand-in. Emma on the side just sat on the shared chair and possessed the doll that Yibai had just made for her, feeling this new body. The physical fitness of the new body is not high, a bit worse than her, but because of the sharing chair, you can share your own ability with the doll for use. From the feel, it is not much different from your own body. Yi, when can you make more shared chairs? Emma asked him. Apparently, she also felt that there were too many people and fewer chairs. Other people's thoughts were similar, and they all looked at Yi Bai. They had all seen Yi Bai's alchemy process of refining puppets before, and they knew what materials he used, and the materials were not of high value. In other words, this kind of doll stand-in can be mass-produced. As long as the shared chair is enough, everyone can stay here at ordinary times and only rely on the doll to move around. In this way, the sense of security has not only risen to a higher level. Now, everyone can see that Yi Bai's ability is weak in terms of destruction, but it has reached a new level in terms of life-saving. The word go was vividly shown by him. Yi Bai spread his hands and said, "Even if you ask me, I don't know. But I have a hunch that this pocket dimension space is related to the upper limit of my ability. The larger the space, the more things I can do." Hearing what he said, everyone looked at Dark Phoenix and Scarlet Witch. Among them, whoever had the most omnipotent ability was none other than these two. Maybe they could expand this space. Wanda shook his head. "My ability is to rewrite reality, not to create space, which cannot be done." Dark Phoenix thoughtfully, "I can try." "Then try it." Yi Bai thought for a while and nodded. Everyone walked out of the villa, came outside, and walked towards the misty side of the space boundary. Speaking of it, the fog that symbolizes the boundary of this pocket dimension is very interesting. People can walk in, but they will come out unknowingly. It is very magical. Once everyone, including Yi Bai, tried to walk into the mist more than once to see what was inside. When young lowly Agnes had nothing to do, she often played in and out of the mist. Dark Phoenix took a deep breath, and endless flames rose up all over her body. As soon as the phoenix flame appeared, it began to burn in the direction of the mist. The area behind the fog, where there is no time, no space, no matter, and no energy, there is nothing behind it. But at this moment, the phoenix flames burned out everything that should have been. The flame spreads towards the mist that envelopes the entire pocket dimension space. In an instant, everyone is like being in the sun. The boundary that can be seen by the eye turns into a strong light that is difficult to see directly. Space is expanding. This scene stunned everyone. At this time, I should sigh, is it Phoenix Force? The fire burned for 10 minutes, and the space was expanded to the limit of LV2, reaching the standard of LV3, which was 10 times the volume of the previous space. In Yi Bai's mind, he heard the system prompt. You borrowed external force to forcefully raise the magic hut by 1 level. The current level of magic hut is LV3. The maximum number of households has been increased to 10, and the number of shared chairs has been increased to 10. Note, from now on, Phoenix Force will not be able to upgrade the magic hut twice. Knowing that it has reached the limit, Yi Bai said to Dark Phoenix, "Stop it. It's the limit." Dark Phoenix nodded, putting away the flame. Yi Bai smiled and said to everyone, "I can maintain 10 shared chairs now." Everyone was very excited to learn that it was a success. Unknowingly, their belonging to this place is getting stronger and stronger because it can bring things they can't give up, whether it's the 3 mutant ginseng fruit trees, the magical shared chair, and Yi Bai's doll technology. They are all good things that can benefit everyone. The area here is bigger. Maybe we should plan it carefully to make it a more perfect paradise. Yi Bai suggested. People have no opinion. Since the body have decided to stay here for a long time, they do not mind the environment here better. Everyone around one to discuss their views. A fresh design will soon be born. They divide here a few areas, taking into account the future where there is room for possible expansion. So the planting area will be transferred to the left side of the villa. The remaining places are divided into 3 regions, used to build a more spacious European-style classical fairy tale castle, used to build a variety of recreational facilities, another area blank, so what can think of, and then added to it. The magic and the Dark Phoenix and the Scarlet Witch, the two complement each other with respective ability, with a night time, the whole transformation of some good pocket dimension, so that it becomes a real pleasure nest. Asterisk. Chapter 25. The lady with a cake face fell from the sky from this day on. Everyone stayed in the magic hut dimensional space, and all those who moved outside became their substitutes. The avatar has all the feelings it should have, and there will be no sense of disagreement with remote control, just like using one's own body. However, Yi Bai still prefers to go out on the main body. and he did not make a main body doll for himself. Came into the movie universe, unknowingly the past month. Emma's company has been prepared. A high-tech company named Marvel Technology has recruited employees and officially started operations. Yibai picked some of the technologies they brought from the zombie hero universe and asked Emma to run the company. Every one of them has a share in the company. Emma, the company responsible for operating the company, has a higher share, and everyone else has about it. Around 13%. With so many new high-tech technologies, it can be said that the future is bright. As long as there are no problems in operation, it is almost certain that this company will become the overlord of the capital empire. Katie and Jenny's orphanage plus school procedures have been applied for from the relevant department. The site is located in Westchester County, New York. It is located in another world, which is the mutant school. They asked Dark Phoenix for help. There was a school on fire, and it looked like a copy of Mutant School. This school feels particularly cordial in Katie's eyes. Even the builder of Dark Phoenix started to feel the past when he saw it. His personality switched. Jean Grey went online, and Dark Phoenix retired. Jean Grey, facing Yibai group of people, her heart is very complicated, but she knows that the only people familiar with the world are Yibai's family. The rest are either dead or zombies. She has already accepted your fate and prepare to start a new life in this new world. Stay here with students Katie and Jenny, ready to continue her job. Katie and Jenny respect her very much, and Jean Shun naturally became the principal of this school, so the school was officially named Jean Grey Youth Ability School. In recent days, the three of them are busy with enrollment work. Jean took out the brainwave amplifier of Professor X and used it to find orphan children with high IQs all over the world. After finding them, Katie and Jenny will be there. Take them over and raise them. Adoption plus education. It is more appropriate to say that it is an orphanage rather than a school. In the early hours of this day, in a certain area, Yibai wandered over in a doll vest, waiting for something. Something fell from the sky and crashed into a video rental shop. The doll Z was not far away and saw this scene with his own eyes. You have triggered a new mission. Task: Things Fallen from Heaven. Introduction: Firth, a soldier of the Carry Star team, descends from the sky. She has a past she doesn't know. Requirement: Help Firth find the past and make him recall his true identity. Reward: At position level +1. The doll Z walked over there. This doll was dressed in a purple dress, showing grace and ease when walking. There was a night-duty security car parked nearby. The fat security guard looked at the video store that was suspected to be hit by the meteorite in a daze and didn't know what to do. Before long, a person walked out of the store. She was wearing strange clothes and had a pie face. She walked out, looked at the people in the car not far away, and looked at the woman in the purple skirt who was walking here, then decisively walked to the ladder and asked for help. My name is Firth, from Carry Star Team. Do you know where to communicate? I am Z, from the Country of Dreams. Doll Z introduced herself first, and a walkie-talkie appeared out of thin air like magic in her hand. She handed it to the other party and said, I don't think this planet is the phone can communicate interstellar, whether it's a phone or a walkie-talkie. It shouldn't make any difference to you. Firth took it, fiddled with it, and took it apart. She pulled out 2 wires from her broken interstellar communication device, connected them to the walkie-talkie, tried it, and found it worked. She thanked the doll Z and stepped aside to send a newsletter. The doll Z Yuguang glanced at the guy in the car. He took out the walkie-talkie to report on what happened here. He could still vaguely hear the words, alien, he said. Obviously, this fat guy had heard the doll. The content of the previous conversation between Z and Carol Danvers. The doll Z ignored him, but waited in place. It didn't take long for Carol to end the communication. He walked back and returned the reassembled walkie-talkie, saying again, Thank you very much for your help, Z. You are a good person. Z silent. The doll, who was given a good person card, took the walkie-talkie back, and the walkie-talkie disappeared out of thin air, just like it appeared. When Carol saw it, he thought it was some kind of space technology installation. Is there a place to go? I can be a tour guide. Doll Z asked her. The Skrull people have come to this planet. They are looking for someone named Wendy Lawson. I need to find her in advance. Firth said seriously. Oh, then you can join me, and I will take you to find her after dawn. Good. As the sky gradually lights up, Doll Z takes Firth to stroll around in the nearby park, and introduces it to Amnesia Biscuit. To be honest, compared with the other surprised lady I have seen, the face value in front of me is too far apart. It must be very interesting if he could rescue the other one and bring it back so that two people also named Carol Danvers could meet. It's very backward here, but you have something that transcends the times, and it's also from outside? She said, definitely, was a means of taking out the walkie-talkie out of thin air before the doll. As I said, I'm from the country of dreams. I thought it was a place named somewhere on this planet. It's not true. Can you talk about it? I'll talk about it later. Someone is coming. At the moment, the two are walking in the park. Not far away, two men in black suits and sunglasses with super special police demeanor approach them. A black man, a white man, and the doll Purple recognize them. Nick Fury of SHIELD, and the rookie agent Phil Coulson who had just joined SHIELD not long ago. Compared to the future, they are very young at the moment. Hello, ladies. Have you seen a lady falling from the sky and smashing into a big hole in the best video store over there? Some people say that she is dressed like a game character. Nick Fury said, and looked at Carlo up and down. Elle Danvers is a novel outfit. Before Carol spoke, the doll Z said, she is Firth. She prefers to play cosplay. You may mistake her cosplay for the person you say. Sorry, we haven't seen her. Carol nodded. Yes, that's right. That's it. Fury. Are these two fools? He looked at the doll Z and asked, who are you again? My name is Z, from the country of dreams. Fury is full of black lines, and he decisively draws the opponent into the category of things from heaven. I need to ask you a few questions. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Spoilers for a while. When Fury was talking to the two ladies, Phil Coulson, a rookie at S.H.I.E.L.D., began to check his surroundings. Not long after he left, he was knocked on the back by a Skrull and fell to the ground in a coma and was dragged into the grass by the other person. The other party changed into his appearance and wandered back again. Except that they have been paying attention to Phil Coulson's doll Z from the corner of the eye, the others have not noticed anything. Based on the principle of making troubles, the doll Z decisively said to Fury, aliens have invaded your planet. They are Skrull people. They can change into your appearance and gain your memory. Huh? Alien? Have you watched too many movies? Fury looked at the girl in front of him speechlessly and began to wonder if there was a problem with the other's head. Alien? Can you become someone else? How is this possible? The doll Z pointed to Phil Coulson who was walking in the distance, and then said to Fury, your subordinate has been replaced by the Skrull. He is no longer him. Nick Fury hadn't opened his mouth to express his doubts. When Carol Danvers heard this, he immediately raised his fist and aimed at Phil Coulson and was about to give him a flash attack. The doll Z has a hand and pressed her arm down. Don't get excited. Phil Coulson pretended to have an innocent look and pointed his finger at his face. Me? Alien? Sir Fury, would you believe her? Your leader is called Talos, right? I know where his wife and children are, and I want to talk to him. Doll Z looked at Phil Coulson and straightforwardly picked out the words and said to him. Phil Coulson was stunned. Under Nick Fury's astonished expression, he took out a communicator that Fury had never seen before and set a few extraterrestrials to it. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury kind of believed in the words of the doll Purple. Is this Phil Coulson an alien fake? This made him shudder and became vigilant, asking the fake Phil Coulson, what did you do to Phil Coulson? The man hesitation and finally pointed to the grass not far away. Fury ran over there, found Phil Coulson who was in a coma here, checked and confirmed that he was still alive, and he was relieved. Seeing tangible evidence, Fury no longer doubted what the doll Z said. He walked back again with a solemn expression and questioned the doll Z, Carol, and the fake Phil Coulson. You better give me a reason not to arrest you. Carol Danvers also said to the doll Z, you'd better give me a reason to stop me from killing the Skrull. Don't worry, we will speak slowly when Talos comes. Doll Z said, looking at the Skrull who became Phil Coulson. The latter nodded and said, the general is coming and will be here soon. After a few minutes passed, a few seemingly inconspicuous passers-by walked into this park, and they walked towards the doll Zidran. As they approached, one of the women stepped forward, restoring his appearance as a Skrull. The man was Talos himself. Nick Fury, who saw alien and ability for the first time, touched the holster on his waist involuntarily, but he soon realized that there were many families and weapons, so he put his hands down again, but was nervous. No one can tell the appearance of Nick Fury in this period. Like him, Carol Danvers is also very guarded. In fact, if it weren't for the doll Z to pull her, she would fight the Skrull for 300 rounds. Do you know where my wife and children are? Taros looked at the doll Z and asked, and he could tell the uneasiness of his heart from his tone. Doll Z stretched out his finger, and the air around him swept from top to bottom, and a dark space cave was opened. This unscientific scene shocked everyone present and didn't understand how she did it. In this dark cave, many glowing red eyes are faintly visible. Looking inside, you will get goosebumps. The doll Z stepped into it and said to everyone, "Keep up." Carol only slightly hesitation, then bit his scalp into this suspected deep place. For the safety of the Earth, Nick Fury also bite the bullet and walked in based on the principle of keeping an eye on these aliens. In order to see his wife and children goodbye, General Skrull Talos also gave up. He turned his head and said to his opponents, "Wait for me here. If I don't come out, you are free to play." After speaking, step into it. When these people walked in, the gap closed and disappeared into the air. At first glance, it seems as if it never existed. The world of gaps, or the dimension of dreams. The three people who followed the doll Z found that the place was not as terrible as expected, and the environment was basically the same as the outside, and even people outside could be seen here. Nick Fury walked curiously to the Skrull who was waiting outside, stretched out his hand and dangled in front of them, and found that the other party could not see him. He reached out and touched it again. He could touch it, but he couldn't interfere with everything outside. These temptations have allowed Nick Fury to understand some of the characteristics of this place, and also let Carol and Talos understand what Fury has tried. "No need to try. This place is just a dream," Doll Z said, drawing the attention of the three people back to him. "Where's my family?" Although he was curious about this magical place, he cared more about his wife, children, and those people. "Don't worry, read a story first." Doll Z smiled. Following her words, the surrounding environment changed and became the interior of a scientific research spacecraft of the Carey Empire. Here is a middle-aged woman who looks very kind. This woman, Carol Danvers, is very familiar. The Supreme Wisdom often communicates with herself in her image. She's March, a light-skinned race in the Carey Empire, and her appearance is very similar to humans. Doll Z introduced from the side. She is a pacifist, and she was the first to discover that the Skrull people were not the Empire's propaganda is so evil, but the Empire is the one that has been persecuting it all the time. After discovering this, she saved many Skrulls on the battlefield and drove this research spacecraft to the side of the Earth. Among those Skrulls rescued by her, there is Taros yours family. When she came to Earth, she integrated here, trying to use Tesseract to develop the speed of light engine to find a new home for these Skrull refugees. Accompanied by the words of the doll Purple, the environmental scenes around the several people began to jump, showing that Mawar was named Dr. Wendy Lawson on the Earth and participated in the Pegasus project led by SHIELD and the military. Until Carol Danvers appears in the screen. "Wait, that's me." Carol Danvers pointed to himself in military uniform in front of him in shock. Nick Fury and Talos are also curious about this. "Look on, you will get the answer." Doll Z motioned to her to stay calm. A few people continue to watch. After that, Yong Rog and others of the Carey Empire came to the Earth and attacked Carol and Marwell, who were flying into space in a fighter jet. They wanted to take away Marwell's research results and catch her. They crashed, Marwell died, and Carol shot and broke the device containing Tesseract energy, causing a violent explosion. Because when the thing exploded, you were too close, allowing you to carry its energy. This is also the origin of your super ability. Also because of this, you are brought back to Harastar by Yong Rog, and the Supreme Wisdom treats you. Brainwashing has made you forget the fact that you were a human being. The firth on the half of the metal dog tag on your body is not your full name. Your full name is Carol Danvers. Along with the screen and the description of the doll, especially when the doll says, "Your name is Carol Danvers," Carol's memory shows signs of recovery. This made her head feel like a paste, very uncomfortable. Doll Z did not continue to give them spoilers, because the spoilers were almost the same, and the surrounding environment returned to the original state. He looked at Talos. "The person you are looking for is on Marwell's scientific research spacecraft, and that spacecraft is floating invisibly on the planet's synchronous orbit, and the specific coordinates are at Carol Danvers's. In the memory washed away by the supreme wisdom, when she recovers her memory, you can reunite with your family. At the moment, Talos was already in tears. Nick Fury asked the doll Purple, "Who are you? From the Kree Empire or a Skrull?" "My name is Z, a resident of Dreamland, a good friend of mankind." "The country of dreams? You called this place a dream before. Is this the country of dreams?" "Good. Ding. You have completed the task. The thing fallen from the sky." A position increased from LV2 to LV3. At this moment, Carol Danvers' memories were all restored, and she reached out and grabbed the thing on her neck to get it off. The doll Z helped from the side, allowing her to remove it easily. Without the suppression of this thing, Carol's body strength exploded, and in an instant, the whole person became shining. Feeling the seemingly endless power in his body, Carol angrily said, "Damn, they deceived me. I contacted Yongrog before, and they will arrive on Earth in 3 days. What do we have to do?" Asterisk. Chapter 27. Space Gem. Upgrade the magic hut outside the park. The awakened Phil Coulson was confronting the Skrull people. The group of guys in front of him were so suspicious, he guessed that they probably stunned him. At the moment, a black line with bow knots on both sides emerged out of thin air. The line cuts through the space, revealing the cave of space. 4 dolls, Purple, Nick Fury, Carol Danvers, and Talos walked out of it. Phil Coulson was stunned when he saw this supernatural scene and didn't understand what happened. Nick Fury didn't explain the situation to him either, but said to him, "Phil Coulson, whatever you saw just now, it has been listed as a top secret, and now I am solely responsible." Upon hearing top secret, Phil Coulson immediately nodded to express his understanding, and turned around and left without asking. Obviously, Fury intends to deal with this 5th type of contact alone, and he does not intend to tell anyone about it. Nick Fury took everyone to a stronghold near Shield and applied for a fighter plane as a car. An engineer subordinate of Talos took over the transformation of this fighter plane and added the function to fly out of the Earth's atmosphere. The doll Z left for a while, went to the military base planned by Tianma, and sneaked into it. From there, he found the elemental eater that looked like a cat and brought it back. This element-chewing beast was once Marwill's pet. This species is one of the most terrifying creatures in the universe. It looks like a cat and is harmless, but it can swallow almost everything. Its stomach connects to another dimension, so it won't get fat by swallowing many objects. Carol, Nick Fury, and others were speechless when they saw the doll Z left for a few minutes, but brought back a cat. Nick Fury said, "Do the residents of Dreamland like cats?" Compared with Nick Fury's fearlessness of the unknown, the Skrull people were very uncomfortable when they saw this cat. For a moment, they hid away from the distance, and Talos said in horror, "Oh, damn. This is Chi-Yuan. Beast, how could there be such a dangerous thing on this planet?" Nick Fury thinks Talos is timid, just a cat. Is it necessary to be scared like this? The doll Z touched the head of the cat in her arms and said, "This is the pet that Marvel brought to the Earth." Carol recognized this cat as the pet of Dr. Wendy Lawson, March. Will. The cat naturally recognized Carol and meowed at her intimately. He jumped onto Carol's shoulder and rubbed her face. "I remember that in the comics, Carol only had a cat named Chewie, and he didn't know it was an elemental eater for 8 years. The truth was not revealed until he met the Guardians of Galaxy in the universe." "What is the Yuan-cheating beast?" Carol asked while touching the cat on his shoulder. "That is the most dangerous creature in the universe. It can swallow everything." Taros introduced her carefully, fearing that the cat on her shoulder was upset, and swallowed him in one bite. "Is that so?" Carol asked Doll Z. Compared to Talos, she still trusts the doll more Purple. "Almost." Doll Z nodded and admitted. "Can you give it to me? I like it very much." "You have to ask it. It is a smart creature and can understand human words." Carol hugged the essence-devouring beast from his shoulders to his eyes and asked it, "Little guy, can you follow me, okay?" The essence-devouring beast meowed a few times, but I didn't know whether it agreed or not. Anyway, Carol took it as it agreed and raised it high with joy. "Although I don't want to disturb you, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with the Kree who will be here in 3 days?" Nick Fury said helplessly. Carol threw a fist domineeringly. I am super strong now. Ronan is not afraid when he comes. The stone is hammered. This is a very iron girl. Half an hour later, Talos engineers finally transformed the fighter into a shuttle. Everyone boarded the ship and was piloted by Carol, and rode it out of the base of SHIELD and went straight to the sky. I want to say who is the most excited here. It is the dozens of Skrulls, including Taros, who can see their compatriots immediately, and they will naturally be excited. Nick Rue asked them, what are your plans for the future? Continue to find a new home, a home that will not be discovered by the Carey Empire. Talos said, since Wendy Lawson is willing to help you, I am also willing, and when things here are over, I will go with you. Carol said, I thought you would stay. After all, you are an Earthling. Nick Fury was learning that the opponent was an Earthling or a soldier of M-Fruit, hoping that she would stay. Carol's strength was when she took off the thing from her neck. After he was a child, he was tested in the dream country of the doll Purple. He was stunned at the time. It was almost out of the atmosphere. There can be such a powerful superhero on the Earth, which can definitely give people a sense of security, especially when he knows. Human beings are not alone in the universe now. I know, but I did a lot of wrong things when I was brainwashed. I want to atone for those things until I help them find a new home. Carol is extra serious in this regard. Thank you very much, Miss Carol, Miss Purple, and Mr. Fury. I swear in the name of Clyben and Sluggard that you will be the Skrull who I represent forever friends. Talos expressed his sincere gratitude to the three, and those Skrull who followed him also expressed their gratitude to them. P.S. The Celestial Group created the Eternal Skrull who can exceed ability. Clyben, male, is the Eternal Skrull, and Sluggard, female, is the Mutant Skrull. They are the ancestors of the Skrull. The shuttle quickly flew out of the atmosphere and approached Marweir's scientific research spacecraft. Carol operated a few times on his watch, and it sent a unique message, which was received by Marweir's spacecraft. The scientific research spacecraft that received the information automatically released its invisible state and was seen by everyone in the shuttle. This scientific research spacecraft is very large, and it has 2 football fields file size visually. Officially landed on this very advanced scientific research and exploration spacecraft, Doll Z and others met a large group of Skrulls, old and weak women and children here, including Talos' wife and children. Seeing them, Talos stepped forward excitedly, and the family of 3 hugged together. Nick Fury, he focused on Tesseract here. He knew this thing. During World War II, Red Skull Schmidt dug it up from a ruin in Norway. At the end of the war, Captain America Steve Rogers and Red Skull fell into the Arctic Ocean during the battle. Before long, Howard Stark, the founder of the Scientific Strategy Corps, sent someone to salvage Tesseract, and it has been sealed in S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't until the Tianma project started 6 years ago that it was taken out, and then it was lost. Puppet Purple stood with Fury and looked at Tesseract as well. According to his idea, since Dark Phoenix's Phoenix Force can upgrade the Magic Hut, maybe Tesseract can also. She picked it up and said to Natasha Romanoff and others who watched her live broadcast in her heart, which one of you has the ability of energy absorbing? I want to try to see if I can upgrade the pocket dimension space again with the energy of Tesseract. Jean Grey said, use my ability. Good. The inner dialogue was only a moment, and the Doll Z began to try to absorb the power of the space gem in Tesseract through Phoenix Force. What are you doing? Nick Fury sensed that the opponent seemed to be absorbing the energy in the Rubik's Cube, which made him alert, afraid that the opponent would take this thing away. If they want the other party to take it, Fury doesn't think he can get it back. As long as they take the Rubik's Cube and hide in the land of dreams, no one can even find her. Don't worry, I just borrow it and won't take it away. Doll Z sees Nick Fury thinking about it here, giving him a reassurance. I saw Tesseract on the Doll Z's hand, gradually emitting a brighter blue light, and the blue energy in it was faintly visible flowing towards the Doll Z's hand. Seeing the movement here, Carol walked over and asked, you seem to be absorbing its energy? Do you want to use its energy to obtain the same ability as mine? You think too much. Your situation is only a small chance accident. It is basically impossible to replicate that process. I just borrowed the energy of Tesseract to charge one of my things. Doll Z said half-truth. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Observable universe boundary pocket dimension space. With the influx of space gem power, the space volume here expands again. On the basis of level 3, it has been expanded 10 times, and the surface area has been expanded to 10,000 mu. You borrowed external force to forcibly raise the level of Magic Hut. The current level of Magic Hut is LV4. The maximum number of residents has been increased to 20, and the number of shared chairs has been increased to 20. Note: Space Gem will not be able to upgrade the Magic Hut twice in the future. Doll Purple stopped absorbing the energy of the gem and gave it to Nick Fury with a casual warning. This thing is very dangerous. Don't use it rashly. Nick Fury took it and put it in a suitcase. Do you know the origin and function of Tesseract? He asked Doll Purple. There is a gem in Tesseract called Space Gem, which was born at the beginning of the universe and symbolizes the space rule. Its real function is not endless energy, but to manipulate, modify, and create space, such as opening a wormhole. Doll Purple made a popular science for Fury and Carol. Fury's eyes light up when he hears it. Wormholes are still a very sci-fi concept for people on Earth. Fury knows this concept. If you can really master it, distance will no longer be an obstacle to mankind's exploration of the universe. Carol thought of another aspect. She asked, if Tesseract can open the wormhole, we can use it to connect locations far away from the territory of the Carey Empire and find a new home for Talos and the others over there. Purple, you use it, right? Fury also looked at Doll Purple. Obviously, he was also curious about whether Doll Purple could use Tesseract. If possible, it would be great to get this method from her. With the current technological power of the Earth, it is difficult to create a device to drive the Rubik's Cube. I can't use it, but the universe is actually not big to me. No matter how far away, I can reach it instantly, even without Tesseract. I can also send you far enough away. What the Doll Z said is as much as you pretend to be. Hearing what she said, Carol immediately called up a new map from the spacecraft terminal and called Roar over. She pointed to the star map and introduced them to them. This is the large Magellanic Cloud in the sphere of influence of the Kree Empire, and this is the Uranus Galaxy where the Skrull Empire is located. And here is the Milky Way where the Earth is located, and this area also belongs to the boundary of the Shia Empire. So our galaxy belongs to the Shia Empire in a strict sense, but it is too remote and no one pays attention. As she spoke, she shrank the star map, showing a wider star field, showing spiral galaxies one by one, and in the end, the star map became the entire observable universe. Even the area explored by the three empires is insignificant compared to the entire observable universe. She pointed to an inconspicuous galaxy on the other side of the universe far from the territories of the three empires, and said, "We can come to this galaxy to find home." The corners of the doll's purple mouth are drawn straight. This has reached the boundary of the observable universe. At such a long distance, even with the technology of the three empires, with sufficient energy, the cosmic honeycomb formed by periodic fluctuations can be used. It takes several years to reach such jumping points. Shia Empire's Stargate technology is better, but it takes at least half a year to run that far. If the Skrull refugees like Taros really find a new home there, the Kree will never want to find them. You can send us past, right? Carol asked Doll Z expectantly. The Doll Z nodded. Seeing her admit that she can really do it, this allows Nick Fury to learn more about the ability of Doll Purple. Very well. When you have solved Young Rog and the others, I will go there. Sister Carol made a final decision. Can I follow the past to see? Nick Fury raised his hand and asked. On the one hand, he had a long experience with the past, and on the other hand, he attracted the dolls Z and Carol in the process. They are both talents with peculiar abilities. At least have a good relationship with them. Only in this way can he have a strong enough whole card at the critical moment. Don't have to be so troublesome, we can pass now. My space capacity is based on high dimensions. It can not only teleport, but also observe the universe from high dimensions. It is very easy for me to find an ecological planet without the birth of intelligent life. The Dalsy said. What she said is not a lie. Reading the article and sending it, the so-called reading article, is observing. The 10-second reading time can be extended indefinitely, making her observation time longer. In this state, she can observe multi-universe. High dimension? What does this mean? Carol is a warrior. Although he is not illiterate, he has only heard of the theory of superstring dimensionality. Just treat it as a hyperspace vision. Doll Z is too lazy to explain. However, Nick Fury wrote it down, planning to go back and look through relevant theoretical books to gain a deeper understanding of the doll purple ability. At this time, Talos brought his wife, children, and the group of refugees to thank the three again. Carol pointed to the star map and told Talos and others about the immigration plan that could begin soon. Knowing that they will soon have a new home, the Skrull people are all excited. After a long time of excitement, Talos' hesitation asked, "Do you not need us to stay? I mean to help you solve the upcoming Kree troubles." Carol shook his head. "No need. I'm super good now, just to carry." The doll Z is speechless. This girl is really swollen. What is a trivial Kree? Perhaps she now has the strength to smash the accuser Ronin's fleet head-on. But once the Kree Empire is really determined to attack the Earth, Carol will definitely not be able to defend it. "Well, I can give you a promise. If your home is invaded in the future, just notify me, and I will bring my fleet to you as soon as possible to support you," Talos assured the three. The trio were very satisfied with its attitude, especially Nick Fury, who wrote Talos' guarantee in his pocketbook as a whole card that could be played if necessary. Fury, he is such a person. You can say that he is not profitable and can't afford it early. You can say that he can do nothing to achieve his goal. His identity as a wall guard is destined to protect the Earth's human civilization at all costs. After everyone was ready, they collectively looked at the Doll Z. Doll Z did not disappoint them. He closed his eyes and opened ability, wrapped the scientific research and exploration spacecraft where he was in, enveloped it, and activated the reading and teleport skills. The 10-second reading time is extremely long in the subjective consciousness of Doll Z. In just 10 seconds of reading the article, he found an ecological planet in a galaxy at the boundary of the observable universe. At the end of 10 seconds, everyone felt a slight vibration. The Doll Z opened her eyes and smiled at everyone. "Okay, we have arrived at our destination." Carol immediately called out the external monitoring, and the screen in front of him showed a different picture of the environment. Various plants that are not on the Earth can be seen everywhere, and in the distance, some large beasts similar to dinosaurs can also be seen. Carol brought out the star map again, located the location, and quickly confirmed that they had arrived at the galaxy far from the three empires of the universe and located at the edge of the observable universe. Seeing all this, all the Skrull people happily roar. With such a new home that is almost impossible to be found by the Kree Empire, Talos and the others were extremely excited. Carol was shocked. During her 5 years in the Kree Empire, she went to fight on various planets, knowing what this distance means, but the Doll Z closed her eyes for 10 seconds, carrying such a large spaceship. It's just a swish, and the word miracle is not enough to describe it. After the Skrull people liked roar, their gazes at the Doll Z were also a little shocked, almost as if she was a god to worship. The Doll Z calmly bears their shocking or admiring gazes. Asterisk. Chapter 29. People who snap their fingers and marvel are very good. The right to name this planet naturally falls on the Doll Z. The Doll Z did not refuse, and named it New Skrull. Although the name is not creative, at least it is very vivid and easy to remember. Talos led his tribe and began the work of land reclamation on the primitive planet. The three dolls, Z, Carol, and Nick Fury, spent a whole day in Novosculus, then left Talos and others and sent them back to Earth. Marwyr's scientific research spacecraft was naturally left to the Skrull people. With the help of this spacecraft, they can make their initial wasteland reclamation work smoother. At 12 o'clock at midnight, it was still the park where the dolls Z and Carol first met, and the three teleported back to this place. Nick Fury, who came back, said with emotion, "I can go so far in my lifetime. I am the first one in the human circle on the Earth." Carol, dissatisfied, "Did you draw me out of the human circle?" "Oh, sorry. By the way, the Skrull's problem has been solved, and only the Kree's problem is left." "Carol, will you stay?" Nick Fury asked her after apologizing. "Well, I will stay for a while until I get tired of it. I am going to see my friend and her daughter. In their eyes, I have been dead for 5 years and should be resurrected." Carol said. She said friend, of course, is Maria Rambeau, with her daughter. "Purple, what about you?" Nick Fury asked Puppet Z again. In Fury's view, Although Doll Purple has not demonstrated ability in destruction, her ability is more magical than Carol. She casually found the ability of the unknown ecological planet, and Nick Fury couldn't even ignore it. Perhaps for an existence like Doll Purple, this 3-acre land of the Earth is just a stop for people's travel, not a destination. Because of this, Fury is very at ease with others. People can find it if they want to move their minds. The Earth really has nothing to covet for them. Therefore, if the Doll Purple is to stay on Earth, Fury will welcome it. I spend most of my time in the country of dreams. Occasionally, I will come out on a whim. The place to visit is not necessarily the Earth. If you want to find me, you can make an appointment to leave a message there. Every time I come out, go there and have a look. The Doll Z said nonsense. When daybreak, I will buy you a safe house. Nick Fury said quickly. He didn't want to lose contact with Doll Z. 3 days later, an uninhabited plain on the outskirts of Colorado. Carol, Nick Fury, and Doll Purple, plus an elemental devourer, are waiting here with a pet. Carol has turned on his communication positioning device to indicate the location of himself and others to the Kree people, such as Young Rog, who are about to arrive on Earth. Before long, a small spaceship flew from the sky and landed not far in front of the 3 of them. Young Rog, Minerva, Colas, Bronca, and a dozen Krylonto soldiers stepped off the spacecraft. Firth, is the person next to you the friend you just made? Young Rog got off the spaceship and walked towards here, asking as he walked. Don't call me Firth, I'm Carol Danvers. For the past 5 years, it has been a lie made up by you, and by the supreme wisdom. Young Roger, get out of the Earth with your people, and never come back, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings. Carol Danvers said with a complicated expression but firm tone. Have you recovered your memory? So that's it. I'm sorry, but I must take you back. Young Rog's expression is also very complicated. In the past 5 years, whether it is for Carol or Young Rog, there has been a little affection for each other, but the relationship has not taken root. If there is no such thing, it may be a few years later. People will come together. Then there is nothing to talk about? Carol asked, squinting. Yes. Young Rog said affirmatively. Carol is no longer talking nonsense. Her body shines with dazzling light. As if teleporting, at a speed that is difficult to capture by the retina, she instantly deceives her body among several Kree people, flexes her fists, and divides by 2, including Young Rog. All the Carrie people inside, without the slightest resistance, were knocked down by her and stunned. This is an extremely gorgeous instant spike. The puppets Z and Nick Fury have various likes in the hearts of the watching dolls. Even the live broadcast of Wanda, Natasha Romanoff, Emma, Katie, Jenny, Cheen, etc. admire Carol decisively. Carol did not kill her, even if they had deceived her. But in the past 5 years of fighting side by side, Carol has more or less cultivated a friendship with them. Not far away, Nick Fury, a melon eater, said to the Doll Z beside him, I think we should kill those Carrie people. Doll Z has different opinions. She said, all the actions of the soldiers of the Carrie Empire are recorded in the database of their super biological computer, Supreme Wisdom. There is no point in killing people. Nick Fury was a little regretful. He really wanted to kill these people, take their spacecraft as his own, and obtain black technology through research on the spacecraft, so as to better protect the Earth. Seeing his regretful expression on his face, the Doll Z can guess Fury's thoughts, so he reminded him, this incident will not end simply. If you want something from them, there is still a chance. Fury's eyes lit up, and then he realized that he was seen by the Doll Z, and hurriedly reduced his expression. He said, I didn't want anything from them. The Doll Z squinted at him and vomited, don't hide it. Although I have not been in contact with you for a long time, I can see that you are a person who is unscrupulous in order to protect human civilization. Although I am not a human being, I want to say human civilization needs people like you. Fury was stunned. He stared at the Doll Z blankly. This was the first time that he had been told of his goals and ideals. The Doll Z smiled, did not look at him again, but looked at Carol. At the moment, Ronan of the Carrie Empire has been notified by the Supreme Wisdom that Young Rog and others have failed the mission. Ronan's fleet began to rush to the solar system, and it is estimated that within a few minutes, it will be able to jump through the jumping point. At the moment, Carol has moved Young Rog and others back to their spacecraft and operated a few times on it, setting the autopilot, the destination, Hara in the large Magellanic Cloud. In this way, these carry people were forcibly repatriated by Carol. Watching the spacecraft fly away from the Earth, she clapped her hands and turned around, proudly saying to the two of them, "It's done." The Doll Z and Fury walked towards her. The former said, "The accuser Ronin of the Carey Empire is about to arrive in the solar system. Let's go and negotiate with him." Ronin? You know him too." Carol was surprised. "Who is Ronin? Is that great?" Fury wondered. Carol explained to him. Ronin is one of the highest accusers of the Carey Empire. His power is roughly equivalent to a mixed position of senator plus general. He was originally the purest minority among the Carey people. Please tell me. You can handle him." Nick Fury was a little worried when he heard that the senior officials of the Carey Empire were coming. "Don't worry, I have a whole card here. Even without me, Carol alone can repel Ronin's fleet. This is definitely the downside, and there are hidden dangers, so it is best to solve the problem at the negotiating table." Z smiled very thief. When she just finished saying this, she felt the fluctuations in the solar system and immediately said, "They are here. Let's go to him gradually." After activating the reading teleport, 10 seconds later, the three of them teleported to the accuser Ronin's spacecraft command room in an instant. The three people who suddenly appeared here made the many Kree people here on alert for the first time and aimed their weapons at them. The Doll Z and Carol are bold and unreliable. Fury is forced to be calm. At least on the surface it looks calm, and vaguely already has the kind of strategizing style for the future. Next, it's time for the Doll Purple to pretend. "Ronin, I'll give you a reason to retreat first." The Doll Z snapped his fingers. Shared from the mind ability of White Queen Emma. Accompanied by the snapping of their fingers, all the Kree people in this battleship except Ronin fell into a coma for the first time. This scene made Ronin frown. "Ronin, give you another reason to sit down and negotiate with us calmly." The Doll Z snapped his fingers again, sharing the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey. Endless flames spread from around the doll's purple body, enveloping the entire command room in a blink of an eye. Ronin couldn't feel the temperature of the flame, but he could feel the ice cold in his heart. This speaker made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. When the flame passed, the environment changed accordingly. In the end, the spaceship command room became a garden where birds and flowers fragrant like death. Doll Z, Carol, Fury, and Ronin were in the sea of flowers privately. Except for all of the instigators, the other three were shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 30. It's not about terms. The two snapped fingers of the Doll Z shocked Ronin. In fact, Carol and Fury were also shocked. Feelings your old man's confidence in coming to Ronin to discuss terms is based on first rubbing others on the ground. Ronin looked ugly. He looked at the Doll Z and said, "Who is your excellency?" "You can call me Z." The Doll Z said with a smile. Although someone's puppet face is harmless to humans and animals, it speaks very loudly. After seeing her supernatural power methods, Ronin would not really judge people by appearance, but was more wary. "What do you want to negotiate with me? This place is blocked by me, and the Supreme Wisdom will not know what happened here. I ask you, do you have doubts in your heart about the rule of the Supreme Wisdom? Absolute reason, absolute efficiency, but it lacks the vitality that a civilization should have. Your civilization is like a place where you are in a military camp. Are you questioning whether all this is correct? How long has your technology come to an end? How long have you not made progress? You actually know that in a serious environment, it is difficult for the Kree to have inspiration. It will not improve again. The Supreme Wisdom may have realized this problem and is also trying to solve the problem. But is its mechanical logic really credible? Ronin, admit it, your Carey Empire has reached a bottleneck. What are you trying to say? Ronin frowned. He didn't like this feeling about the other party's guess about himself, his grasp of his own psychology, and the guidance of his own thinking. The science and technology of the Carey Empire did not progress for a long time. He has been thinking about this problem, but he has not borne the idea that the Supreme Wisdom is wrong. At the moment, being said by the Doll ZZ, Ronin fell into deep thought. At the same time, he is also very alert to the person opposite, and communicating with a guy who seems to be able to see through people's hearts is really not a great experience. I don't know why the other party knows me so well, and I don't know the purpose of the other party and myself. Carol and Nick Fury at the moment looked dumbfounded, which was different from what they thought they were negotiating. Judging from the current trend, Dal Z is not here to negotiate terms, but to persuade Ronan to engage in a coup and oppose the supreme wisdom. Just listen to the Dal Z continued to say. Earth, or Sea, 53 planet, you have been here in the past, and you have created a group of super ability foreigners. I can tell you clearly that the combination of the Kree and the alien will give birth to the next generation with better genetics. This is originally the evolution of your race and has nothing to do with technology. You tell me what you want to do? Are you a stranger? Ronan asked. The corners of the doll's purple mouth curled up, and she flicked. Yes, we foreigners also have Kree genes. The purpose of me telling you this is to hope that you will become the supreme ruler of the Kree Empire, not the supreme wisdom without emotions. Ronan, I can see the future and know who your future wife is. She is a stranger like me. Her name is Christia Markline. She is codenamed Crystal. Ability, her sister is the queen of the Inhumans, and her brother-in-law is the king of the Inhumans, with stronger abilities than me. The reason why Idol Z claimed to be an alien and said that he has the Kree gene was to establish an identity with him in Ronan's heart to further increase his persuasive power. Nick Fury saw Dal Z's various flicks and took this opportunity to take advantage of Dal Z's deterrence and words to Ronan, pretending to be a wolf with a big tail, and also said one condition. I hope that while you are in power, provide us with some simple scientific and technological assistance. With regard to the condition that Fury had put forward, Dal Purple wanted to roll his eyes. Even the people who watched the live broadcast in the magic cabin began to complain, such as Natasha Romanoff. She said, sure enough, Fury's heart is the same black in any world. Ronan was silent. He was thinking whether he really wanted to take that step. Seeing Ronan's heart, the Dal Z added another fire. You have seen my ability. I can be your ally and participate in the operation to overthrow the supreme wisdom. Good. Fury and Carol are sent back to Earth by Yibai. Ronan pretended to be intimidated by the puppet Z and could not retreat voluntarily. This was for the supreme wisdom to see. In fact, Yibai's Yakumo purple puppet has penetrated into the gap and followed Ronan back to Hara in the large Magellanic cloud. They will conduct a beheading operation and force supreme intelligence to shut down and offline. Only when it goes offline can Ronan's uprising be successful, otherwise everything will be neglected. The pocket dimension of Magic Hut. At the moment, everyone sat on the shared chairs and discussed the incident while watching the live broadcast on the large 150-inch screen in front of them. If Ronan's coup is really successful, it would be a good thing. It's just Yi. Isn't it a good thing for you to sell Inhumans like this? Natasha Romanoff asked Yi Bai on the shared chair next to him. The Inhumans will return to the Carey family sooner or later. As far as I know of a parallel world timeline, the Black Bat King once became the king of the Carey Empire, and Crystal has indeed become Ronan's wife. Otherwise you think I had treated Ronan before. Are those words groundless? Yi Bai shrugged. He still didn't say anything. In fact, Crystal's first boyfriend was Thunderbolt in the Fantastic Four, and the second boyfriend was Scarlet Witch Wanda's brother Quicksilver Pietro, and she gave Quicksilver a baby. After that, Crystal was married to Ronan by the Black Bat King. I hope Ronan won't tear the covenant in that position. Natasha Romanoff didn't know what to say about what Yi Bai did. I have been psychologically intimidating Ronan and building a powerful image in his heart. If he wants to tear up the covenant, then plan B. We will send our stand-ins to Harris Star. Me. I believe Ronan will compromise. Yi Bai had a follow-up plan long ago, and he said confidently. Afterwards, he changed the subject and asked Natasha Romanoff. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Have you found your peer? Well, I found it. I met her, but I didn't reveal my identity. It's a pity that I didn't see that scene. It must be very interesting. Yi Bai said wickedly. As a result, he was rolled eyes by Natasha Romanoff. Yi Bai asked Jean Grey, Katie, and Jenny, how is your school? Not bad. I have recruited more than 30 orphans. Recently, I'm considering recruiting some teachers and social workers. When she mentioned this school, Katie eloquently talked about the current situation of the 3-person school. Said it again. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Low-profile copycat reality gem on the other side. Yi Bai's doll Z followed Ronan back to the Carey Empire. Ronan worked with her for a while and successfully shut down the Supreme Wisdom. After that, Ronan began to contact his supporters, and soon a group of coup forces formed. With the help of the Purple Puppet, Ronan's supporters and Carey people opposed to the Supreme Wisdom have grown more and more. In less than a few days, the accuser Ronan successfully reached the highest position of power in the Carey Empire. At this point, the Purple Puppet retreated. From the traditional Supreme Wisdom rule to the original rule system, it will inevitably usher in the throes of civilization, and Ronan will be busy for a while in the future. The Captain Marvel incident came to an end. The doll Z returned to the magic hut and was sealed by Yi Bai. She will probably be rarely used again in the future, so let's put it at home as a collection. On this day, Yi Bai was reading in the library of Pocket Dimension Castle. There are a lot of books here, and none of them are ordinary books, but books with magical knowledge and legends. It is conservatively estimated that there are at least more than 100,000 copies, and Yi Bai spoofed them as 103,000 little yellow books. These are all brought back by Natasha Romanoff in the holy place of Doctor Strange in the universe of zombie heroes. It can be said that even Kamar Taj in this world does not necessarily have as much occult knowledge as here. What he watched at the moment was mostly related to alchemy. Having the skill of doll alchemy LV1 made Yi Bai learn this very quickly. Alchemy is a secret and complicated knowledge of the god of Door, and it is not easy to define it. Some people define it as the ultimate goal of turning base metals into gold or making elixir. Some people use it to make magic potions for various purposes. Some people define it in this way. Alchemy is a sacred technology that makes humans exist on the same level as gods, but this definition seems to cause a misunderstanding. It is easy for people to equate alchemists with magicians with super ability, think that they belong to some kind of mysterious group, and exchange information with mysterious codes. Yi Bai can now use it to do many things, such as material decomposition and reorganization, through which objects can be refined and processed. For the time being, he could not change the molecular structure to turn one substance into another, nor could he refine the elixir, which is the ultimate meaning of alchemy. Just as he watched with gusto, a new skill upgrade task was triggered. You have triggered a new task. Task: the ultimate mystery of alchemy. Introduction: the elixir of life, or the sage's stone, can be made from the soul, or it can be found from a higher dimension, and you have already held the key of truth in your hand. Requirement: find the ether in the 7-dimensional space, and use it to refine the sage's stone. Reward: reading and sending level +1. After reading the task introduction, Yi Bai closed the magic book in his hand and placed it on the desk in front of him. Speaking of ether, Yi Bai thought of the reality gem in the 6 infinite gems, which has the form of tie particles in the movie universe. Ether is a substance envisioned by Aristotle in the history of physics. The 5th substance besides earth, water, fire, and wind refers to the sky and upper atmosphere in general with a certain mystery. It is also said that it is the first most basic element created by the stream of consciousness that composes the space and the spiritual world when it creates the material phenomenon world, in which all things in the material phenomenon world exist. Yi Bai uses the read article of read article transmission to put his will into the 7-dimensional space, where he observes and finds the ether. In this dimension, Yi Bai always inadvertently receives a large amount of incomprehensible brain-burning information in his mind. Because in this place, present, past, future, different possibilities, different multi-universes can be seen, the human brain cannot process so much information. In fact, if it weren't for the ability to read text that could originally help him filter out most of what he didn't need to know and only see what he wanted to see, he would have to burn his brain just by looking at it in this dimensional space. As he kept searching, he gradually discovered that something like ether seemed to be everywhere in this space, and it was the least valuable thing here. It looks like a liquid, but also like a gas. The color is not good. It feels that there is no color, and it feels that all colors are contained in it, which is very weird. He used the transmission function of reading a transmission to send a little bit of ether to the front, and it was easy to succeed. The form of ether in 3-dimensional space is the same as that in 7-dimensional space. It is a mass of things that resemble liquid and gas. Yi Bai pulled this little ether back to the alchemy platform and used alchemy to analyze its characteristics. As the analysis gradually discovers, it contains time, space, matter, and energy. That is to say, it is a material that can be used to refine almost anything. For example, the sage stone that makes people immortal and ignores equivalent exchange. With this recognition, Yi Bai's eyes shined. He decisively searched the library, found the relevant books on how to refine the sage's stone, and quickly flipped through it. Most of the records in this book are some theories. If there is no material, it is useless to have theories. The book does not record the method of making the sage's stone, but if you know enough theories and add the correct materials, it's normal. The alchemy can also refine the sage's stone. The content of this book is not much. Yi Bai quickly turned it over. After closing the book and putting it aside, Yi Bai walked to the alchemy stand and used the etheric substance obtained earlier to try the refining of the sage's stone for the first time. Decompose, form, decompose, reconstitute. Gradually, a blood-red crystal covering the file size of the thumb was tampered with. This is the sage's stone. It allows people to maintain youth, and allows alchemists to ignore equivalent exchanges and create anything they can understand out of thin air. You have completed the task, the ultimate mystery of alchemy. Reading and sending to LV3, 11 Dimensions, *. Chapter 32. 11-dimensional traversal. Yi Bai took the sage stone and felt the energy in it nourished his body, continuously blessing his own vitality and stagnating his own aging. But the sage stone was also slowly depleting. In other words, the holder can stay young until the wear and tear is over. Even if he is injured, he will be actively healed by the sage's stone. Yi Bai raised his hand, aimed at the air in front, and tried to activate alchemy without the alchemy array. At the same moment, the sage's stone radiated light. According to Yi Bai's idea, an alchemy array was outlined in the air ahead. Masses of matter appeared, ignoring the equivalent exchange rule, and quickly converged into a fist file-sized diamond. The sage's stone in Yi Bai's hand has been consumed by about 1,000th, and its size has become smaller. I feel that the sage's stone is more like a wishing stone, which can realize all the alchemist's wishes if you have enough knowledge to base it. If you don't even know the molecular composition of diamonds, it is impossible to refine diamonds out of thin air. In this regard, we can enrich our knowledge reserves by analyzing the molecular structure of various materials. Only in this way, when needed, can we refine the corresponding materials and combine what we want. Throwing this diamond aside, Yi Bai imagined the molecular structure of steel and a pistol design drawing he had seen before, once again launching alchemy out of thin air. The blood-red alchemy circle appeared again, and an M1911 pistol was refined in front of Yi Bai. The sage's stone has worn a little bit again. Yi Bai, who had mastered the new skills, played here for several hours, until he ran out of the sage stone. After that, Yi Bai collected more ether in the 7-dimensional space, refined some sage stones, and shaped them into 2 bracelets to wear on their wrists. With this thing, you won't be afraid of getting hurt in the future, and you can create something out of thin air. Yi Bai is very satisfied with this. At this time, he focused his attention on LV3's reading and teleport skill. The level of LV3 is the level that allows Yi Bai to overlook all the almighty universes. In other words, he may find all kinds of universes in the 11-dimensional space, such as the world of the previous life, DC, and various film and television literature works. Possible. With anticipation, Yi Bai launched this ability to raise his consciousness infinitely, 7-dimensional, 8-dimensional, 9-dimensional, 10-dimensional, and temporarily stopped in 10-dimensional space. Here is the perspective of the almighty universe. Yi Bai looked around here, saw Toa, and also saw Phoenix. Life at that level has a sense of quantum state, and through the presence of the observer, it temporarily collapses into a form that can be understood by the observer. If Yi Bai looks at Phoenix, the other person looks like Qin Gray. He looked at Toa, his appearance collapsed into Oa. When he observed them, they also observed Yi Bai in 10-dimensional space. They also collapsed Yi Bai's formless will into a concrete image, making Yi Bai almost unaware of what he grew up with. That's it. Seeing that Sister Phoenix and Toa were about to come over and chat with it, Yi Bai resolutely retreated, once again raised the dimension of his own consciousness, and disappeared in front of these two big brothers. Looking at it from the 11th dimension, the Marvel Almighty Universe is an infinitely small point, and there are countless points outside this point, representing other universes. Yibai focused his attention on the point next to the Marvel Universe, and its information automatically appeared in his mind. DC Universe. Turns out, is it next to Marvel? No wonder the stories of Marvel and DC in some comics are linked, and the two sides of the relationship are really neighbors. Then Yibai began to observe other points. The point here includes infinite possibilities. As long as there is a story, even if the probability of occurrence is small, the corresponding story can be found here in theory. As long as you look for it with your heart, you can always find it. All kinds of animation stories, all kinds of serials, all kinds of movies, what you know, what you don't know, everything is included. This has all risen to the height of philosophy. Yibai was deeply shocked, especially when he realized that he could go wherever he wanted to go. Only, he did not find where the world before he crossed. It's not that there are not here, but that there are too many points that symbolize the universe, and there is only one point in this infinite number of points that is the world before he travels. To find it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. He temporarily gave up looking for a home before crossing. It was ready to try teleportation across the worldview. He focused his attention on Marvel's neighbor, DC, and began to reduce the dimensions of his consciousness. Just like penetrating a layer of lake, Yibai's high-dimensional consciousness enters DC, constantly lowering the dimensions of his consciousness until it drops to a 7-dimensional space. This is the dimension of DC multi-universe. Here, he can overlook things such as the Justice League comic universe, the Green Arrow series universe, the New 52 universe, and different parallel universes. As long as it is a DC worldview, you can see it here. After thinking about it, Yibai looked at a place in time and continued to reduce the dimensionality. In the end, Yibai appeared in the middle of the Earth in the 3-dimensional space and launched the teleportation. His body, coming from Marvel to DC, has completed an 11-dimensional space traversal. The time he chose was half an hour before the explosion of the Midtown Particle Accelerator, and the location was not far from the Interstellar Laboratory. At the moment, the sky was gloomy, lightning and thunder roaring and deafening, a scene of a storm approaching. In front of the Interstellar Lab, many people held up signs protesting against something, and reporters were doing news reports here. This is the first time the Interstellar Laboratory Particle Accelerator is about to start, and it is also the last time it has started. The collision of particles has a small probability of accident, releasing a large amount of energy while also penetrating the space, connecting unknown places, and dark matter spews out from it and spreads to the entire central city with the explosion. At that time, all central city residents will more or less carry that kind of substance. Perhaps someday in the future, they will suddenly awakening beyond ability because of an accident. Yibai's purpose in coming here is to try if he can have a super ability. As long as there is that kind of substance in the body, Yibai may be able to follow Jesse Chambers' way by speaking out the speed equation 3x2, 9yz, for A allowed to gain superb power. 3x2, 9yz, for A. This is a simplified rapid equation. The full version can't be written on 100 blackboards, but as long as you can understand the complete formula and apply it to yourself, you can connect it by calling out the simplified formula at that time speedy power. While thinking about it, Yibai walked to the square in front of the Interstellar Lab. A reporter lady and her photographer partner came over and came to him to interview him. "Hello, gentlemen. This is Midtown News reporter Bethany Catsworth. What do you think of the Interstellar Laboratory's Particle Accelerator project?" she asked. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Fast formula. The reporter has a capable blonde hair tied into a single ponytail. She is dressed in casual clothes and has a nice face. With this look, she is definitely a flower in their desk. Facing her interview, Yibai responded casually, "Today's weather is terrible. I don't think it is a suitable day for particle accelerators to start." "Do you think there will be an accident?" the reporter asked. "I didn't say that." After a few brief interviews, the reporter and his photographer partner went to interview others. Yibai was observing. There were still a lot of people nearby. He saw a guy in a red uniform hiding there in a corner, not knowing what to do. This surprised Yibai a bit. Is this the Flash? He thought for a while. and thought it should be the Flash that came back from the future. I remember there is such a paragraph in the plot. Yibai also saw a pair of men and women who seemed to be lovers. They were playing around with a high-tech helmet in another corner. Yibai also recognized them. The man is Diwa, who will become a villain thinker in the future. There is also an old white-haired man with a very high hairline. He is walking to the laboratory with a nuclear energy device named Firestorm. He is Professor Martin Stein, the Tarzan Beidou, in the field of nuclear physics. It didn't take long for the particle accelerator to start. A few minutes later, a violent roar sounded, and a shockwave raged out of the interstellar laboratory, shattering all the glass around it. Yibai turned off the position and let the shockwave coming with dark matter energy rush forward, rushing him and everyone around him to the ground. A beam of light rushed straight into the sky from the interstellar laboratory, spreading that substance all over the clouds above. In a short time, the lightning raged more and more, and the heavy rain contaminated with that substance poured down instantly. At first glance, it looks like the end is coming. Yibai dragged his painful body to stand up. Although the shockwave was not strong just now, his physical fitness was not much better than that of ordinary people, so he would naturally get injured. Under the nourishment of the sage's stone bracelet, his physical injury healed in a few seconds. But the substance attached to his body was not removed. Instead, it gradually integrated into every cell in his body, into his gene fragments, and then fell silent. Yibai can feel the extra things in his body, and maybe someday in the future, these things will give it a super ability. There were a lot of wounded around. Yibai walked to the unconscious journalist Bethany Catesworth, picked up her mobile phone, and kindly called the emergency number to a large group of injured people here. The phone was tucked back into Miss Reporter's pocket, turned and left here. The next day, news of the explosion of the Interstellar Laboratory's particle accelerator was overwhelming, and TV news and morning papers were all talking about it. Yibai in a hotel suite didn't care about these things. He was refreshed after a night's rest. He felt that his mental head was much better than before. This may be the result of dark matter. After washing and changing to a new set of clothes, he took out a laptop computer from the castle of Pocket Dimension, connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi, and surfed the internet to read the news of the world. Wonder Woman's news, Batman's news, Superman's news. The first two were found, but Superman hasn't made his debut yet, and there is no news about Superman on the internet. There are many Batman news in Gotham City. For example, a year ago, Bane blocked the entire Gotham City for half a year, and Batman finally turned the tide. The Justice League has not yet been established. It was after Superman and the Flash both debuted. Yesterday, Barry Allen was struck by lightning and was sent to the hospital for rescue. It is estimated that he will not be able to wake up in August or September. Closing the laptop, Yibai used a high-latitude perspective to look at the parallel world of the future, Earth 2, and found Johnny Chambers and his wife Libby Lawrence. These two are superhero over there. The code name of the former Johnny Kwai Ku, the latter is codenamed Bella Liberty, and they have a daughter named Jessie, who is also the future Jessie Kwai Ku. By accident, Johnny discovered a strange mathematical formula, which he called 3x2, 9yz, 4a, extreme speed equation. By analyzing and deepening the full version of this formula, Johnny's brain could get some speed in four-dimensional space. Yibai wrote down this formula, returned his consciousness to his body, found Ben and Bai, quickly wrote it down, and started researching it. Unlike Johnny Chambers and Jessie, he is not a genius in mathematics, so when you look at this dense formula like an alien text, it's like reading a heavenly book. You can't understand it at all. However, Yibai also worked hard for the superb power. With the mental ability of White Queen Emma, he successfully mixed into the mathematics department of Midtown University and became a student. He spends most of his time in the school library to read related knowledge books, and sometimes uses mental ability to read the knowledge in the heads of surrounding mathematics professors and students of this subject, which makes his learning efficiency extremely high. This evening, the Pocket Space restaurant. Wanda asked Yibai, "What have you been doing these days? No one can find you in the outside world." "I went to college in another universe." Yibai said honestly. In the end, he was complained by Natasha Romanoff. "I went to other universes when I went to university, and the academic qualifications over there are not recognized here." Katie followed and said, and you are past the age of college. Jenny said, I'm even more curious. If you run into other universes, does this pocket dimension space also follow you to other universes? Are we all manipulating doubles across the world these days? Jenny's question came to the point. My teleportation ability has risen to the 11th dimension, that is to say, single universe, multi-universe, super-universe, almighty universe, universe outside the universe, all possible universes my will can spread through. Cross-universe manipulation stand-in. This is basic exercise. Yibai said triumphantly. Everyone, asterisked. Chapter 34. Analytical equations. The world I currently live in is different from ours. There is no Avengers, and mutant does not exist. Whoever wants to see it can go out and have a look. After dinner, Yibai's family went out together and came to DC Universe Midtown. It's rare for everyone to hang out together, and the most exciting one is lowly Agnes, who runs around as soon as she comes out. Everyone didn't worry about her losing or encountering any danger. With this lowly's level of defense, if she wanted to hurt her, it would only be possible for a villain at the level of Superman to come. The girls around Yibai were taller and taller than the others. Yibai was walking with them, and the male passers-by saw all kinds of envy and jealousy. He began to introduce them to the world. When they heard that there were superheroes here, and they were all things they hadn't heard of before, Katie asked curiously, Are there no superheroes here? Yes, and many, such as Wonder Woman. It is said that she is the daughter of Zeus in Greek mythology. She has a very powerful set of artifacts, the sort of Vulcan that can be cut from the molecular level, and the mantra that if you are tied up, you cannot lie. The lasso, the supernatural shield that can defend against almost any form of attack, can enable the wearer to perform ultra-high-speed movement and flight-wing miracle. Yibai cited Wonder Woman as an example. Since I learned of Thor's existence, I have read the mythology of various countries. Remember that in Greek mythology, the god of fire is Hephaestus who can forge the artifact? Is it possible for us to find him to customize the equipment? Emma asked. Artifact, to put it bluntly, is to add magic weapons. As long as there are materials, we can make this kind of thing. For example, the bracelet on my wrist. Yibai shook the bracelet on his hands. What's the use of it? Emma asked with interest. It allows the wearer to have the Wolverine-like self-healing power, stop aging, ignore the conservation of matter, and create out of thin air. In terms of alchemy, it belongs to the sage stone that can give people immortality. Yibai is proud of. Introduce. Hearing what he said, everyone looked at it. I have seen the introduction of the sage's stone in the magic book. If there is no sacrifice, people can get nothing. In order to get something, they have to pay the same price. This is an equivalent exchange in alchemy. The function of the sage's stone is to ignore the equivalent exchange and let people get what they need out of thin air. Wanda, who has the highest magic cultivation level present, said her understanding of the sage's stone. Yes, you can think of it as an artificial low-profile version of reality gem. Yibai made a very vivid analogy. How is this thing made? Is it expensive? Jean Grey asked. The raw material is the etheric substance. This kind of substance can be seen everywhere in the 7th dimension, and it is endless, so the sage's stone is not valuable here. However, if you want to use it perfectly, you have to learn alchemy. There is no alchemy. You can't create something out of thin air if you're driven by magic. Yibai said as he cultivated a bunch of red roses out of thin air in his hand, and gave each of the ladies around him one. It's a pity that I don't have any magical ability. Not many of us can learn this. Emma is very sorry. Wanda is not interested in creating things out of thin air. She can do it with alter reality. What she is more interested in is that the sage's stone gives the holder the function of self-healing and stagnation of aging. Natasha Romanoff pulled off a bracelet from Yibai's wrist and put it on her hand. She felt that her vitality was blessed by the bracelet, giving her a way to heal in seconds even if she was severely injured. Feel. I'll go back later. I will help you make a piece. It looks like a red crystal and can be made into jewelry. Yibai has never been stingy with his family. After visiting the night market for a while, everyone went into the nearby nightclub to pass the time, playing until 12 midnight before returning to Pocket Dimension. They were curious about how the sage's stone was refined. After returning, they watched Yibai's process of collecting the ether to refine the sage's stone. Working until the next morning, Yibai made a set of sage stone jewelry for everyone according to the needs of everyone, including but not limited to necklaces, earrings, bracelets, hair clips, headbands, etc., styles exquisite and beautiful. After breakfast, Yibai went out to Midtown University to continue his studies in advanced mathematics. And Natasha Romanoff, who had the Sage's Stone, went to learn alchemy decisively. She also wanted to have a skill. Although she has been learning magic, her magical ability is really not high. After more than 3 years of learning, she has only mastered a few magic, and the magic Dr. Stephen Strand odd to odd, the one with low ability, is like nothing. The subject of alchemy is different. It does not require much advanced magic ability to learn. The threshold for learning this is IQ, inspiration, and creativity, not ability. As the top agent, Natasha Romanoff is the least lacking of those three. She just took 3 days to learn about alchemy. With the help of the Sage's Stone, she can already create things out of thin air. She referred to the Iron Man battlesuit drawings in her computer database and started alchemy. After a while, she really made a steel battlesuit suitable for her. The style is a bit like the one made by Stark for Little Pepper, Search and Rescuer battlesuit. However, this thing is not of much value in Yibai's house, and Natasha Romanoff also knows that it's not very useful when it's made. The group of people in the family who share their abilities casually are no weaker than those wearing a steel battlesuit. Natasha Romanoff is just after practicing alchemy ability. I got it out and used it as a prototype for a collection. I just don't know. If Tony Stark learns about the invention he is proud of, it can only be reduced to a collection by Yibai. How would it feel? Time flies, and half a month has passed without knowing it. Yibai relied on Emma's ability to study, and finally gave him a certain degree of advanced mathematics, barely able to understand the rapid equation. At the moment, he was in the living room of a large hotel in Midtown, holding several large blackboards to analyze the rapid equation. With the deepening of the comprehension of the other party's formula and putting oneself in the value of the variable of the equation, he gradually discovered that his consciousness was connected to the four-dimensional space in a way different from reading bars. The four-dimensional line is time and speed have relative effects. In theory, people who have the ability of time can also make themselves become very fast. For example, the inherent time control of Miyagi Kirigi, which can accelerate their own time, and thus obtain a faster speed of thinking and action. When Yibai thoroughly analyzed the rapid formula, he felt that as long as he said it out loud, he could connect with the rapid force. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Diana, thanks to S1176 reward, 3x2, 9yz, 4a. The moment Yibai uttered the fast formula loudly, dark red lightning flashed all over his body, crackling and flashing around him, and the whole world seemed to have entered slow motion. This feeling is very magical. It's just that the red lightning speed is the lowest level, isn't it? According to the comics, the color of the super-fast lightning is related to the speed of the super-fast. From low to high, they are red, yellow, blue, white, black, and gold. I remember that when the lightning boy was in the state of white lightning, he could move everyone in a city with hundreds of thousands of people to a mountainous area more than 10 kilometers away at the moment before the nuclear explosion. It seems that it only takes 0.4 seconds to traverse the entire Milky Way galaxy, and it does not take a few hours to reach the boundary of the observable universe. That speed is really exaggerated. And Barry Allen, when he compares speed with someone, he absorbed the concept of human speed, surpassing the speed originally, and won the game by directly knocking the opponent out. The above-mentioned ones are all people who have played a new level of superpower. Compared with that, Yibai's superpower now is just a fraction of others, and being able to run several times the speed of sound is the limit. In order to test the speed, Yibai left the hotel suite and ran a few laps around the central city. He quickly figured out his maximum running speed on the ground, which is about 3,000 meters per second, which is about 12 times the speed of sound. Compared to the perverts in the Flash story, this speed can only be said to be as slow as a snail, but it is also sufficient for Yibai, and he feels that this is not his limit in terms of speed. As he keeps running, his body will adapt more and more to the state of superpower, and the speed will become faster and faster. He does not expect white lightning. He is very satisfied to reach the blue light speed level. After running for a few laps, he went back to the hotel suite and took a shower. To achieve the purpose of ability, he needed to find something new to do. Take out your laptop and go online, looking for people you are interested in. On the DC side, she has two characters who want to invite to join the Magic Hunt as residents. First, Wonder Woman Diana Prince, and second, Supergirl Kayla Zoe. The former is a demigod and can share her bloodline of the gods. The latter are Kryptonians, sharing this bloodline, and their physical combat power directly breaks through the atmosphere. Yi-Bai used the hacking skills learned from Black Widow to invade the Louvre. Remember that Wonder Woman usually works there. Soon the network intrusion was successful. He looked through the staff list in the database and found a person named Diana Prince among them. After confirming the location of Wonder Woman, Yi-Bai began to invade the relevant departments again, looking for Kayla Danvers. I found her soon. Kayla Danvers was adopted by the Danvers family when she was 13 years old. She is 16 years old and lives in Midvale. She goes to high school in the town. She has a sister named Alex Danvers. After confirming the location of the two, Yi-Bai plans to find Wonder Woman first and then find the Supergirl. He changed his clothes, cleaned up his appearance in front of the mirror, and said narcissistically, "We are handsome again today." He launched the teleportation ability and appeared directly across the ocean near the Louvre on the north bank of the Seine in F country. Bought a ticket and entered it. Yi-Bai visited this place, known as the top of the world for major museums. This place occupies an area of about 198 hectares, which is very large and has a lot of tourists. It is divided into several areas. At the moment, Yi-Bai visited the ancient Greco-Roman pavilion where Diana worked. He walked to the statue of Venus, the god of love in the Roman mythology, and looked at it. It was different from the pictures seen on the internet before Yi-Bai crossed the road. Perhaps because there are real gods in this world, and this statue is not an imagining of gods. Carved, but Venus originally looked like. As the goddess of love and beauty, Venus is really beautiful. Its carvings are very vivid, as if the stone's surface can be removed immediately and it can be brought back to life. At this time, Yi-Bai Yuguang saw a woman with a good figure and long black wavy hair. She was dressed in a lady's suit and walked from a corridor not far away to this hall. Yi-Bai recognized her. It was Diana, because she was passing by here. In order to attract her attention, Yi-Bai took the initiative to urge the bracelet worn on his wrist to make it emit a mysterious wave that ordinary people can't feel. If it's Diana, you should be able to feel the abnormality, right? As he thought, Diana, who came to this hall, paused at the first moment when his hand ring exuded mysterious waves and looked at this side with confused eyes. Diana was very knowledgeable. Although she didn't know what the sage's stone was, she knew that the bracelet on the man's wrist was extraordinary. She is a very curious temperament, and when she encounters something she is interested in, she will naturally come over and take a look. She stepped again and walked towards the man beside the statue of Venus. Venus, she was originally the spirit of the orchard, nicknamed Myrtia. Later, because she was corresponded to Aphrodite in Greek mythology, Venus also became the goddess of beauty and love. Cupid, the little goddess of love, was her. The son of Venus and Friday in Latin come from this. Diana came to Yi-Bai and introduced him to Venus's illusions. Yi-Bai turned to look at her, knowingly asked, "Are you?" Diana stretched out her hand to Yi-Bai and introduced herself. "I am Diana Prince, the theologian here, and concurrently the deputy curator of the ancient Greek and Roman pavilion." Yi-Bai stretched out his hand and shook her, and said, "I am Yi-Bai. It's an honor to know you, Miss Prince. Mr. Yi is not an ordinary person, right? Why do you say that? The thing on your wrist doesn't look like gems, crystals, or agate emeralds. It looks like a special material to me." Diana didn't knock on the side, but directly pointed out that Amazon women have always go straight. Yi-Bai shook the bracelet on his wrist. "You said this. It's a kind of magic material. You can see that it is not a regular material. Don't you think it is not an ordinary person?" "I only experienced enough." Diana was noncommittal. After learning that the other party was a magician, she became interested in Yi-Bai originally. "Miss Prince, I wonder if I can invite you to lunch. We can have a good chat on the topic of this bracelet. You are a magician. You should be very powerful. I'll eat a meal with you, and you will fight with me." Diana was eager to try. The militant speech made Yi-Bai's mouth twitch. "Okay." He agreed. At noon, The two had lunch in a restaurant near the Louvre and took a taxi to a deserted area in the suburbs. Diana geared up and asked Yi-bai, "Are you ready?" Yi-bai spread his hands. "Come on." "Then I'm on it." She rushed to Yi-bai and hit him with a punch. P.S. There are 5 changes today, *. Chapter 36. Fight against the heroine. Yi-bai could see that Diana didn't use all her strength. She didn't even wear that luxury VIP artifact suit. Yi-bai used the fighting technique learned from Natasha Romanoff to fight Diana. Every punch and kick of Diana has tons of power, which is the result of others' efforts. If Yi-bai didn't open the position on the surface of the skin, he might have broken his muscles and fractures in a single shot. If so, he was also suppressed. "Aren't you a magician? How come they are all melee methods?" Diana complained that Yi-bai didn't use all his strength. "Okay." Yi-bai drew back. In his hand, 2 dark red alchemy arrays emerged. He pointed the palms of his hands to the front. The 2 magic arrays were combined into one. Between the 2 charges of yin and yang, lightning appeared. The roar of thunder blasted across. This is the application of alchemy to energy, which is essentially the power of science. Diana's intuition was amazing. Before the lightning appeared, she had done all the evasive actions here, letting Yi-bai's attack fall into the empty space, plowing the ground and making ravines. This was not over yet. I saw that the magic circle in Yi-bai's hand changed, from which Daifeng blade was refined and shot towards the opponent. At this moment, Diana had a long absence to feel the joy of fighting a powerful enemy. She was not hiding her identity, and she did not know what she had done. She saw a divine shield in her left hand, a Vulcan sword in her right hand, and a figure appeared on her waist. A golden mantra lasso, under the clothes. The champion helmet armor is automatically put on, and wings and godly shoes appeared on her feet. At the end of the one-click dress-up, Diana charged Yi-bai's magic against it. Her charging speed is amazing, breaking through the sound barrier instantly, sonic booms, deafening while moving, and the movement is astonishing, fully showing that the movement is like a virgin and the movement is like thunder. Yi-bai barely reacted and was shot tens of meters away by Diana's shield, breaking several trees. Generally speaking, Yi-bai will not use the kinetic energy absorption function of the position during close combat, which will make him unable to use his hands and feet, so he will be shot flying, instead of attacking the opponent and staying still. Yi-bai stood up and scathed. He had to be serious, otherwise he would be unilaterally slammed by the opponent. Just listen to him read aloud. 3x2, 9yz, 4a. In an instant, Yi-bai's body was surrounded by red lightning, connected with superb power, and the speed of the whole world slowed down. But he was quickly surprised to find that Diana was still in the high-speed movement. That is to say, the other party had also increased the speed to the same level. Although Diana's super speed is more suitable for going straight, the speed originally mostly comes from her winged boots, which is not flexible, but her combat experience can make up for her shortcomings in this area. This feeling is like that in the Justice League movie. Xiao Shan is similar to De Chao. The speed of Xiao Shan is fast, and De Chao is not slow. Diana knew from the fight just now that Yi-bai's body was strong enough to resist beating. At this moment, she chased Yi-bai and slashed, but she couldn't be killed anyway. Although Yi-bai is not afraid of being broken and injured, she has no hobby of standing still and being chopped down. Diana runs after him and learns from Hela of Marvel next door. Not to mention, this kind of weapon used as a means of attack is really similar to Hela's ability at first glance. Diana, who was pursuing, wielded the sword of Vulcan and the shield of supernatural power to block the weapon being thrown, and the sound of the weapon's clash was continuous. If someone is around, you will see 2 afterimages scurrying in this suburban forest. Especially the figure behind. The sound of friction with the air is deafening, and there is no glass in this place, otherwise it has to shatter a large piece. This is Wonder Woman, a heroine who harassed the people in battle. Compared with Diana's big movement, Yi-bai's movement in the superspeed force state is relatively much smaller. This is definitely due to the characteristics of superspeed force. What are you running? Fight me head on. It turns out that you are the legendary Wonder Woman. Yi-bai pointed out the identity of the other party, and then ran faster. Diana curled her lips unhappily, speeding up to catch up again. Half an hour later, The two sat panting on the top of a mountain dozens of kilometers away. Yibai took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the pocket dimension space and threw one of them to Diana. The latter was not polite with him, so he drank as soon as he took it. You are good at strength. From today, you will be my friend. Diana drank the water in the bottle in one sip, patted Yibai on the shoulder, and said with a grin, as an Amazon, she doesn't like weak rookies who are strong, and she appreciates strong people more. Yibai at the moment came up with a whim and thought of one thing. Suppose he will return to the past Paradise Island in the future and know Diana before Steve Trevor. Is it possible to assume that, even if he has not yet returned to the past, then now Diana will know that thing too? To confirm this, Yibai asked Diana, before 1918, that is, before you left Paradise Island, were there any outsiders on your island? Hey, how do you know that I am from Paradise Island or Outlying Island in 1918? I know Steve Trevor. He told me something about Wonder Woman. Yibai lied. It turned out to be like this. Diana suddenly answered his previous question. There is an outsider. Her name is Z. He is a friend of me and Helen. She has told me many stories from the outside world. This is really the case. Yibai is sure that he will indeed go to the past Paradise Island in the future, wearing a purple vest with a doll. Although this matter is something that he has not done yet, it has already happened to Diana. Time is really full of wonder. There is another point that he cares more about. Who is Helen in Diana's mouth? Is it Helen who is hailed as the most beautiful Troy in the world in Greek mythology? I remember that she was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, queen of Sparta. She was weak in combat, but could imitate her voice. How could she appear on Paradise Island? Yibai asked this question. You said Helen. She said she was sent to Paradise Island by time travelers and had been on the island since BC. Diana explained. This reminds Yibai of Time Master Lip Hunt and the legendary team. In the story of Tomorrow's Legend, Master Ninja's younger brother brought Helen to modern times through a gem that can travel through time and space, making the males in the legendary team amused more than fascinated, and finally Zari sent her to BC Paradise Island. Second more, asterisk. Chapter 37. Invitation. After skipping the topic of Troy's Helen, Yibai said to Diana, do you like to find people to compete? I will go to Midvale, Country M, where there is a better person than me. If you are interested, go find her with me. Better than you? Is it a god? The warlike Diana was indeed interested. That's not it. I don't know her specific identity. Yibai said half-truth. Okay, when will we leave? Tomorrow. I want to go shopping in Paris this afternoon. Then let me be your tour guide. Leaving the outskirts, Yibai and Diana, who changed back to plain clothes, returned to downtown Paris. Under the leadership of Diana, the guide, they visited the Eiffel Tower, the Spiral Door, Notre Dame Cathedral, the Seine River, and the Palace of Versailles. Attractions. Until the next day, they boarded a flight to Country M and arrived at a city near Midvale at noon that day. On the bus to Midvale, Yibai and Diana were sitting in the back row by the window. Diana looked at the scenery outside the car window and said with emotion, Z told me that she would go to Country M after we separated, but after so many years, there was no news. I dragged an official friend to search for her, but couldn't find it. Perhaps she just hid it. Yibai said. He knew that Diana couldn't find Z, because Z was his doll and would definitely follow him back to the future. Diana couldn't find someone who didn't exist at that time, but she said she would come to me. It's almost 100 years since then, Diana said with a bitter resentment. Seeing her like this, Yibai's expression became weird, and he asked her tentatively. I said, shouldn't you have a weird relationship with your friend? Don't make trouble, she is just my friend. Then your relationship must be very good. Okay. The bus drove for 3 hours and finally arrived at its destination at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Stepping off the bus, Diana complained. We should have come here instead of being a bus. It's too slow. Was she still impatient? Yibai would not admit that the reason why he took the plane and the bus was just to have more time with her. Otherwise, it would be faster to send it directly. Let's go. Find a hotel to stay at first. Yibai called roar to her and walked towards the town. Diana followed and looked at the place as she walked. This town doesn't look like a place where the strongest recluse it. It's too comfortable. Because that person is very low-key, and she is not a soldier, just a high school student. The two chatted all the way and walked to a hotel. The owner of the hotel asked them, how many rooms do you want? 1 room is fine. Yibai said. Diana didn't object either. In fact, the two of them slept together last night. Amazon women have always been very direct. She admires Yibai, so she doesn't mind what happens with it. Entering the room, Yibai felt that the time was almost time, so he invited Diana. Diana, I have a home built in pocket space. Would you like to come as a guest? Diana didn't understand the meaning of pocket space too much. She asked, what is pocket space? It's a space created by me, independent of this world. My wife and daughter live there. Yibai did not hide the fact that he had a wife and daughter. Knowing that he has a wife and daughter, Diana curled her lips upset. What a sweetheart. You take me back to your house, so you won't be afraid that your wife will be jealous. It's very complicated. After all, you'll know wherever you are. Would you like to check it out? Okay. Diana wanted to see Yibai's alien space. At the moment she agreed, Diana was registered as a resident in Magic Cabin, which means that from now on, Diana is also her own. Yibai took Diana's hand, and the two of them slowly disappeared. In the pocket dimension space, the courtyard, two people appear here. As soon as she appeared, Diana looked around. There is a marble square nearby, a fountain in the center of the square, and a garden not far away. There is a small forest around the garden with a swing between the trees. In the distance, there is a farmland, an orchard, and a pasture with livestock. There are many alchemy doll maids taking care of them. Nearby, there is a swimming pool with a steaming hot spring beside it. Looking at the end of the world, that is the boundary shrouded in mist. It's beautiful here. Diana praised. If you like, you can live here. I can make a puppet for you and let you control its external activities here. Yibai took out a ring and handed it to her. You are inviting me to stay again, and you are giving me a ring. What do you want to do? Diana squinted at him, her eyes clearly saying, You are a big pig's hoof. Aren't you afraid of being your wife's hatchet? This ring is the proof of entry and exit here. No matter where you are, you can enter and exit this place anytime, anywhere. Yibai introduced, this ring, to put it bluntly, is that Yibai built part of the privileges of this space into it. Only residents here can use it. If non-residents get it, it is just an ordinary ring. And after these days of testing, Yibai is sure that the person wearing this ring can return to his pocket dimension no matter which universe he is in, and when he leaves, he will also appear where he entered. This makes even Yibai is in DC, and residents here can return to Marvel movie universe anytime, anywhere. It's definitely. The ring can be bound to more than one coordinate. Wanda and the others have bound more than 2 external coordinates. One is Marvel and the other is DC. It can be said that Yibai's pocket dimensional space is now a place worthy of the name connected to the 11-dimensional universe, which can be used as a transit station. To be honest, Yibai has a sense of accomplishment. His gold finger, named Go Dao Finale System, although the name is relatively low, but the function is really strong. Diana shook her head. You keep the ring first, if your family doesn't mind me living in. Okay. Yibai gathered the ring and said to her, Let's take you to taste the fruit from the orchard. It's pretty good. Third more, asterisk it. Chapter 38. The heroine comes as a guest. The two walked into the orchard. There were many fruit trees. 3 of the ginseng fruit trees stood out from the center of the orchard. Yibai picked a few ginseng fruit for Diana and handed it to her. Try it. This is the most amazing place for me. Ordinary people can regain their youth if they eat it, and they can prolong their life by 1 year. Is it so amazing? She reminded me of the legendary golden apple. Diana said, eating. The taste of the pulp was sweet and delicious. Diana narrowed her eyes into beautiful crescents and enjoyed its deliciousness very much. As a hybrid of Greek gods and Amazons, Diana had a very long lifespan, and the life extension function of the fruit of youth was not obvious to her. Generally speaking, Amazons have a lifespan of about thousands of years. They are not in the category of mortals. They are created by the goddesses headed by Hera on the sacred mountain, created by the female souls who died tragically under the hands of men, said to be squeezed out of mud. Yes, too. Essentially, the Amazons are the army of the goddess Hera in the mortal world, but in recent years those goddesses have rarely intervened in the mortal world. How about it? It's delicious. Yibai also picked a few youth fruits and ate them. Well, it's delicious. Diana said happily. If you want to eat every day, you can live here. Yibai doesn't forget to strike while the iron is hot. Diana was greedy, and she was a little shaken when she was invited this time. Let's wait for your family to agree to speak. She resisted the temptation. Yibai didn't care. She was registered as a resident here. It will be a matter of time before she lives here, and Wanda won't object. After eating fruit, Yibai took her to the fairy tale castle. Go. Take you to meet them. You will definitely have many topics in common with them. Diana was speechless again. Yibai, shouldn't he be in the harem? Yibai smiled and did not speak. The interior of the castle is very spacious. Yibai took her to the shared room where the shared chair and the live TV were stored. Here, Diana met Yibai's family for the first time. At the moment, they are all lying on sci-fi shared chairs, manipulating Marvel's stand-in, which makes them look like they are asleep. In fact, they are all awake, but most of their attention is on the stand-in. Girls, there are guests here, Yibai said to the people on the chair. Everyone opened their eyes one by one and looked at the people next to Yibai. I saw a black wavy hair, wearing a sleeveless tank top and blue plaid long-sleeve jacket, wearing black pencil pants and black high heels. He was in a superb body, extremely handsome and valiant. Even in this group of people, Diana's face the value belongs to the one that stands out from the crowd. Introduce you. Her name is Diana Prince, Wonder Woman. Her father is the god King Zeus, and her mother is the Amazon Queen of Shemiskala on the Paradise Island. After introducing Diana to everyone, Yibai gave it to Diana, introduced the girls. Diana, she is my wife Wanda Maximoff, codenamed Scarlet Witch. This little angel is our daughter Agnes Lily Yi. The others are Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow. Emma Grace Frost, codenamed White Queen. Jean Grey, codenamed Phoenix. Kathleen and Pride, codenamed Shadowcat. Jean-Marie Beaubill, codenamed Aurora. Not long ago, Yibai told everyone about Wonder Woman. Listening to Yibai's introduction at the time, the most impressive thing about Wonder Woman was not her identity as a daughter of Zeus, but her set that was not weaker than Thor's hammer. The artifact suit. Now Yibai takes them home. Everyone is very interested in her. Diana is also very interested in the people here. As a demigod, her intuition tells her that the people here are very strong. She likes to dance knives and guns. She likes to stay with the strong. But she glanced at Yibai sideways, and the first thing she said to everyone was, "Someone who is bothered has fooled me here. If you mind, I will leave." "Stay, we don't mind." Wanda, the intimate little cotton-padded jacket, said with a smile. She has never cared about Yibai's fancy problem. Diana couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Observing from the expressions of the people, she found that someone was really opening the harem. She glared viciously. "Yibai, you guys really?" Everyone left the shared room and went to the living room. They surrounded Diana, the new member, and kept asking questions. When asked about her artifact, Diana generously showed it to everyone. The mantra lasso, the sword of the fire god, the supernatural shield, the winged shoe, the guardian silver bracelet, and the champion helmet are all treasures. For example, the divine power shield, which is made of Amazon metal as the main material, is a small round shield that can not only defend against attacks, but the edges of the shield are also very sharp and can be used for cutting. It contains the divine power of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, which can make the holder become infinitely powerful. Shadowcat, after consulting Diana's consent, also put on the winged god shoes, and was blessed with flight and rapid super ability by these shoes. The swishing living room was chaotically, and the whole person turned into an afterimage. Yibai is holding a magical shield and using alchemy to analyze the characteristics of Amazon metal, hoping to train it out of thin air to become a super metal that is not bad at all in the next door, Marvel Adamantium. Emma took the mantra lasso, tied herself up, and tried to lie. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt that the rope became hot, making her unbearable, and she couldn't tell the lie. Everyone is getting to know Diana, and Diana definitely is getting to know them, asking about their abilities. Everyone saw that Diana was so generous and didn't hide it. They each talked about their own ability. Diana was very excited when they heard it. It felt like she was a freak finally finding an organization. Her sassiness is very contagious, and everyone likes her character. Diana easily integrated into this circle. When everyone was communicating, Yibai found traces of Olympus enchantment on the divine power shield, which were densely packed magic runes so small that they were invisible to the naked eye. Yi Bai found paper and pen to write down these regular and repetitive runes. This came from Hephaestus's real enchanting technique. He had the opportunity to study it, so he would naturally not let it go. Fourth more, asterisk it. Chapter 39. Which is the best copycat technology? Diana saw Yi Bai writing and painting there, and leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm analyzing Amazon metal and Olympus enchantments. If you can analyze it, you might be able to copy your equipment." "Did you resolve it?" "I just analyzed the properties of metal." Yi Bai launched alchemy and made a golden Amazon metal ingot out of thin air on the coffee table in front of him. Diana picked it up curiously, and after some tinkering, she was shocked. "I actually created Amazon metal? This is not ordinary metal. Even if we are in the Amazons, there is not much. How did you do it?" Yi Bai looked at the sage's stone bracelet on his wrist, and he found that the bracelet had shrunk by a tenth out of thin air. It seems that the creation of Amazon metal consumes a lot of the sage's stone, and I don't know what the principle is. "It's the sage's stone," Wanda explained to Diana, and introduced something like the sage's stone in detail. Knowing that the sage's stone is an elixir and a stone that can be created out of thin air, this makes Diana feel magical. Yi Bai retrieved the piece of Amazon metal from Diana and began to imitate the divine shield. Because it was copied directly with reference to the original version, it was no difficulty in Yi Bai's view to get the Olympus enchanted rune photo cat painted tiger on it. In less than a few minutes, a copycat divine power shield was tinkered out by him. He handed the copycat version to Diana. "Try it. How is it different from yours?" Diana took it, and everyone else looked at her curiously. If the cottage is successful, it also means that everyone here will have an artifact suit in the future. Even if the Olympus enchanting technology is completely resolved, the style of the artifact can be designed by yourself, instead of copying Diana's suit. Diana grabbed the shield in her left hand and shook her head after a few attempts. "It doesn't have the power of Demeter, and it cannot bless my body." Divine power? Yi Bai didn't believe in evil anymore. He held the copycat divine power shield and the genuine divine power shield in his left and right hands, and closed his eyes with alchemy to sense the difference between the two. Gradually, he really discovered something that he hadn't discovered before. In the original version, there is a very unique energy that can bless the holder's powerful power. Yi Bai tried to simulate this energy with the sage's stone. The sage's stone is made with ether as the main material. The ether contains space, time, matter, and energy. In layman's terms, all rules in the world are included in it. In theory, it can also simulate any form of energy. As he kept trying, gradually, this kind of supernatural power called Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and plants, also appeared in the copycat supernatural power shield. He opened his eyes and handed the copycat to Diana again. "You try again." Diana tried again and was shocked. She felt it. It was the same feeling as she was holding a genuine divine power shield, and the blessing power was exactly the same. "You actually did it." Looking at Diana's expression, Wanda, Emma, and others knew that Yi Bai really succeeded in copying the magical defensive weapon of the supernatural power shield. Everyone was very excited, unconsciously fantasizing about the heroic weapons when they added their artifact suit. "I'm just imitating, so it's very simple to do. If I want to redesign the shape, I have to figure out the combination of the runes in the Olympus enchanting technology. Only when the rule is completely understood can I be free. Design the artifact you need." Yi Bai spread his hands. "Can I customize the equipment with you in the future?" Diana was in a delicate mood. "Yes." Next, Yi Bai began to analyze Diana's other equipment and copied all the enchanted runes above, and at the same time wrote down the divine power features in the artifact. The divine power shield contains the divine power of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and plants. In the mantra lasso, there are the powers of Gaia, the goddess of the earth, and Hestia, goddess of the furnace family. The winged shoe contains the power of Hermes, the god of speed and thieves. The champion's helmet contains the power of the goddess of wisdom Athena. The guardian silver bracelet seals the power of Zeus. The sword of Vulcan has the power of Hephaestus, the god of flame and forging. In fact, even Diana herself was endowed with beauty by Aphrodite. However, This suit is not all the same except for the super shield, which is made by Amazon metal. Yibai thought of the Wooloo metal used by Mjolnir. That metal is extracted from the core of death. Yibai plans to find a dead fixed star when he is free. Maybe he can collect it. Some Wooloo metal came back. In one night, Yibai succeeded in copying Diana's Wonder Woman suit. Diana's mood is complicated, but also amazed. The people in Yibai's family were excited. Emma took this copy of the product and put it on her stand-in. Don't say it. Putting it on the stand-in gave you a very impressive melee ability, but it's a pity. Emma doesn't know any martial arts. Even if she wears a Wonder Woman suit, she only blesses a few abilities such as super strength, super speed, and flight. As the original function of weapons and equipment, Emma is really limited. Outside, the sky is lit up, and everyone who hasn't slept all night is not sleepy. After breakfast, Yibai asked Diana, "I'm going to find that person. Are you coming?" "You go first. I still want to stay here for a while." Diana still wants to chat with the girls and also wants to continue to visit this magical place. Compared with this, the original purpose is not important. Okay. Yibai nodded and left the pocket dimension space alone and came to the outside town of Midvale, ready to find the little super girl who was a high school student. The dividing line of the protagonist's attributes: name, Yibai race, human S*X, male Goldfinger. Go to the finale system, possess a special doll. Purple ability, 1. At position, LV3-2. Reading and sending, LV3-3. Magic house, LV4. 20 residents, 10,000 mu of land. Shared chairs, X20. Magic house, X14. Alchemy, LV1. Ordinary people puppets, sage stones, Olympus enchants and remnants cabin residents. Scarlet Witch, Agnes, Black Widow, Jean Grey, White Queen, Shadowcat, Aurora, Wonder Woman. P.S. Fifth more, seeking flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for rewards, asterisk it. Chapter 40. Supergirl in a small country town. Today is Saturday. There is no need to go to school. Kayla Danvers, who had breakfast, wandered alone on the streets of the town. She has long blonde hair, beautiful features, and looks 95 points. Her expression was melancholy and sad. She was obviously a 16-year-old young girl, but she showed such an expression, showing her heart with a story. Her real name is Kayla Zoel. She came to Earth 3 years ago and was found by her cousin Carl and sent to Danvers's family for adoption. Kayla was 13 years old when his cousin was born, and now his cousin is almost 30, and he is only 16 years old. I am afraid that no one will believe this strange thing even if I say it. Although 3 years have passed, she still can't forget the destruction of her hometown and the death of her parents. Every time she thinks about it, her mood becomes extremely low. In her wild thoughts, she unknowingly walked to the park in the small town. She sat on the swing, swayed, and continued to remember the happy time on Krypton in the past. "Hey, little girl, the melancholy expression is not suitable for your age. What do you think?" A handsome young man came by and asked her on the swing opposite her. Kayla looked up and looked at the other person. She said, "I'm homesick." "Then go back and have a look." The man said, "I want to go back too, but I can't go back." Kayla lowered her head in loss. Her eyes moistened unconsciously. "Maybe I can help. Come and grab my hand." The man reached out his hand to her. Kayla looked up, saw the other person's gentle and handsome face, and somehow she thought, so she put her hand on it. In the next moment, Kayla only felt her soul separated, and the sky was spinning around. She was shocked to find that she and the man were floating in the universe. The two bodies were translucent, like ghosts, flying towards the depths of the universe. In an instant, they came to a fixed star system with a red sun, where the remains of a broken planet could be seen. Kayla was shocked. She remembered the red sun in her hometown. Could it be that? What shocked her even more was yet to come. Time began to turn back. 1 year or 2, until nearly 30 years ago, the broken Krypton star reunited into a whole planet in the backward time. The two of them zoomed in, approaching Krypton, and finally approached Kayla's home. This is Yibai's reading of ability. She and Kayla observe the universe in 4 dimensions. It is not that the two of them have really gone back to the past. They are now more like ghosts when ordinary people can't see themselves and can't interfere with the material world. Kayla looked inside the house in shock, saw her past self, and her past father Zoel and mother Aurora. She threw herself into the arms of her parents excitedly, but her body penetrated through. She tried to communicate with them, but they couldn't hear or see. Kayla looked at the handsome man asking for help, and the man shook his head. We are just observing the past, not really coming to the past. When she listened, her expression was dim. She looked at her past parents, tears streaming down her sadness. Her depressed thoughts could no longer be suppressed, and she sobbed unconsciously. After crying for a long time, she looked at the man and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Yi Bai. Can you really let me go back in time?" "Can Yi Bai do it?" "It can be done naturally," but he said, "It is a very dangerous thing to change the past." But what?" Kayla grabbed Yi Bai's hand excitedly and asked. She thought she would never see her biological parents again. Now that she has the opportunity, she has to seize whatever she says. She doesn't suspect that the other party is deceiving herself. Since the other party can take her to observe the past, she should be able to do it in the past, right? "You have to join us and become our own person so that I can help you." Someone's wolf tail showed. He retracted his hand. Kayla only felt the sky spinning, and when he felt down to the ground again, he found that his consciousness had returned to the body and returned to the swing in Midvale Town Park. "Okay, I promised," Kayla said without thinking. +1 for residents of Magic Hut. Yi Bai took her back to the pocket dimension space, and Kayla was curious about everything here, just like Diana, who came here for the first time. Yi Bai used the old tricks, first took her to eat the youth fruit in the orchard, and then took her into the castle to meet with everyone. At the moment, the girls are taking Diana in the shared room, letting her experience the magic of the shared chair. Yi Bai came in at this time and introduced to everyone. "Hey, I have found another powerful girl." When everyone looked over, being stared at by so many people made Kayla very shy. She weakly said, "Hello. You. My name is Kayla Danvers." Diana asked suspiciously, "Is she the one who is stronger than you?" Hearing what Diana said, everyone became interested and looked up and down the shy girl. Yi Bai introduced, "She is an alien. Nearly 30 years ago, her home planet Krypton exploded. Just before the explosion, her parents sent it out of Krypton to fly to Earth. With all due respect, she doesn't look like 30 years old." Jenny groaned. Kayla explained weakly, "My spacecraft was affected by the explosion of the planet and rushed into a place where time was still. It was not until 3 years ago that it flew out of there." Jenny was stunned. Just listen to Yi Bai's continued introduction. Kryptonians are different from Earthlings. Their parent star is 10 times higher than the Earth's gravity. This makes their physical fitness extremely strong. Kryptonians can originally absorb the energy of the yellow sun into their bodies. Kryptonians are almost invincible in this kind of place with a yellow sun. The body of steel that cannot be destroyed, the super strength with almost no upper limit, the super speed that can continuously accelerate several times per second, and the ears can hear everything on the Earth. The sound in the corner, the eyes can see through and see a bacterium on a planet a few light years away. The eyes can emit a hot sight similar to Cyclops, and the breath can freeze a radius of several kilometers. Some people describe the Kryptonians as the gods of the world walking on the ground. The more Yi Bai introduces, the wider everyone's mouth opens. The strength is so strong, Captain Marvel can't match it. Kayla also had this expression. She raised her hand weakly and asked, "I am so strong. Why don't I know it myself?" "Because you didn't really release yourself. Reality is a yoke to you, and your heart is still hesitation. When you truly liberate yourself, you will find that you are invincible." Yi Bai is not nonsense. Kayla in front of you, Danvers, is not the Supergirl in the TV series. Although it is far behind Superman in the Silver Age, the new 52-level Kryptonian is still powerful, and she is stronger than Superman. Superman is a natural childbirth, and Kayla is. In those years where she was bred as a warrior and the time is still in the Phantom Zone, her body absorbed a lot of energy, which was not shorter than the time Superman irradiated the sun. P.S. There are 5 more updates today. Ask for flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, asterisk. Chapter 41. Is this a joke? Pocket dimension space, in the courtyard. Wonder Woman and the Supergirl face each other 20 meters apart, posing in a fighting pose. Yi Bai and other onlookers ate melons and watched the show. After learning that Kayla was so strong from Yi Bai, Diana couldn't help itching her hands and wanted to learn from each other. This was the scene before her. Yi Bai reminded them, "Just stay a little longer and don't tear me down." Diana said it was okay, but Kayla was a little bit unconfident, especially when she learned that the person on the other side who was going to compete with herself was the legendary Wonder Woman. But at the same time, the blood of the warrior written into Kayla's gene made her extremely excited. As we all know, the Kryptonians were bred based on the needs of the society and combined with various ability templates in the gene bank of the Central Collection. Kayla, she is a template for warriors. She specializes in combat and is better than Superman Clark Kent's natural childbirth template. Has more ability in battle together. At the beginning of the battle, Kayla, who had little combat experience, went to war with Wonder Woman, who was rich in combat experience and fully equipped. The speed of the two is extremely fast, and they can't see the shadow of the face with poor dynamic vision. The two people of the high-speed movement have a loud sonic boom created by their bodies rubbing against the air, just like the sound of a supersonic fighter flying in the sky, deafening. In order to protect the safety of his own building, Yi Bai had to let Dark Phoenix spread out an enchantment to cover the battlefield, lest they demolish it. The battle in the field continued. Xiao Supergirl was beaten by Wonder Woman in various ways, but because her body was strong enough, she didn't suffer even the slightest injury. Fortunately, Krypton exploded. It is hard to imagine that a race is like Kayla. You have to be scared away when God comes. Natasha Romanoff looked at Kayla in the field and expressed his opinion. Krypton's sun is red instead of yellow. On Krypton, they are nowhere near as strong as on Earth. And Kryptonians are not without weaknesses. Kryptonite can degrade their cells. Bathed in the radiation of kryptonite, they will become more fragile than humans. Yi Bai explained, "Kryptonite, do you have that thing? That stuff is everywhere in the remains of Krypton. It belongs to Sector 2813 of the universe. According to the Earth, it is about 210,000 light-years away." Sector. Natasha Romanoff heard this for the first time. Yi Bai said to them, "It was divided by the first batch of intelligent beings born in the universe, a group of guys who call themselves the Asgardian universe. They use the center of the universe, OA, as the origin, and divide the universe into 3,600 sectors, and assign 2 green light men in each sector to maintain order in the universe. Our Milky Way is in Sector 2814, and Krypton is in Sector 2813. We are neighbors. It reminds me of the Rising Star Legion of Sandal Star." Shadowcat said. Yi Bai nodded and said, "It's true that they are about the same. They are all about maintaining the peace of the universe. But, in terms of weapons and equipment, the Green Lantern Corps is stronger than the Nova Corps. The Nova Corps uses the Nova Helmet to borrow the Super Life computer world mind to gain power, and the Green Lantern Corps is using the Green Light Ring of Will. You can use the power of will and emotion to manifest anything you think in your mind out of thin air, guns, fighters, spaceships, and open wormholes in the space to quickly reach any area of the universe. 1A small ring is more technical than a space battleship. There is a famous saying in the Green Lantern Corps that the power of the ring has no limit, and imagination is the limiting factor. Some people say that the Green Lantern ring is the most in the universe, one of the powerful weapons. Emma heard this and was very moved by this thing. She asked, "Can we get the green light ring?" Yi Bai nodded and shook his head. It is a creation of technology combined with emotions. The ring system is connected to the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps. Even if you get the ring, you cannot use it to do bad things. The Green Lantern ring is a weapon to protect the peace of the universe. If you want to use it to kill people, it will refuse to execute your order. Moreover, the green light ring needs to be charged to use it. The total energy of the green light is also in ore, and we don't have the energy to recharge it. When Emma heard it, she gave up the idea of a green light ring. What she wanted was a weapon that she could use as she pleased, not something that was restricted. Yi Bai said again, "But well, I have seen the future of this universe. There will be more than one lamp ring technology. In the future, there will be the Blue Lantern Tribe, the Sinisto Legion, Yellow Light, and the Star Bluestone Legion, Purple Light. Red Lantern Corps, Orange Lantern Corps, Blue Lantern Corps. Different colors represent different emotions, The green light of will is in the center. The left is negative emotions, the yellow light of fear, the orange light of greed, the red light of anger. The right is positive emotion, hope, the blue light of compassion, the blue light of compassion, and the purple light of love. Among them, the most immediate anger and love are the most difficult to control and easily lead to extremes. For example, the purple of love will amplify all the love in people's hearts, and love can make crazy. Paranoid love symbolizes destruction. And anger, you can refer to Hulk's appearance. Yibai popularized science through the Seven Lantern Corps. Natasha Romanoff raised his forehead. DC Universe, it also looks troublesome. Yibai nodded. Yes, I have seen the future. In the future, the Justice League will be established on Earth. When the Justice League is established, there will be at least one extinction crisis almost every year, and most of them are disasters that affect the universe and even the entire multi-universe. Everyone. So we came here to experience the crisis? Jean Grey said helplessly. It's a crisis, it's also an opportunity. Only in such a dangerous universe can people like Diana and Kayla be born. That's what I said. Jean nodded in approval. Speaking of which, in the DC universe, there is a place numbered Earth 8, which is very interesting. Yibai laughed wickedly. Tell me. The parallel world is numbered as Earth 8. There is a world called Ngol, which is more like Asgard, and there is a guy who can control lightning called Amanda. On the Earth of that world, there is an America warrior who has Captain Rogers. There is a mechanical head with the same technological strength as Stark and likes to fight in high-tech armor. There is a ladybug who can become as small as a bug. There is a blue giant baby, once angry become a giant baby. There is a silver witch there, but she uses order magic instead of origin magic power. There is also a red Yasha, like Black Widow. She is a super female agent cultivated by a secret agency in a certain country. Together, these people formed the Counterattack Alliance. Yibai introduced with a smile. Everyone listened to the embarrassment of God. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Resurrection Package. Everyone has a share. Yi, are you sure that the strange world really exists? Jenny murmured in a mess in the wind. Other people feel the same, always feeling that it is the malice of the world. Think of it as a spoof, but it does exist, and there are not only the Avengers like Counterattack Alliance, but also the G-Men like X-Men, the special effects masters like Doctor Strange and Doctor Destructions. Lord Hawker, much like Dormammu's Dream Hunter. Everyone continued to be embarrassed. While they were chatting, the battle between Diana and Kayla finally ended, and Kayla Danvers gave up. Although she didn't suffer any injuries, she was very embarrassed. She felt that she would lose her clothes if she continued to fight. She didn't want to run naked, so she could only choose to admit defeat. Compared to Kayla's embarrassment, Diana looked high-spirited, allowing her to perform a hearty battle with all her strength. It was refreshing. If such an opponent can practice against her, how much more can she expect? Referring to Kayla's previous clothes, Yibai used alchemy to refine a set out of thin air and handed it to Kayla, who took over and changed clothes in the running room. Diana walked back at a vigorous pace and said to everyone, "Good opponent. I start to like it here." Yibai looked at the pits and pits left by the two people fighting before and rolled his eyes. He pressed his hands on the ground to initiate alchemy. The material decomposition on the ground was reorganized, and within a few seconds, it returned to its original state. In this scene, Diana's eyes lit up. Can he repair the battlefield so easily? Can he often discuss it here in the future? If Yibai knows what she thinks, she will definitely complain that she is a fighting freak. Should I say, is it worthy of being an Amazonian? Kayla came out after getting dressed, and she asked Yibai expectantly. Now I am here too. You can help me, right? Are you in trouble? Diana asked her. In view of her good fight before, Diana has taken Kayla as a good sister. When a sister encounters difficulties, she will naturally be obliged to help. Well, you brought my consciousness back to the past and saw my dead parents. She said that as long as I join here, she will help me go back and save them. Kayla explained. Diana was stunned, but she reacted quickly. She looked at Yibai in horror. You can go back to the past and save the dead. Wanda and others also looked at him. If Yibai can do this, doesn't it mean that their dead relatives can be resurrected? Yibai nodded. She looked around at the people present and said, Each person has 2 resurrection quotas, and I designate them by myself. If there are more, I am afraid that it will cause turbulence in time and space." Everyone looked at each other, and when they learned that they could really resurrect the dead, they were both excited and hesitated. Emma said, "My father Winston is an impersonal capitalist, and my mother Hazel learned that his father had cheated on drug abuse. My brother Christine tried to commit suicide and went crazy, and my sister Claudia was a bad girl. The relationship between my sister Adrienne and me is comparable to that of an enemy." Everyone, "It's so hard to read this scripture in your family." Katie said, "I have grandparents, Mom and Dad. If there are only 2 places, I hope you will resurrect my mother Teresa and my father Carmen." Jean Grey said, "I hope to resurrect my parents." Natasha Romanoff said, "When I was a child, there was a war in my hometown. Ivan Peter Lovek rescued me from the broken and burning house. He is like a friend, a relative, or even a father to me. I hope to be resurrected." Wanda said, "My brother Pietro, I miss him." Diana also said, "I hope to resurrect Antiope." Yibai looked at them and said, "You don't want them to be in danger after they are resurrected. I can find them a peaceful parallel world on the earth for hundreds of years to come, and let them live there." Everyone has no opinion. So, next entered the time of the great resurrection technique. Yibai took the consciousness of the people across time and space and transferred all the people who should have died in history the moment before their death and left one of them in place. Alchemy puppets act as corpses to keep history unchanged. It is worth mentioning that on the day of the explosion of Krypton, Kayla's parents were not dead. Zoel used the Bottle City technology of the evil artificial intelligence Blanyak to shrink an entire city into a bottle and exploded. The bottle flew into the universe, and the city began to be filled with kryptonite radiation dust. All the people who were shrunk were living in deep water and might die at any time. Finally, Yibai transfers the resurrected people to a parallel world of the Earth without the slightest supernatural power and no war in the next 200 years, and finally binds the coordinates of this world to the ring of privilege for everyone. After doing all this, everyone's consciousness returned to the body. Everyone didn't say a word, and went to the world through the newly appeared coordinates in the ring, and went to explain the situation to the resurrected relatives. Even Agnes was taken away by Wanda to see his uncle Pietro. At the scene, only Yibai and White Queen Emma, who had no relatives resurrected, were left. "Why don't you resurrect your family? Even if you don't resurrect them, you should have friends." Yibai was surprised at this. "It might have been before, but from the day I tried to chase benefits, friends have been a very luxurious thing for me. The past, let it pass. We can do something while there is no one now." Emma take a step forward, wrap Yibai's neck, and kiss him. Before long, they returned to the castle bedroom. 2 hours later, the two left the pocket space together and came to the outside DC Earth Midvale Town Park. At the moment it was dark. The two wandered in this quiet and peaceful town. I found an interesting thing." "What's up?" "Near the high school in this small town, there is an underground laboratory. I saw something from the memory of the laboratory staff. The laboratory belongs to the Luther Group. Among them, there is a Kryptonian like Kayla. The staff is studying." Emma said what she had perceived in her mind. Tanan, Yibai thought of the Supergirl comics. When Supergirl was still in high school in Midvale, there was indeed a hapless man named Tan, and that was studied. One day when Kayla was in school, an explosion occurred in the laboratory, and a crack in the playground opened. Kayla's good friend fell and died. Tan-En, it is indeed the name of that Kryptonian. Asterisk. Chapter 43. New Ideas. Tan-En, a Kryptonian, is a scientist. He came to the Earth to explore more than 40 years ago. However, he was out of luck. He was discovered by the former head of the Luther Group when he arrived on the Earth and sent someone to catch him. He kept shutting down the Black Room till now. Yibai knows that this Kryptonian, Supergirl's origin manga Supergirl, Transcendental Road, tells the story of the Supergirl's high school in Midvale Town, and Tan-En is the hapless Kryptonian in the story. However, this Kryptonian should have been studied by the Earthlings for decades, and only has endless hatred for the Earthlings. Even if he was rescued by Kayla in the original story, he did not give up his hatred, but became a supervillain. Now that he knew this, in order to reduce the trouble, he simply said to Emma, "Can your ability kill people?" Are you going to kill him? Just look at his heart. Emma's mental ability rushed into the head of the hapless Kryptonian Tan in the laboratory, read his mind, and nodded. Can he become a vegetable? Emma is an egoist, and it seems natural to discuss with Yi by how to kill, just like discussing what to eat for dinner today, without any psychological barriers. This has to be replaced by Diana and Kayla's. Yi Bai has to discuss this kind of thing with them, and keep the favorability. While Yi Bai is hanging out with Emma, another world that let's call it the peace world for the time being. In a peaceful world, the girls meet with their resurrected relatives and explain to them what happened. The resurrected people knew that they were resurrected, and so many years had passed, they were a little confused. Kayla drags her parents to wander around in this new world and tells them her experience of coming to Earth over the years. Wanda introduced her daughter Agnes to her brother Quicksilver and also talked about what happened during this time, as well as her husband Yi Bai. Natasha Romanoff didn't see Ivan. She just silently observed for a while the person who was resurrected and came to the new world with a confused face. Diana and Antiope are talking about her own experience in nearly 100 years. Katie and her parents, Jiguang and her parents, everyone was with their relatives. After everyone came back a day later, everyone sat together and sighed. After that, Yi Bai also made a stand-in for Kayla and Diana. Their stand-in returned to the outside world and lived their original lives, and their bodies chose to stay in this magical place. Yi Bai left Midvale and returned to Midtown. 5 months passed in a peaceful life. During this time, Yi Bai lived here in Midtown and studied and analyzed various runes of Olympus enchanting technology. In the evening, he returned to the pocket dimension space to rest. After such a long time, the functions of each enchanting rune and the different combinations of rules have basically been understood, and it is already possible to make different styles of artifacts. He helped everyone in the family to tailor a set of equipment. However, they gave the equipment to their substitutes, and they would not encounter danger at all in the pocket dimension. Wearing equipment is pure waste. As a person who can see the past and the future, Yi Bai is like an omniscient person, knowing the time of various events. Today, there is a DC event about to happen. The story of Green Lantern is about to begin. On this evening, Ob and Sue of Green Lantern in Sector 2814 will be seriously injured and fall to the earth. Yi Bai wanted to try whether he could cut the Green Lantern ring. Although he didn't like the ability of the Lantern ring to express emotions, he wanted the original technique of the ring very much. Among them, it comes with a system that can translate all the languages of the entire universe, including various countries on the Earth. It was originally connected to the huge database of, or star, which can identify most things in this universe. At the same time, it can also enter interplanetary communications, record what it has imagined into it, and call the database when needed to directly embody it through emotions. What's this? This is the portable system of the ring version. A proper system is a plug-in for the protagonist, and there is no reason why such a technology cannot be obtained. According to Yi Bai's idea, it can completely use lamp ring technology to transform the sage's stone into a sage's ring that can be used by people who do not understand alchemy. If the idea can be successful, then the person who wears the ring of the sage can directly call the pre-recorded drawings from the ring system and get the required information out of thin air. However, if you want to get this kind of technology, it may be difficult to directly crack the lamp ring. There should be encryption and insurance measures on the thing. The best way is to go directly to Oasis. There is a lot of scientific and technological knowledge to learn. Don't you see that Ob and Sue secretly established the Blue Lantern tribe and created the light stick? Tal Sinister can also use the Yellow Lantern Beast Parallax monster to make the Yellow Lantern ring. Their technique is all learned from the Oasis database. Once you have an idea, you have to put it into practice. Green Lantern will automatically choose the person with the strongest willpower to become the host. Yi Bai has to find a way to strengthen his willpower. It is not easy for ordinary people to do this kind of thing, but it is not difficult for Yi Bai to do it. He shared Emma's spiritual ability and used this ability to continuously strengthen his courage and will, strengthening it to a very exaggerated level. At this moment, there are few people on the earth who can compare with his will. What we need to do now is to get as close as possible to the fall of Ob and Sue, and when the opponent's green light ring begins to screen the host, he will have a greater chance of being selected. Just as Yi Bai was about to leave for California's seaside city, a new system task was triggered. You have triggered a new task. Task. I am a man who can wholesale portable system plugins. Introduction. The technology of the lamp ring is also the technology of the portable system. Requirements. Go to Oaksing to obtain the lamp ring making technology. Reward. At position level +1, asterisk. Chapter 44. Jessica Cruz Seaside City is the hometown of Green Lantern Hal Jordan in the DC series of stories. According to the original time and space trajectory, after Hal Jordan became the Green Lantern, the city began to become troubled. To live in this city, you must have a heart of fearless courage. It is also because of this that this city has the title of a fearless city in the future. As the Parallax Demon arrives and aliens invade, Green Lantern will also invite his alien partners to come here as guests and then attract more troubles. From this perspective, it seems that Green Lantern is the root cause of the unrest in Seaside City. If you don't believe me, see how harmonious the city is now that Green Lantern hasn't appeared. Yi Bai refracted light invisible through the at position and dragged himself towards California. Once, the at position of LV-1 can drag him to fly at 70 kilometers per hour. Now the at position level reaches LV-3, and the maximum expandable area reaches 1,000 square meters. The speed of using it for flight has been greatly improved, and it can be more diversified applications. Deflection of light invisible is a new usage developed by Yi Bai. At the moment, Yi Bai was flying at the speed of Mach 3. It didn't take long for him to fly to the outskirts of California near the seaside city. Suddenly, he noticed something, stopped, and moved forward, floating in the air, looking down. In the wild forest in the mountains, there are a few guys who don't look like good people. They dragged a corpse, seeming to plan to bury it. Not far from this group of guys, there are 4 young girls camping, playing hunting games with bows and arrows, hunting the hares here or something. Yi Bai used Emma's mental ability to scan the heads of these young people, and unexpectedly found that there was a female character in the Green Lantern story. Don't get me wrong, she is not Hal Jordan's childhood sweetheart Macalo Felice, but Jessica Cruz, who will become the Green Lantern woman in the future. She has long black hair, a bright figure, and a good look. She has just graduated from university not long ago and has not yet formally worked. While observing them at Yi Bai high above, Jessica Cruz and her friends discovered that the criminals were burying their bodies, and the criminals also found them. Not surprisingly, the criminals had the intention of killing others. Generally speaking, Yi Bai will not take the initiative to act as a superhero to save people, but since he encounters it, he doesn't mind helping out. At the moment when the criminals raised their guns and aimed and fired at the frightened Jessica and others, Yi Bai, who was relieved of his invisibility, fell from the sky and landed among the criminals. With the twinkling of alchemy lights in his hands, he created a rope to bring the criminals down. They are all bundled into Zongzi. The bound criminals were unstable and fell to the ground one after another. The light on Yi Bai's hand flickered again, and a baseball bat appeared, waved it, and hit the heads of several criminals one by one, knocking them out. Not far away, Jessica and her friends were stunned. I thought I was going to die, but a hero came from the sky to save them. This kind of life-threatening experience, I am afraid that I will never forget it for a lifetime. Ladies, you can call the police. Yi Bai dropped the baseball bat in his hand and reminded them in a daze. When they heard Yi Bai's words, they nodded blankly, and Jessica took out her mobile phone and called the police directly. Next to her, there was a taller woman who was more courageous and asked Yi Bai cautiously, "Excuse me, are you a superhero?" Yi Bai held his head high and admitted shamelessly, "Yes, that's right, that's it." At this time, these beauties were all excited to come up and kept asking questions. What is your name? Was that super ability just now? What was your code name? And so on. I asked a lot. These 4 women were friends they met in college. They were camping here plus hunting and taking a vacation. Who knows, they encountered such a thing. If there is no Yi Bai falling from the sky, I am afraid it will be more or less good. Yi Bai remembers the origin story of Jessica Cruz, which originated from a camping trip 3 years ago. She and her friends witnessed the criminal burial site and were killed. Only Jessica escaped. After that, I changed into anxiety plus autism and stayed at home for 3 years without going out, until the evil eternal beginning of the big event the divine power ring of the earth. 3 found her and controlled her to wreak havoc in the city. It was Batman who inspired her, let her regain control, and put an end to the destruction of the city. After that, Jessica went to Batman's Watchtower space base, where she lost control a second time and was controlled by the ring again. This time, the Flash encouraged Jessica to overcome her fear again. From that day on, she decided to learn how to use divine power rings, and eventually became a superhero and joined the Justice League. Although, after the restart of the New 52, Jessica was unlucky enough to be controlled and out of control by the ring during the Darkseid War, and her consciousness was sent to the inside of the ring. If it were not for the help of the cyborg, she would have made a big mistake. After that, she was selected by a green light ring and formally joined the Green Lantern Corps and became a Green Lantern woman. All in all, this is the story of a heroine who constantly overcomes her inner fears and eventually becomes a superhero. Yibai thinks that maybe he should change his mind to make Jessica a Green Lantern, while he hides behind the scenes and becomes a portable grandfather. In this way, while achieving the goal, there is no need to fulfill the obligations after joining the Green Lantern Corps, which is great. After making a decision, Yibai immediately said to Jessica Cruz, one of the 4 girls, "Miss Cruz, you have a relationship with me. Are you interested in inheriting my mantle and becoming a superhero?" X4. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Jessica, who was caught strong half an hour later. The police car came and pressed the criminals who had been tied into Zhongzi onto the police car. The body that was supposed to be buried was also taken back by the police. Naturally, Jessica and her friends had to follow back to make transcripts. Yibai found it troublesome and was not seen by the police in hiding early. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the group of 4 girlfriends had finished taking notes and came out of the police station. When the incident happened, they no longer felt like camping. Instead, they went to a nearby cafe for afternoon tea together and chatted about what happened before. Not everyone has a chance to meet a superhero who can super ability, so they basically talked about Yibai. Yibai walked into the cafe at this time, sat down in the empty seat next to the 4 of them very familiar, smiled gentlemen at them, and greeted Roar. "Hi, ladies, don't mind if I sit here." Jessica murmured. "You have already sat down." A friend of Jessica asked Yibai, "You said before that you want Jessie to inherit your mantle and become a superhero? Can you teach others about super ability? What do you think about me? Can you learn?" Yibai shook his head and ran the train with his mouth full. This requires aptitude. Just like in the Harry Potter story, some people can learn magic, but some are just muggles. Only Jessica of the 4 of you can learn my ability. Jessica's friends were very disappointed. Jessica pointed to herself and asked, "Can I really do it? I mean, can I learn your super ability of changing the rope and baseball bat? It's not only that kind of thing that can become." Yibai palmed his hand, and a yellow rose turned out. Its flower language was eternal smile, confident and kind. He handed it to Jessica. "No, give you." The girl is very familiar with flower language. Seeing that Yibai gave a yellow rose flower, Jessica gave a calm smile, took it and thanked it. "Thank you for the flower. I like it very much." Yibai reached out to her and said, "Let's go. Next is teaching time." "Yeah." Jessica put her hand on the Savior's hand. Under the surprised gaze of her 3 girlfriends, the figures of the 2 holding hands slowly faded and gradually disappeared without a trace. Yibai brought Jessica Cruz to the uninhabited beach on the outskirts of the seaside city. Jessica realized that the 2 of them had reached the coast outside the city in an instant. Her eyes widened unbelievably, and she couldn't believe that Yi Ran had such an ability. In her opinion, super ability was originally a legend, but she didn't expect that the other party had more than one ability. "Can you learn such ability by yourself?" She began to look forward to it. "In order for you to get something, I will take possession of you next to strengthen your will and courage. You have to remember one thing. No matter what you encounter, don't make a fuss, and don't mention my existence to anyone. Understand? Possession? What do you mean?" She was a little puzzled. Yibai smiled without explaining and directly activated ability. Thanks to Phoenix Force, Yibai burned with a raging flame, and under Jessica's shocked gaze, he suddenly burned himself into ashes. At least it seemed that way. In fact, he temporarily transformed himself into a soul state. This is one of Qin Gray's ability. It is very similar to Magician's astral projection. The difference is that when magician uses this trick, only the soul is separated, but Qin Gray can completely transform himself into this form. In this state, it is invisible and untouchable, and Roar does not need to inhale, eat, or sleep, and is not affected by the physical law, and at the same time it can retain all conscious thoughts. Yi Bai, who borrowed her ability, can naturally use this trick too. He transformed into a state of soul, possessed Jessica, and appeared in the depths of her spiritual world. In this case, it is difficult to detect his existence even with the highest tech testing equipment. Jessica stared at Yi Bai, who had turned into ashes blankly. But soon, Jessica realized that she seemed to be different. She felt that she would dare to do things that she had not dared to do in the past. Even in the face of death, as long as it made sense, she could take a firm step toward the embrace of death. Yi Bai's voice sounded in her heart. At this evening, there will be aliens coming to Earth, and his weapons will find new owners. Only those with strong willpower and courage will be selected by that weapon. I hope that the man is you. Aliens? Are there really aliens? Jessica was stunned. She thought she was going to learn super ability from each other, but did she get extraterrestrial technology? This is too science fiction, right? Moreover, Yi's possession of her own body also made her horrified, and she felt like possessed by a demon, as often said in the story. In the universe, there is an organization called the Green Lantern Corps. Their creators divided the universe into 3,600 sectors. Each sector will have 1 or 2 Green Lanterns responsible for maintaining law and order. The area where our galaxy is located is 2814. Sector. Jessica, I do not hide from you. I need to get some of their technology through you, and you can become a Green Lantern that freely soars in the universe and maintains the peace of the universe. Yi Bai didn't conceal his purpose, so he said it directly. Sometimes it is easier to achieve the purpose by being frank, especially when Yi Bai is still Jessica's lifesaver. The other party will probably not refuse to help him. Just as Yi Bai thought, Jessica just gave a hesitation and nodded in agreement. Although she still doesn't believe much in the existence of aliens, it does not prevent her from fantasizing about traveling in the universe and maintaining world peace. The picture makes her very excited just thinking about it. Jessica sat on a rock on the shore and chatted with Yi Bai in her mind about messy things, mostly about aliens. Time passed, and dusk gradually progressed. Abin Su, who was seriously injured and dying, drove a spherical shuttle and crashed to the shore of the coastal city, less than a kilometer away from where Jessica was. Seeing this thing, Jessica was very uneasy. Really, there are actually aliens. Yi Bai reminded her in her heart. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry over. Oh, recovered. Jessica ran to the place where the spacecraft fell, with a sense of anxiety and expectation. Here, she saw a small spherical spacecraft. Through the glass cover of the spacecraft, she saw a strong male alien with purple skin and green uniform. On the man's chest, there was a huge amount of penetrating wound, bulging out purple blood. Jessica is a kind girl. Although she is facing a legendary alien, since the opponent is a superhero who maintains the peace of the universe, she has no fear of facing aliens. She dragged the seriously injured opponent from the shuttle that seemed about to explode to the shore and asked him with concern, You seem to need help. Asterisk. Chapter 46. The green light is always bright. Alien Su, through the green light ring, perceives the justice and kindness in Jessica's heart, as well as the strong will and courage, and knows that he doesn't have to worry about the inheritance of the mantle. The girl in front of him was the heir he was looking for when he died. My name is Abin Su. Boy, you are a man of courage. Don't care about me. My injury is too serious and it is out of help. He took off his ring, handed it to Jessica, and said to her, Take it. Put it on. There is a lantern in the spaceship, and there is an oath on the lantern. Chant it. He died after speaking. Jessica, don't waste time. The government department has noticed the abnormality here. Go to the spaceship to get the lantern. We should go. Yi Bai reminded in Jessica's mind. But what about it? Jessica asked, pointing to Abin Su's body. I will take him away. Jessica suddenly noticed that a diffuse light shot out from her eyes, which enveloped Abin Su's body, and the other's body slowly disappeared. The reason why the corpse was taken away was to prevent the parallax demon from running to the earth along with the fear energy of the yellow light contaminated in Abinsu's corpse. The kind of trouble should not be led to the troubled earth. Abinsu was collected by Yi Bai. Jessica ran to the Abinsu spacecraft to search for it, and quickly found something that glowed green like a lantern. After taking it, Jessica was teleported away by Yi Bai and returned to a certain park in the coastal city. At the moment, it was completely dark. Because of the meal, there were not many people in this part of the park. Yi Bai said to Jessica, "Put on the lamp ring and follow me." "Oh." Jessica answered obediently, putting the green light ring on her right index finger, and following Yi Bai's voice in her mind, she began to chant. "The day is bright, and the night is vast. There is nothing to hide. Heretics chaos the party, fearing my divine light. The green light is always bright, and the light will shine forever." With the chanting of the green light oath, Jessica and Abinsu successfully completed the binding of the green light ring. At the same moment, the green light ring's debut sounded like a mechanical synthesis. "Intelligent life has been locked. Jessica Cruz from the Milky Way Earth. You have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to join the Green Lantern Corps." Under a burst of green light, the clothes on her body were replaced by a tight-fitting green shirt and black trousers uniform. This uniform perfectly outlines her figure that will be upturned in the future. Yi Bai appreciates it very much. When he read comics in his previous life, he felt that Jessica Cruz had a great figure. Now he is possessed by her. This feeling is especially obvious. Jessica looked curiously at her new dress, marveling at the magic of this ring. The ring sent some messages to her mind, allowing her to understand the function of the lamp ring, that emotional manifestation. This is one of the light's ring technology, which allows the holder to naturally know what they want to know as long as there is a record in the data of the Oasis host. Yi Bai didn't bother Jessica, just watched her keep trying to use the green light ring, showing all kinds of things she imagined, such as all kinds of good-looking clothes, jewelry, bags, and shoes. Seeing her realization of these, Yi Bai was speechless for a while. The lamp ring is such a powerful weapon. She actually only used it to dress herself? It's simply amazing. Yi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. At the moment, Jessica was very excited. She was so excited that she could get such a magical alien technology. You can adapt to the new ability first, and then bid farewell to your friends and family, and then you should leave for the Green Lantern Corps headquarters. It is located in the center of the universe, and there is a planet called OA. You need to report there and receive training. Yi Bai said, really want to go to an alien planet? Is it okay not to go? Benefiting from the descriptions of various aliens in Hollywood movies, Jessica always had a bad association when thinking of aliens, and was afraid that he would leave the Earth and be captured and sliced by aliens. This is how it is performed in the movie. The ring on your finger is one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. Its technical content is higher than that of the interstellar warships in sci-fi movies. Once you really learn how to use it, the universe can take you away. Not much, Yi Bai said helplessly when she saw her thoughts. Can you see my thoughts? I'm in your spiritual world, your thoughts, your memories, everything, everything, everything. Eyeball, no Daobo. Yi Bai said wickedly. Jessica blushed, and the other party can see her memory. Don't they also know all kinds of embarrassment about her? So shy, I really want to find a ground drill. Okay, don't be shy, I won't tell your little secret. You have to swear. Well, I swear, let's do it like this. From now on, don't use your mouth when you communicate with me. Just think directly in your head. Oh good, Jessica said in her head. Next, the excited Jessica called and found her 3 best friends and performed some emotional manifestations in front of them. With Yi Bai's low-key teaching, when Jessica performed ability, she didn't say it was ring ability, only what she learned from Yi Bai, so her 3 girlfriends didn't think her ability was a ring endowment. Think about it. There should always be some defensive heart, lest the ring is stolen by others. She and her girlfriends played until 10 o'clock in the evening before they went back to their homes. Jessica did not live with her parents, but lived alone in the coastal city. I was still looking for a job, but I just haven't found it so I can go camping with my girlfriend. Now that she has the lantern ring, she doesn't have to think about finding a job. Her current job is the same as that of all Green Lanterns, maintaining the peace of the universe. This is the new job she is about to start. Definitely, before that, she has to go to Oa Xing for formal training before she can work. Jessica returned home, put the rechargeable lantern and the ring in her hand on the table, walked to the bathroom, and prepared to take a shower. But she suddenly realized a problem. There is someone in her body. Can he see himself? Wouldn't you be overlooked if you go to take a bath by yourself? I'm going to take a shower. You can't see mine, can you? I can see all your memories. Naturally connect your five senses, see what you see, hear what you hear. No one in this world knows you better than me. You don't need to be shy. What Yibai said seemed to make sense, but the wolf ambition was obvious. But I can reluctantly be your boyfriend. Don't worry about it now. Yibai was shameless again. After speaking, she got out of Jessica's body and pulled the other person in. The next day, Jessica woke up. Yibai smiled and said, "It's time to get up. Today we set off on the sea of stars. Believe me, this will be an unforgettable journey of your life." "Yeah." Jessica blushed and nodded shyly. Dressing and getting up to wash, Jessica cooked a table of hearty food for Yibai. There are 3 more chapters in the afternoon for reward, monthly ticket, flowers, asterisk. Chapter 47. OA Star. Thanks to the 588 reward from M78 Nebula. After having breakfast, Yibai retransformed into Jessica's grandpa with the car. Jessica has changed into her green light uniform and is ready to go. Under the guidance of Yibai, she gave the instruction to return to the base camp of the Green Lantern Corps. The green light enveloped her and carried her out of the window of her house. In less than a minute, she flew out of the embrace of Mother Earth's atmosphere and tore a space wormhole in the vacuum of the universe. The green light dragged Jessica. Get into it. In a grotesque, as if traveling through a time tunnel, Jessica appeared far away from the Earth, as far away as the spacecraft built by Earth technology can never reach. Located in the center of the universe, in front of Jessica, there is a green planet that is much smaller than the Earth and a little bigger than the moon. It is OA Star. The universe Asgardians use this as the center and divide the universe into 3,600 sectors. Jessica's eyes widened. Looking at the planet that was getting closer and closer, her heart was both nervous and excited. The thought in her mind was, is this really an alien planet? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming, am I? I actually came to an alien planet with aliens living in the legend. The green light dragged her and quickly flew into the atmosphere of or star, flying into the reporting area of the Green Lantern Corps recruits. Here, a device emits a green tractor beam at her, pulling Jessica Cruz into it. This black and white technology testing device detected her physical data, including physical fitness and strength, race, evolution level, and intelligence level. Various data were detected one by one and recorded in the Star Green Light host database among. During this process, Yibai hid in the deepest part of Jessica's mind, and he was worried that his presence would be detected by the device. Although Yibai has confidence in Phoenix Force, God knows whether this device is a kind of black technology, and it is always right to be careful. The detection soon ended, and it did not detect the presence of Yibai. The traction light gradually dimmed, and Jessica landed slowly in midair. Not far away, a humanoid creature with a yellow bird head and a green uniform walked up. "Welcome to OA Star. I'm Tamar. The ring in your hand comes from Abin Su. He is my friend, but unfortunately he died during the mission. I think you should have met him." Thomas Ray said in alien language. Jessica can understand what the other party is saying through the translation function of the green light ring. In her mind, Yibai said, "Jessie," Yibai's nickname for Jessica. "You wave your hand to the ground and pretend to release magic. Star people have a good opinion. This will help you here." After listening, Jessica waved her hand to the ground. Following her wave of hands, on the ground, a dark red light began to flicker, and the body of Abin Su appeared on the ground during the flickering. "I brought his body back. I regret his death," Jessica said. Jessica brought Abin Su's body back, and Thomas Ray's favorability for Jessica suddenly jumped greatly. He used a light ring to notify the relevant people of the incident. Before long, a large group of aliens came here. There are Amon Su, son of Abin Su, daughter Arlen Su, brother-in-law Tal Sinisto, and niece Sola Niknadu. All the family members came. Among them, Sinisto, a man with a red-skinned mustache. was one of the three most popular villains in DC, Yuan Shikong. He fell in love with Hal Jordan and at the same time often cooperated. People are both friends and enemies. At the same time, Sinisto is also the boss of the future Sinisto Corps, Yellow Lantern Corps. Definitely, Sinister was not exiled by the Universe's Guardian at this time, and he was still a member of the Green Lantern Corps. After the death of Abin Su, who had the title of the greatest Green Lantern, he may be the strongest Green Lantern in the entire Green Lantern Corps. These people are very grateful to Jessica, grateful to her for bringing back Abin Su's body. Even Sinister, who looked down on humans, such low-level intelligent creatures, would rarely squeeze a smile on Jessica. For Sinister, he is not only Abin Su's brother-in-law, but also Abin Su's friend, student, and best friend. Jessica was nervous seeing so many living aliens. But seeing these aliens seemed to get along well, her nervous heart was a little settled. It seems that the aliens are not as scary as they thought. Not long after, Sinisto and others left here with Abin Su's body. Thomas Lay took Jessica and began to visit this planet called OA, introducing her to the mission of the Green Lantern Corps, the Universe's Guardian, and recent anecdotes in various sectors of the universe. Thanks to the death of the greatest Green Lantern and Sinister's call, Green Lanterns in the universe have basically been on or in the past few days, and Or is very lively now. Along the way, Jessica saw all kinds of aliens, which really opened her eyes. It didn't take long for her to be brought to Kilovoj, the recruit training instructor, by Thomas Ray. Kilovoj, he is a strong man with a purple skin. He stared at the rookie lantern Jessica, and his first words were, "Trash, today I will teach you the first class of Green Lantern. The course is..." Jessica was still preparing to listen to what was behind him. Suddenly, he launched a sneak attack on Jessica, and a green hammer emerged, smashing Jessica, who did not react, with a hammer and flew more than 20 meters away. Then continued, "Just be on guard at all times, and don't let others have the opportunity to attack you." Jessica was swearing at the meeting, and the guy who attacked her was dizzy. It took a long time for her to stand up. Jessica was kind, but also angry. She glared at the B************ the opposite. Yi Bai said in her mind, "Relax. Leave it to me to control your body and see how I beat it." Good. Jessica's body was taken over by Yi Bai. She moved and opened her mouth to say to Kilovoj, "You really don't teach me." He was half talking, but before he finished speaking, he launched a sneak attack and saw a green light flashing above Kirovog's head, and a solid iron ball emerged out of thin air, and the free-falling body smashed into Kirovog below. Kirovog dodged, but the attack of Jessica was not over yet, and the iron ball exploded in place as soon as it landed. Kirovog hurriedly dodged the defense. Yi Bai controlled Jessica's body to continue the combo. The green light of will and emotional energy envelopes herself, drags herself to accelerate forward, and turns into a green afterimage, bullying her side. A green light sword condenses in Jessica's hand. The blade is attached to the Phoenix Flame, and the blade is drawn and slashed out. The Phoenix Flame does not burn anything, and the possessed blade does nothing but cuts. It instantly cuts the defense shield in front of Kirovog. The blade rests on the opponent's neck. Accepted. Jessica jumped after closing the knife, a backflip in the air, and landed 10 meters away. Kilovoj was educated to doubt his life, and the good old man Thomas Ray was stunned. "Yi, you are so cool," Jessica said excitedly. "Watch well, study hard, and you will become stronger in the future." Yi Bai encouraged him in his heart and returned Jessica's body control to her. "You have a good sense of fighting." Kilovog no longer called Jessica a waste. The other party has fully proved to himself that he learns ability. The front foot has just been taught, and the back foot is alive and kicking. This Nima makes him a very good teacher. Is embarrassment good? Helpless Kilovoj began to teach her seriously. Every Green Lantern uses a green light ring to produce various effects, which are maintained purely by the wearer's imagination and willpower. The more the user's willpower, the stronger the ring, the greater the effectiveness of the ring. The ability limit that the energy ring can exert is still unknown. It is the most powerful weapon in the universe. As long as it is any object the user can imagine, the ring almost has ability to realize it come out. But every weapon has its weaknesses, and for the Green Lantern ring, its weakness is the Green Lantern originally, your cowardice, your retreat will become the weakness of the Green Lantern. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Making the Ring of the Sage. Since the Parallax Demon did not invade the Earth, Jessica didn't need to be like Hal Jordan in the original time and space, rushing back to the Earth when he learned about it. As a rookie recruit who has just enlisted in the Army and has not received training, she does not need her to fight against the Parallax Monster. Tal Sinister will lead the team, fight against the Parallax Monster, and bring the Yellow Lantern Beast Parallax Monster back. Here is the difference between the Parallax Monster and the Parallax Monster. The Parallax Monster is the monster formed by the Asgardian Blue Man integrating the Parallax Monster, and the Parallax Monster is the Yellow Lamp Beast. The emotional spectrum of the 7 lamps all have corresponding lamp beasts. Green light, Ion Shark; red light, Blood Slaughter Cow; orange light, Snake; yellow light, Parallax Monster; blue light, Room Phoenix; green light, Modified Octopus; purple light, Predator. Even the special white lamp and black lamp have lamp beasts, the spirit of white lamp existence, the black lamp, and the Black Death Emperor. By the way, what the white lamp and the black lamp symbolize are not emotions, but the concretization of the concept of life and death. The white lamp is life, and the black lamp is death. Well, the topic is far off. All in all, Jessica Cruz started her recruit training for a month of Oasis in Oasis. During her training, Sinister led the Green Lantern Corps to leave OA Star to find the Parallax Demon, who did not know where. He leads many Green Lanterns, facing each other with hard steel. After paying the price of heavy casualties, they finally killed each other and captured the Yellow Lantern Beast Parallax Monster. In recent days, Sinister is trying to persuade the Asgardians of the universe to use the power of fear to create a lamp ring with fear as an emotion. Judging from Sinister's behavior, he is actually a tyrant. Otherwise, he would not understand that Lantern Ring can be made with other emotions. The Asgardians didn't say anything about this, did not refuse, and did not agree. Using the negative emotion of fear to make a lantern ring is helpful to the universe. Asgardians need to discuss this matter. In the days when Jessica was training, Yibai occasionally borrowed her body to download knowledge from the database of the Star Green Light host. The lantern ring technique was not concealed by Asgardian. It was placed in the database in such a grand manner. But such a technique was so profound that Yibai would never finish learning even if he tried to study and digest it in dozens of days. Time passed, and a month passed. In 1 month of training, Jessica graduated from Kirovog with honors and successfully took over the security maintenance work in the 2814 sector. After this month of learning, Yibai basically digested the lamp ring technique, and also today, his task was prompted to complete. You have completed the task. I am a man who can wholesale portable system plugins, and the app position level has been raised to LV4, extension of 10,000 square meters. During the month here, Jessica made a few friends, such as Thomas Ray, Kilovag, and Aretha. Among them, Aretha is a female Green Lantern. Like Tamara in Sector 2813, she is a neighbor of Sector 2814, where the Earth is. Aretha comes from the planet Graxos 4, Picture 4, in Sector 2815. Her appearance is very similar to the pointed-eared elves in the Legends of the Earth. Aretha looks beautiful, and her figure is hot and messy. With this appearance, she will be respected by the licking dogs as a goddess if she is put on the Earth properly. But her appearance was a little younger, and she looked like a human being only 14 or 5 years old. But her age, counted in years of Earth time, is now 250 years old. Yibai remembers that in the comics, Aretha, Kilovog, and others settled on the Earth after the Infinite Earth Crisis, and also established a Green Light Core Earth office. Jessica and Aretha have a good relationship because their appearance is very similar compared to other aliens, and they are both female lanterns, so they have a lot of common topics to talk about. When Jessica was about to leave Star, she also invited her new friend Aretha to visit the Earth when she was free. The latter also agreed, saying that she would visit the Earth of the Milky Way in Sector 2814 when she had time. In the way of leaving OA Star and returning to Earth, Jessica did not open a wormhole, but instead presented a small spacecraft, wanting to experience the feeling of space travel. Leaving OA, Yibai didn't continue to hide. He emerged from Jessica's spiritual world and reunited his body in the material world. When Jessica saw her boyfriend come out, she threw herself into his arms with excitement. Then, they played the couple game for 2 hours. After the game ended, Yibai walked to the side of the spaceship, took out the sage stone, and started copying the lantern ring. Jessica looked at her curiously for a while and felt bored, so she simply used the lights or the communication function to let this manifested spacecraft connect with her friend Aretha, her elf, and video chat with her to pass the time. Through the video, Aretha saw Yibai behind Jessica, joking about Jessica. "He is your spouse. Take your spouse out in space. You know how romantic it is." "Actually, he is very powerful." "Really? How long will it take?" Apparently, Aretha had misunderstood what Jessica meant. Jessica was taken aback and quickly realized that the other party had misunderstood and quickly said, "Although he is really good at that, I am not talking about this." Aretha showed an ambiguous teasing look. "You don't need to explain, I understand." "Jessica." Yibai. Yibai was full of black lines listening to him, so he simply changed a place and hid in a place that the communication lens could not capture and continued to engage in its ring of sages. This act of avoiding the camera caused Aretha to tease Jessica again. 2 hours later, Yibai's first ring of the sage was finally successfully produced. Just list a property card to introduce this stuff. Name: Ring of the Sage. Appearance: silver-white ring structure. Amazon metal is the main body, enchanted with space runes, containing a 1 cubic meter of space, used to store database records and store the sage stone. The latter acts as an energy source. The ring originally built in all the functions of the lamp ring in a technological way. Function: optic nerve simulation system interface, neural connection, language translation, data query, item identification, data recording, launching focused beams, creating objects out of thin air. On Jessica's side, after chatting with her friend Elf and hanging up the video communication, she saw that Yibai had made a silver-white ring. She walked over and asked curiously, "Is this something you imitated with the lamp ring technology?" "Almost. I'll call her the Ring of the Sage. You can bring it and try it." Yibai handed the Ring of the Sage that had just been made to Jessica. Being given the ring made Jessica's cheeks flush, but she took it and put it on her left ring finger. Wearing this position is very subtle. Yibai. Huh. Jessica was surprised to find that the moment she wore this ring, she saw a system interface that only she could see in her eyes, and she felt very familiar with this interface, and she thought about it carefully. Whoops, isn't this a Windows system interface? This is? She asked Yibai curiously. The portable system function, through which you can listen to music, watch movies, and play games online. Yibai introduced proudly. When Jessica heard it, her eyes lit up. She used her own brain waves to perform various operations in the system. As a human being on Earth, she would naturally use the Windows operating system without any obstacles. Soon, Jessica also discovered other functions of the Sage's Ring, which are basically similar to the Green Lantern Ring. But in terms of representation, it seems to be a real creation rather than a temporary manifestation of emotional energy. The innocent Jessica used it to realize a flower. This creation out of thin air. She was shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Have a big tail wolf seeing her boyfriend Yibai use no tools and no external force here. Just a few hours, tinkering with more powerful equipment than the lamp ring. Jessica no longer knows what to say. After undergoing a month of recruit training in O-Star, Jessica now knows how high the technical content of the lantern ring is. Although it is not entirely a technological creation, it is not the kind that can be copied casually. The prerequisites for making a lantern ring: you must have at least 1 lantern beast and total emotional energy. Without these 2 preconditions, even if you have the lantern ring making technology, you can't make a lantern ring. Yibai, the ring of the named sage, has a good function. It is not a manifestation, but a creation directly out of thin air. The manifestation will exist forever. What does it mean? Using this ring, Jessica realized a fist-file-sized diamond out of thin air, muttering in her mouth, "I'm rich." Yibai, what is in this girl's head? Is she using such a great thing for this? Seeing that the girl squinted her eyes, she looked a little bit of a fan at first glance. She said to Yibai, "Give me this ring, okay? Well, take it with you, as a token of love." Yibai laughed. "You are so kind." Meiji hugged Yibai and gave him a mouthful. Oh yes, I haven't asked what the energy of this ring is. How can I charge it if it is out of electric? Jessica asked this question. Yibai took some ether material from the seventh dimension and made it into a glass bead file-sized sage stone and introduced her. This is the sage's stone, the legendary elixir, and it is also the wishing stone, sage. The energy of the ring. Jessica opened her mouth wide, mainly astonished by the three words anti-aging drug. At this time, the small physical spacecraft they were riding on came from an alarm, which attracted the attention of the two of them. They ran to the main console of the spacecraft and saw the screen showed that a spacecraft was hanging far behind them, neither overtaking nor approaching, and no communication was sent. Yibai operated a few times on the spacecraft, called up the surveillance, and looked at the spacecraft. This shape, this volume, this shape, could it be Krypton's Black Mist Fortress prison? Using ability to observe in a higher dimension, he really saw General Zod, Adjutant Fiora, and a dozen Kryptonians in the spaceship. Looking at it, it seems unkind. Yi, what should we do? Throw away that spaceship or stop and get in touch. It was the first time Jessica faced this kind of thing, obviously without any experience in dealing with it, and looked a little at a loss. Yi Bai's eyes rolled, and he smiled. Relax, let me borrow your body. Oh. Jessica nodded obediently. Yi Bai penetrated into Jessica's body as a soul, connected to the pocket dimension space with his consciousness, and said in Kayla's ear, borrow your ability. At the moment, Kayla was on the shared chair, controlling her avatar to go to school. After hearing Yi Bai's words, Kayla let her avatar's original consciousness temporarily control the body, while she used the shared chair to control her body. Ability and physique shared to Yi Bai. Jessica suddenly felt that her body had become different. Her whole body possessed inexhaustible strength, as if she could crash a building with one punch. What the eyes see and what the ears hear are different. This is the result of the addition of supervision and superhearing. There is no doubt that Jessica Cruz at this moment has been temporarily personified by Krypton, and he is still at the level of the Yellow Sun for more than 30 years. Yi Bai took over the control of the spaceship and used the Ring of the Sage to turn this green-lighted spaceship into a real spaceship. Under his control, the spacecraft slowly slowed down and finally stopped in the void of the universe. The Black Mist Fortress hanging behind seemed to hesitation for a moment and then slowly approached. The Black Mist Fortress approached Yi Bai's spacecraft, which was already visible to the naked eye. In the end, it slowly stopped beside Yi Bai's spacecraft, on the hull facing this side, and cracked a landing port, as if it was inviting him to log in. Yi Bai was bold and controlled the spacecraft to fly to the landing module of the Black Mist Fortress. Passing through a layer of energy shield that isolates the internal and external air pressure, Yi Bai's spacecraft landed in the landing module. Here, General Zod, Fiora, and a group of dragon suits, B, C, D, dressed in jet black power armor, are waiting here in full gear. Yi Bai controlled Jessica's body. Her body flashed, and her green light uniform changed to that of a supergirl, with a blue chest, a blue short skirt, red boots, a red cloak, and a red cape on her chest. There is an S logo that symbolizes hope from the Al family. The hatch opened, and Yi Bai stepped off the spaceship. When the gang of Kryptonians saw the sign on the chest of the woman who walked off the small spaceship, they were all bewildered. The Al family is not an obscure family in Krypton. Superman's daddy Jor-El is the chief scientist of Krypton civilization and the first person in black technology. Superman's mother, Lara Raoul Fan, is one of the members of the Supreme Council of Krypton. Superman's uncle, Zor-El, is also the leading scientist of Krypton, and Superman's aunt, Aurora, is the judge of Krypton. By the way, Zor-El and Alora are Kayla's parents. Zor-El is the brother of Superman's father Jor-El. The symbol on Yi Bai at the moment's chest is the family splendor of the Al family. As a Kryptonian, no one does not know what this family splendor means. General Zod opened his mouth and asked uncertainly in Kryptonian, "Are you Zor-El's child?" "I remember Kayla." Apparently, she mistook Jessica for Kayla. "No way, who made her dress like this?" "I'm Kayla Zoair." Yi Bai uses the translation function of the lamp ring and opens his mouth to speak the round Kryptonian language, speaking more standard than the locals of Krypton. "I remember you. The explosion of Krypton before, you and my uncle, General Noon, launched a coup d'etat together. General Norn is the husband of Kayla's mother, Alora's sister, Astra, and his rank is lower than General Zod's level 1. After the failure of the coup, and Zod and others became political prisoners and were imprisoned. However, the place where Norn and Astra were imprisoned was not the Black Mist Fortress, but the Rhodes Fortress. There were mostly criminals, but political prisoners were not. Many. Today's 5 chapters have been updated. Please ask for flowers. Ask for rewards. Ask for monthly tickets. Asterisk it. Chapter 50. You are my inner monologue. Coup set off a revolution, not our intention. Our aim is to save more people, rather than stay with Krypton immolation. Your parents probably did not tell you that Parliament much earlier, since the entropy of Krypton does not appear normal increase, about to explode. They hide this thing to the public. We could build more ships to escape Krypton in that period of time. But look at the last. Our fellow citizens, how much is left? General Zod. He found aboard a small spacecraft out of the rank and file who is heir's daughter. Gave up usurpation's other spacecraft intended. Now the destruction of Krypton who is running out. Every Kryptonian people are precious resources. People on Krypton, Zod is not a villain, not only the generals, but a hero. If not necessary, he would not be against fellow shot. The original time and space, he found Joe Airchild Kal-El, Clark Kent Kryptonian name, is the first attempt to persuade them to join, but for Superman firm stand on the human side, nor will he, General Zod, as the enemy. Now, faced with the rank and file heir's daughter, General Zod will naturally not be treated differently to the main draw. It can be said, if you do not stand in the human point of view, this is a general jagged, very charismatic personality guy. You are looking for a new home, do? Yibai asked them. Yes, but until then, we need to find your cousin Carl Air, the central book in him. You might know where he is. Yibai control body Jessica shook his head, lying without blinking an eye and said, recently, I also find my cousin, but has not found there. My uncle told me that we Kryptonian wrong road. Relying on the central canon nurture future generations does not work this way. Was born with the ability to determine the fate of this right, and only go with the flow. Pregnancy, childbirth gave birth to a child have a future. The movie is different. There are General Zod men and women. Male to female ratio is almost, if breeding pairs, not necessarily Krypton civilization is flourishing again. Although slow the point, but to be safe than break, Longton Huxu of the Earth. Either Marvel or DC. The Earth is the universe's most dangerous places, the highest energy, through the ages, which have invaded the Earth a good end. General Zod and other people even as strong invincible, the last is not annihilated it. Comic set better, Fio La survived, Sun Yellow Sun Fio La, relying on powerful martial arts, can Superman on the ground called her mother. Fio La and Superman, like a big cousin hack soul, as the new face of Superman 52 period, all students can be Superman by friction at the ground level. Especially people hack soul also afraid of kryptonite, no obvious weaknesses. My child, you are still very small, there are many things that do not understand. General Zod also tried to convince her again. Jessica consciousness, at the moment force in ignorant state, it is not being wrong person? Who Kayla? Junior Air that? Carl Air who is? Central collection is what stuff. They are content exchange, one cannot understand why they. At this time, Jessica appeared in my mind when I heard her and Yi by except for the third voice. Yi? They will invade Earth? Who are you? My inner monologue it. Asked Jessica Hart. I'm Kayla. Junior Air. Kayla said. Huh? Do I still have a second personality named Kayla? Isn't I born to my parents, but actually a Kryptonian? Jessica began to doubt life. Yi by. Kayla. The girl's brain circuit is really surprised. There is such an unreliable association. It is simply, no, I'm not your second personality. I'm Kayla Zoel, a Kryptonian, and you are Jessica Cruz, an Earthling. Kayla explained silently. Since you are not me, how do you know my name? Listen to the tone. You still know me well? Jessica asked puzzled. I don't know if it was Kayla's prank. She actually said, actually, I'm Ye's female personality. Yi by. Jessica, can we stop making this kind of joke? Natasha Romanoff used to be embarrassed all day by playing like this. But now he is still here? It turns out that Yi still has a female personality. Jessica was embarrassed. Ah, Kayla, since they are looking for your cousin, they will definitely find the Earth. Judging from the iron and blood style of General Zord, they will definitely transform the Earth into a second Krypton. By then, humans will definitely not be able to adapt to Krypton. 10 times the gravity of the star and the new ecological environment. So we must be here as you to persuade them to give up looking for your big cousin. In order to avoid Kayla from adding strange settings to herself, Yibai decisively pulled the topic. Came back. Yes, I like the Earth very much. It is already my home there, and I think my big cousin is the same. We can't let them invade the Earth. Yi, you just use my name to fool them. I support you, Kayla said. With the support of Kayla, the righteous master, Yibai is more confident in pretending to be Kayla. This is a kind of confidence that the righteous master will not expose you. At this moment, the Supergirl and the Green Lantern Woman are with Yibai. He is not fighting alone. He is not. The luck of the two main heroes deepened, and Yibai felt that he was invincible in the world. Cough, speak loudly, don't take it seriously. If you want to find an ecological planet, I have coordinates here. It is a planet that has no intelligence and has not been discovered by any aliens. It is not too far away from here. I can give you the coordinates. Yibai said to General Zod and others. After listening to the Kryptonians, their eyes lit up. Show me the coordinates quickly. General Zod couldn't wait. Yibai raised his hand. Using the green light ring projection function, combined with the main star database of O, to call up a star map in the range of 10,000 light-years. Among them, about 5,000 light-years away from the current position, a fixed star series was highlighted. Yibai pointed to the highlighted fixed star series and said, Here, this fixed star series has 7 planets. The second one is not too close to the sun and is just suitable for life. There are some primitive beasts living on it, and the ocean accounts for 60%. The remaining 3 planets are rocky planets, and 3 are gaseous planets, which are rich in resources. It is absolutely suitable for us to start again with Krypton. He didn't say anything. The area where the fixed star department is located is in Sector 2814, which belongs to Jessica's Green Lantern. When General Zod and others move in there, Jessica can stare at it. This group of Kryptonians couldn't think about it and ran to the tiger's lair in Longtan on the Earth to die. Asterisk.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.